open comment and public comment, that we will need your full name in order to be able to unmute you. So if your name is appearing as something that is not your first and last name, please do go ahead and change that. If you don't know how to change it, you can send that to me in the Q&A and I can change it for you. We are still working on getting audio.
You could also, Brenda, probably use the time to explain the interpretation function, since that's only available to people who are in the meeting.
That's a great point. Thanks, Sarah. Let's do that. So I will ask either Marina or Elena to assist me with this.
Sure.
Let me pull up the slide. And Twitter says we are up. Into Spanish. Marina.
Buenas noches, bienvenidos a todos a la reunión de esta noche. Esta noche vamos a tener interpretación.
To activate Zoom's simultaneous interpretation function, please click, it won't be there yet, but once it appears, please click the icon that says interpretation that looks like a globe that you see here on this picture at the bottom of your screen.
Ok, para accesar la herramienta de interpretación al español, usted debe pulsar sobre un icono parecido al que está en la foto, aún no está activado, por eso no lo puede ver, que está en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Y allí va a seleccionar, ese botón tiene el nombre que dice Interpretation, interpretación.
That icon will appear momentarily. Once you click on that icon, you will be able to choose either English or Spanish as the language you would like for this meeting.
El icono va a aparecer en la parte inferior de su pantalla en breve. Una vez que vea el icono, por favor presionar el idioma de su preferencia en el que desea escuchar la presentación, inglés o español. Gracias.
I will begin the interpretation function now.
Vamos a conversar la interpretación ahora. Buenas noches y gracias.
And you should be able to choose your language. And Sam Taylor tells me that we are ready to go.
Awesome, very good. So welcome everyone to the Boulder City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 6th. We will start tonight with a few announcements. The first announcement is about exposure notifications for COVID-19. You can sign up for an app on your cell phone that will tell you if you've been around somebody who is confirmed to have COVID-19. And the website for that is www.addyourphone.com. And for more local information on getting vaccination and to sign up for notifications when you're eligible, you can go to boco.org, boco.org/COVID vaccine notify sign up. Next subject, boards and commissions. There is still time to apply to serve on one of the city's boards or commissions. We're continuing to accept applications for the following: Boulder Junction Access District Parking and Boulder Junction Access District Travel Demand Management, and for the Beverage Licensing Authority. If you are interested in one of those, you can go to the website shown on the slide, which is bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. And finally, for tonight's agenda, the follow-up on the midterm retreat check-in will be presented right after the consent agenda. We have community connectors and residents available that will be co-presenting this item, and in an effort to keep them from having to stay late in the evening, we're moving the item up on the agenda. Item 6A, the tribal consultation background and preparation, will be presented as scheduled. And with that, Alicia, could you call the roll?
Yes, sir, and good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett?
Present.
Friend,
Here.
Joseph,
Present.
Nagel, Sweatlick,
Here.
Wallach,
Present.
Weaver,
Here.
Yates,
Here.
and Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And before I go on to the motion to amend the agenda, Aaron, I see your hand is up.
Oh, I was just waiting for the motion to amend the agenda, so go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, so for tonight, we need to amend the agenda. The items we need to change are the title of item 1A to the Boulder Day of Remembrance Declaration, which actually I think will, and then the next one is to switch the order of items 1A and 1B. And then we want to move item 6B, follow up on the midterm retreat check-in, to immediately after the consent agenda, and then add item 8A, boards and commissions appointment to the BLA, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and the Water Resources Advisory Board. Now, Aaron.
I just want to make sure the board appointments were on there. So thank you.
Okay.
For that.
Yep. Okay, Bob.
On the board appointments, Sam, are we going to make the appointments tonight or discuss the appointments and then make them at a subsequent meeting?
We'll discuss the appointments tonight and put them on consent at a following meeting, provided that's the will of council.
Great, thanks, Sam.
And can I get a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved with your suggestions.
Second.
Great, a motion and a second. Anyone opposed to amending the agenda? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We will begin the meeting with a declaration of solidarity with the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, which will be presented by Council Member Friend. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And I want to thank Taylor Ryman and Kurt Fernhaber's team for putting this together on pretty short notice, I think. So I'm reading a declaration of solidarity with the Asian American and Pacific Islander community on today's date, April 6th, 2021. The city of Boulder stands with the Asian American and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, community in the wake of the March 16th murders in Atlanta and other acts of violence, including attacks on elders throughout the United States. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the AAPI community has reported a significant number of attacks, with a Stop AAPI hate organization counting nearly 3,800 incidents in the past year. These include verbal harassment, shunning, and physical assault, and the above figure is likely a fraction of the true total due to unreported incidents. Sadly, recent events are but a part of a larger buried history of hostility towards AAPI in America. On Halloween night, 1880, white community members targeted Chinese community members in Denver's first race riot. AAPI labor was also exploited as part of America's westward expansion, a movement resulting in catastrophic implications for Indigenous people. Other examples of institutionalized racism include 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, one of the first federal laws to restrict immigration, and the internment of Japanese Americans during the Second World War. Campamachi, located in southeast Colorado, was one of these internment sites. In 1982, although two white men beat Vincent Chen to death with a baseball bat and pled guilty to manslaughter, they were sentenced to only 3 years of probation and a $3,000 fine apiece. These hate-fueled murders in Atlanta offer a stark reminder of how the three threads of racism, anti-immigrant sentiment, and misogyny have long been intersected. One provision of the 1875 Page Act restricted AAPI women from entering the United States, with supporters stoking fear of the supposed immorality of these immigrants. Such categorizations have long been detrimental to AAPI women, and it is consequently worth noting that in the past year, AAPI women have reported hate incidents at 2.3 times the rate more often than men. It is critical to differentiate and acknowledge the varied experiences of people of color throughout the United States.
And Sagar, this story is pretty shocking. And also I want to give a lot of credit
Somebody needs to mute.
and to us, because this is something we've been tracking.
I think, Junie, I think you need to mute.
So I'll start the paragraph over. It is critical to differentiate and acknowledge the varied experiences of people of color throughout the United States. However, narratives such as the model minority myth artificially divide AAPI experiences from those of other people of color and minimize the challenges they face. Despite this myth, which inaccurately portrays this community as a monolithic success story, the challenges faced by AAPI are not unique, and there is at least some shared experience with other groups such as African Americans and Latinos. It is therefore crucial to acknowledge the common denominators of individual and systemic racism and violence all these groups have experienced, informed by a foundation of white supremacy. The City of Boulder has taken steps to address discrimination and violence against communities of color, such as its commitment to racial equity and the 2019 passage of the sentence enhancements for bias-related crimes. We recognize that these steps alone are not enough. We must first repudiate the violence against the AAPI community and then continue bold and concrete steps to create a safe and equitable environment for people of color. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Rachel. And I will present the next item. This item is a declaration of the Boulder Day of Remembrance. March 22nd, 2021 is a date that will be forever seared in the collective memory of our community. On that Monday afternoon, a grievous atrocity was committed that will mark each of us for the rest of our lives, but none more so than the families and friends of the 10 people taken from us suddenly and violently, people going about their daily lives, doing their jobs, feeding their families, and protecting one another. Our entire community joins those families and friends in saying the names of our neighbors taken from us before their time. Denny Stong, Nevin Stanisic, Ricky Olds, Trelona Bartkowiak, Suzanne Fountain, Terry Leiker, Kevin Mahoney, Lynn Murray, Jody Waters, and Officer Eric Talley. It has been said that there are 3 deaths. The first is when the body ceases to function. The second is when the body is returned to the earth. And the third is that moment, sometime in the future, when the person's name is spoken for the very last time. Let us never allow this third death of our 10 fallen neighbors. Let us take the time to speak their names, celebrate their lives, mourn their passing. As long as we remember them, they will never truly die. And so, as our modest and humble gesture, the City Council of the City of Boulder declares that every year, in perpetuity, March 22nd shall be designated the Boulder Day of Remembrance. On that day, every year, our community will pause and remember the 10 people who departed. On that day, every year, we will celebrate their lives. On that day, every year, we will say their names out loud so that in our hearts, they will live on. I want to thank Bob Yates and Junie Joseph for pulling this declaration together. And with that, I'll turn to Chris Meschuk to get an update from staff regarding the tragedy of March 22nd.
Thanks, Mayor Weaver and council members. Just 2 very quick updates that I'm going to provide tonight. The first is related to the Assistance Center. Our Housing and Human Services staff are continuing to coordinate that effort with King Supers to be able to provide the community what it needs in terms of support. And that is a service that is still available to everyone in the community. And we'll make sure that we continue to get information out as a kind of a clearinghouse of all the services that are available at the Assistance Center. The second area for an update is around memorials. And there is a citywide staff team that we have put together, including staff from Community Vitality, Arts and Culture, Planning and Development Services, and more, that are working in partnership with the Kroger Company and other external partners, including the Museum of Boulder, to develop both a short-term plan as well as a long-term plan for a permanent memorial in the community. And all of that is going to continue to respect the wishes and input of the victims' families. The sympathies, that just heartfelt outreach that the community has brought forward at the kind of organically created Boulder Strong Memorial on the fence at King Soopers is just an incredible gesture in our community. And the fence that was put up on that site has been transferred to the Kroger company, and we're going to continue to work in partnership with them. The community should expect that the fence will continue to evolve. We're currently working to restore access to the eastern driveway of the shopping center. And then additionally, there'll be changes to the fence location to be able to reopen that traffic lane on Table Mesa Drive. And all of this will be done in consideration with the floodplain that's in that area, as well as access, space for safe pedestrian and bicycle and vehicle movement, and then the operations of the other businesses in the Table Mesa Shopping Center. And then we'll continue to work with both the victims' families, King Soopers, as well as other shops and property owners in the area related to a site-based memorial or other community permanent memorial. If folks are interested in learning more about that and where they can donate, there is more information on the city's webpage. We're also continuing to work with our other community partners like the Chamber to ensure that both the neighborhood and the entire community is able to access the businesses, the other businesses in that location. And then as council has seen, we've received several inquiries from community members about the George Reynolds Library, which is across the street from the Table Mesa Shopping Center. And those, we've had some responses go out from David Farnan and our library and art staff. And we're currently examining ways to initiate carry-out service that was planned in mid-June for the library. And we're looking to see what we can do sooner than that. So specific to the topic around memorials, Noreen Walsh, who is a project coordinator here at the city, is the coordinator of that effort and that team. So if anyone needs to reach out to her, her email is just her last name of Walsh and her first initial of N. So walshen@bouldercolorado.gov is her email address. And that's the update that I have for tonight, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, I think we're ready to move on to open comment. So we will begin. We have 15 speakers tonight because one withdrew. We will begin open comment with Elizabeth Ball, Patrick Murphy, and Andrew Harris. Elizabeth?
I am not seeing Elizabeth, Sam. And so we can go to Patrick Murphy. Give me just one moment to unmute you, Patrick.
Great. And while you're getting Patrick up, if Elizabeth, if you come in or are in under a different name, if you could put that in the Q&A box, that would be great.
And
So Patrick,
you should be unmuted.
I also have the slide that should be showing.
Great.
It is up, Patrick. Go for it.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. This is my 100th open comment since 2014. The previous 99 were regarding the urgency of fast carbon reduction. With only 2 minutes, every second counts. So I have never started with a preamble thanking you for your service. I have tried to thank those of you who would meet with me in person, but not all of you would. I thank you from the bottom of my heart right now. You signed up for all the difficult and mundane decisions of keeping a town moving forward. You did not sign up with knowledge of a pandemic or mass murder. The heavy burden of leadership is nothing I could ever bear. So I thank you for leading us through and past these dark moments. I cry easily regardless of whether it's a sad or happy moment. I always have to take tissues with me to the movies. Every story of those lost in Boulder brings me to tears. Amongst all of this, there are still moments of inspiration that also bring me to tears. We're all hurting. It's painful times. We need some kind of healing medicine. I see that you will be having tribal consultations. I request that you ask, even beg, for a ritual blessing for recovery and cleansing of the evil. In the distant past, Bill Center of the Lakota tribe granted me the honor of a blessing on a segment of Boulder County open space. So thank you, bless you for carrying on, and I will not be saying thank you for my 101st presentation, but you will know that I do thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Our next speaker would have been Andrew Harris, but he has withdrawn. So our next three speakers will be Joanne Simonson, Dana Steiner, and Sasha Stiles. Joanne?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joanne Simonson. I live in Southeast Boulder. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking tonight on two items. First, I thank you for all your dedication, service, and leadership. Thank you for your extra time in regards to the tragedy on March 22nd. Your March 24th community special meeting was heartwarming and beautiful to see Boulder's diverse community leaders united together in compassionate similarity. Thank you. Second, to awkwardly switch topics, I ask you to vote tonight to approve to hold a public hearing for 5801 Arapahoe Avenue. I support more housing in Boulder along with the related changes through infill by repurposing existing buildings, as long as the first priority is the health, well-being, and safety of the citizens. And the second priority is preserving Boulder's signature character, open space, and mountain views. This project does not meet these criteria. Although this project proposes high-density housing, it offers only a minimum of affordable units, while requesting a long list of exceptions. This plan lacks full analysis of critical aspects, with one being groundwater with related drainages. This plan has a long list of adverse impacts to the proposed residents and surrounding area, which have persisted for the past 20 years. This plan is of great concern to the neighbors. Please do not let developers game the system by asking for much while offering adverse impacts. Please do not let housing trump all else. Please take a close look and hold a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Before we go on to the next speakers, I would just ask if folks who are addressing us could take a breath between each sentence for a little pause. Our interpreters can use that time to catch up with you as you give your testimony. With that, we will move on to the next three, Dana Steiner, Sasha Stiles, and Michael Ketterer. Dana?
Good evening. This is my first time speaking in front of the City Council since moving to Boulder, but I felt called recently to get involved with community groups and to start local and state advocacy efforts, because through the pandemic and through the course of my attending Colorado law, I feel like I've had my eyes opened. And I think that a lot of people could also open their eyes. I know that a lot of you, probably all of you on City Council believe in evidence-based politics. I'm sure none of you would run without them. And I'm sure that you trust the advice of the CDC regarding the COVID pandemic. But the city continues to act in direct opposition to the CDC's guidance for keeping people safe during the pandemic. And seeing the conditions of my fellow neighbors as they try to stay safe has called me to testify here today. It seems that once again, unhoused people have been left behind. CDC guidance has been very clear for almost the entirety of the pandemic. They say if individual housing options are not available, allow people who are living unsheltered or in encampments to remain where they are. And that is a direct quote from the CDC. And now that FEMA is reimbursing cities that paid for hotel rooms for residents during the pandemic, Boulder could have had an opportunity to reimburse themselves for all of the hotel rooms they should have bought for our neighbors during snowstorms and during the COVID crisis at large. But instead, Boulder has continued to sweep nearly every encampment where people have found shelter. These sweeps do not respect the dignity of our neighbors, and they waste resources. I ask you to stop these sweeps and put resources towards long-term housing.
Thank you, Dana. Next, we have Sasha Stiles, Michael Ketterer, and Giselle Hersfeld. Sasha?
Thank you. I'm Sasha Stiles. I'm the chair for Physicians for Social Responsibility in Colorado. I implore you to hold a full balance study session about the Greenway project. Science has changed. And although you had a study session in 2016, I'm told, you must have another study session before.
Sasha, I'm sorry, we can no longer hear you.
What? Don't know. I'm talking.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. You've received emails from many members expressing their concern opposing the trail. In 2018, there were soil analyses done, and Dr. Michael Ketterer, who will be speaking to you next, I believe, can tell you about what he found from those samples. Our PSR board member, Ed Granados, PhD, sent a lengthy scientific letter to your mayor, who he had deemed was steeped in scientific knowledge. None of our letters have been acknowledged. Dr. Granados' scholarly letter has gone unresponded to. PSR has signed many letters and we haven't heard from you. It's now many years since 2016, and I really believe we need another study session. At the Broomfield study session, CDPHE said was more likely you'd get a sunburn from being on the Rocky Flats refuge than cancer from being on the refuge. She's right. Mathematical modeling of risk can be manipulated to show this kind of low-level risk. But what if it's your child that happens to get the plutonium particle, many of which are present along Indiana laboratory? We're now doing genetic analysis with a research lab in a university renowned with the NIH. We implore you to wait till we get our research till you know what you're up against. You must hold a full study session where all points can be expressed. Science has changed. The genetic manipulation of what's happening in our genes from the radiation that is still present is really important. Your community deserves to understand why a health-conscious, scientific Boulder community opposes the idea of a bike trail just happens to go through the most contaminated place on Earth, the buffer zone of the Rocky Flats nuclear weapons plant, AKA the Wildlife Refuge. Thank you for your consideration. Please have a study session.
Thank you, Sasha. Next, we have Michael Ketterer, Giselle Hersfeld, and Lynn Siegel. Michael?
Hello, council members. I'm Michael Ketterer. I live in Longmont, and I'm going to comment on the Rocky Mountain Greenway. In my professional work, I study plutonium in the environment, and I've already sent in my written comments making the point about the presence of plutonium dioxide particles in soils from near Rocky Flats. Specifically, as Sasha just mentioned, I've focused on the Indiana Street corridor just to the edge of the refuge. Now, the connection to the Greenway is just going to be a way to draw people into these areas that have these plutonium dioxide particles. Is this really a good idea? I just ask you that rhetorically. Is this a good idea? You're drawing people into a place that's been dusted with plutonium dioxide particles. Consider if I go to Indiana Street by the former east gate of the plant, and I take a spoonful of soil, maybe about 8 to 10 grams, we would expect to find a few is maybe a half a dozen or so particles in the 0.4 to 2 micron size range. Respirable, these are pure plutonium dioxide, chemically indestructible. Think of them like cubic zirconia, but these are plutonia, not zirconia. In my future plans, I do plan to extend this work to other areas, including inside the city of Boulder. I think we'll find them there too. So I just want you to think about the idea of forever chemicals. Rocky Flats has its own little version of a forever chemical, and it's the plutonium dioxide particle. So please think about that when you're deliberating on the Rocky Mountain Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Giselle Hersfeld, Lynn Siegel, and Randall Clark. Giselle?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Giselle Hersfeld, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. And I want to start by thanking you for your statement on the tragedy our community witnessed on March 22nd, and I thank you for your leadership during this difficult time. I'm here today to discuss the Rocky Mountain Greenway. We urge the Boulder City Council to hold a balanced study session on the Rocky Mountain Greenway, featuring experts from the community who have concerns regarding the safety of public recreation at Rocky Flats. We are also asking that you withdraw your participation in the intergovernmental agreement for funding the Rocky Mountain Greenway. As a Boulder taxpayer, I do not want public funds put towards a mountain biking trail that risks exposing many thousands of people, including children and pregnant women, to plutonium and other radioactive materials known to cause cancer and birth defects. The threat to public health, safety, and welfare from promoting recreation at Rocky Flats far exceeds any benefit that the new recreation site would offer. While we understand that the trail section in question is only one portion of a larger trail network that lies outside of Boulder's jurisdiction, the trail in question would connect Boulder trails with the trails on Rocky Flats, thus facilitating access to Rocky Flats for Boulder cyclists. Also legitimizes the idea that public recreation at Rocky Flats is safe, when it is clearly a risk for public health and safety. The area at the center of Rocky Flats is still an EPA Superfund site. However, due to the movement of wind and water, contamination on Rocky Flats does not stay within the borders of the Superfund site. Cyclists on Rocky Flats will be inhaling dust as they ride, and this dust is likely to contain plutonium particles that can then become permanently embedded in their lungs. The Broomfield City Council and Superior Board of Trustees both withdrew from the Rocky Mountain Greenway intergovernmental agreement due to concerns regarding public health, safety, and welfare. For a topic so important to public health and safety, it is crucial that you hear from members of the public prior to finalizing your decision on this issue. For these reasons, we request that you hold a study session featuring experts from community groups such as Physicians for Social Responsibility, Rocky Flats Technical Group, and Rocky Flats Downwinders.
Thank you, Giselle. Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Randall Clark, and Zach Pesh. Lynn?
Sound check?
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I also recommend that there's a two-sided study session on this issue. You know, I heard David Abelson at the Stewardship Council declare that how great it was that we have this greenway open now for all the people that want to get out of the centers of town because of the virus and now want the open space. And I just find it so ironic that people that already have a risk for the virus are now presented a risk for being exposed to a dangerous contaminant. And I'd also like to see some kind of a gathering of people where both sides can discuss and come to some kind of understanding between themselves about what this really means. It's really concerning. My mom, I believe, died of leukemia due to exposure to radioactive contamination during the 1957 fire when we lived in downtown Denver, downwind of Rocky Flats. And then there's a dormancy phase, you know, and she died in 1969, the day of the second, I mean, not the day, but the year of the second biggest fire at Rocky Flats, the Mother's Day fire, ironically. So, you know, if you're really thinking about your family's health and those that you know, think about also of all the people that will be exposed to this and the danger to all of our health from opening up this area. And please have an open process so that people can really understand the grave danger. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Randall Clark, Zach Pesh, and Misha Tour, though I don't believe Misha is in the meeting yet. Randall?
Randall, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. Is that fine now?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the icon before. My name is Randall Erica Clark, and I live in Boulder. Thank you all for your service on the council. I'm sure it's difficult, very difficult at times, and takes up a lot of your time. I also want to speak about the Rocky Mountain Greenway. Thank you for planning a study session on the Rocky Mountain Greenway next Tuesday, April 13th. And I just want to add my voice to those requesting that you include additional community experts regarding the safety of public recreation at Rocky Flats. The Broomfield City Council, as somebody mentioned, evaluated the scientific data about disturbing this area for construction and recreation and voted to withdraw from participation based on these scientific findings. And I assume you're well aware of this and have reviewed the same scientific studies that they reviewed. I would hope that you come to the same conclusion for the safety of all of us who live here in Boulder. And for all the many other people who come to recreate in and around Boulder because they consider us to be environmentally advanced and trust that we've made sound scientific decisions about how our environment is impacted. I would hate to hear that amateur or elite bikers who use this greenway later become ill only to find that their illness dates to exposure to microplutonium contaminated particles that they had inhaled because they were unleashed during the construction of the Rocky Mountain Greenway that even our Boulder City Council had supported. I understand that the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center has sent you much information about the dangers of disturbing the land at Rocky Flats, and I hope that you will include some of their experts in the study session next week. And thank you so much for taking my comments today.
Thank you, Randall. Next, we have Zach Pesh, Misha Tour, and Riley Mancuso. Zach?
Hello, Council. I'm here as someone who lost someone and almost lost another friend in the recent tragic shooting. I'm here as someone who is impacted by the Sandy Hook shooting, and I'm here as someone who has been shot at in a large group myself and then laughed at by Colorado State troopers for asking if it was safe to leave the building we ran into. I'm here to encourage you all to reject any requests from the Boulder Police Department to increase their funding in response to this recent tragedy. I watched the live stream of the shooting and was taken aback by how long it took SWAT to stop the shooter. They stood outside in bulletproof body armor, holding AR-15s while shots could still be heard inside. Officer Talley showed tremendous bravery by running in there without such tactical gear, but given the history of police responses to mass shootings, it is not surprising that his bravery was an exception. Like most mass shootings, the shooter was apprehended after he completed his attack. Despite rapid increases in police militarization since Columbine, the fact is most mass shootings aren't stopped by police. And since Columbine, we have seen decades of cowardly police responses to mass shootings, including the Pulse nightclub shooting, where police arrested injured victims fleeing as shots rang out, the Parkland High School shooting, where police delayed their response and refused to enter the school, and the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, where police parked a quarter-mile away and walked to the shooting, which was finished by the time they got there. Despite bulletproof vests, AR-15s, and world-class training, these police they usually act in a way that puts their safety above those actively in harm's way. And despite this dynamic, police routinely politicize tragedies in order to get more equipment, funding, and public trust from the politicians who allocate their budgets. More cops means more guns in our community, which means more gun violence. I imagine many of you reject the good guy with a gun theory posited by many Second Amendment lobbyists. So please be consistent with that when that good guy with a gun has a badge and a uniform on. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Next, we have Misha Tour, Riley Mancuso, Chris Allred, and Evan Ravitz. So currently, only Riley Mancuso is in the meeting. So if Misha, Chris, or Evan are in the meeting, if you could either put in the chat or the Q&A that you're here, that would be great. Now we will go to Riley Mancuso.
Hello, Boulder City Council. So we recently passed over Transgender Day of Visibility. So as a transgender man, as a queer bisexual man, I want to remind you all that your words of support to the transgender community, your hanging of the transgender flag, your love of rainbow and festooned everything do not make up for the massively systemic transphobia perpetuated by your policies. In order to support trans rights, you need to support all trans people, including the many of us who are substance abusers, who have mental illness, who are survivors of physical, emotional, and sexual trauma, who are poor, homeless, or housing insecure. And 17% of queer adults in the United States have lived experience of homelessness or housing insecurity. That's twice the rates of straight adults. And the rates for trans people within the queer community are even higher. And when you criminalize misdemeanors, when you allow when you allow police the arbitrary power to arrest people for things like jaywalking, smoking, open containers, sleeping, sex work, camping, whatever, when you allow the arrest of people for things that don't harm others, you are creating the conditions by which police can perpetuate their discrimination against the trans community, because we are vulnerable, because our biological families don't care about us, because our found families are poor, and because the public is unsympathetic to us because they view us as mutilated monsters.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Chris Allred and Evan Ravitz. Chris? And Chris, I believe, is under the name of Giselle Hersfeld.
I have two Chris Allreds because I had two Giselles. So we're going to try one, and I'm going to allow both to unmute, and we'll trust that the right one will do so.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Chris.
Okay, thanks. Chris Allred, commenting for Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. It's been a difficult time for the community, and thank you for your work. Tonight I'm speaking on the Rocky Mountain Greenway. First, I must express serious concerns about the Boulder County Commissioner's process to introduce this item today. It was extraordinarily undemocratic. To our best knowledge, the public hearing was announced only 3 days in advance over an Easter holiday weekend. The public deserves more advance notice. The presenters to the commissioners were extremely one-sided, many of whom have a record of promoting the project. No voices representing community groups were allowed to speak. This is not just. I urge this council, please do not make the same mistake. There must be voices from the community to present both sides. It is well worth the council's time to do this, and it is our government's duty to be accountable to the people. Today, we presented a sign-on letter urging the commissioners to withdraw from the intergovernmental agreement. This letter has been endorsed by 2 elected officials, 61 organizations, and 322 individuals. Considering there are significant concerns about the Rocky Mountain Greenway, the council must take the time to do further study and hear from experts who represent community groups. To quote Dr. King, "Conflicts are never resolved without trustful give and take on both sides. Please honor the people in the community who have worked tirelessly to study this issue. We need you to give the staff direction to hold a balanced study session. Invite the Rocky Flats Technical Group, Physicians for Social Responsibility, and Rocky Flats Downwinders. Please make your voice heard tonight as elected representatives of the people and speak on behalf of the public's voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have Evan Ravitz.
Hi. Council and commissioners have proved themselves to be anti-democratic for years now. Councilman Wallach's March 26 editorial is wrong in one important respect. He refers to mass shootings as a, quote, traveling circus of tragedy, which has, quote, visited Boulder. Actually, this area is ground zero for mass shootings, according to the December Post in 2019. Quote, the Denver area has had more school shootings per million people than the other 24 largest metro areas since 1999. The metro area also has the third most mass shootings by population, and Colorado has the 5th highest suicide rate and is ranked variously from 33rd to 47th in mental health. The problem isn't going away by thinking it's a visitor. If only politicians would look at how their policies make life so miserable for so many. Boulder in particular excels at putting young people into debt slavery and a treadmill to nowhere. This is partly a result of the city's occupancy ordinance, single-family zoning, prohibition against tiny homes, the incredible obstacles to forming co-ops, etc. CU invests student money in fossil fuels, thus sealing their fate and losing their money, while firing scientist Detlev Helmick for documenting oil and gas pollution and hiring the insurrectionist John Eastman. Can you imagine how much the young safe folks hate the city for spending $1 million last year, more than the rest of the state put together, to chase the homeless from camp to camp against the recommendations of the CDC?
Thank you, Evan. Thank you. Okay, one more time we'll check in to see if Misha Tour is available. So hearing nothing from Brenda, I'm going to assume. Great, thank you, Brenda. With that, I'll turn to staff and see if staff has any response to the testimony we heard at open comment. Chris?
None for me tonight, thank you.
Tom?
Nor from me, Sam, thank you.
Great, and then I'll turn to council. I see a few hands here. Give me just 1 second. We'll start with Aaron, then Rachel and Junie. Aaron?
This is one to follow up on a couple of speakers. There was one who asserted that the shooter in the tragedy a couple of weeks ago was not stopped by the police, but I just want to get on the record that after Officer Talley engaged the shooter, no further people were hurt after he was killed. So just for the record, he and the police did stop the shooting. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Rachel?
I just wanted to say congratulations to Patrick Murphy for his 100th open comment. That's a pretty amazing feat, and to thank him for the kind words.
Thank you, Rachel. Junie?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, based on what I heard tonight and all the emails that came in, I do support the speaker's request on an in-depth study session, because just to respond to some of their claims or some type of a response, and also what does that mean that surrounding CDs have withdrawn from the project? So again, as someone who got on council about 1.5 years ago, there is a lot of context that is missing. So I think it might be useful to have that opportunity.
Thank you, Junie. I see no other hands. I'll just follow up on Aaron's comment and say that it was only a few minutes after police were dispatched that a response team from Boulder Police Department entered the King Supers. It did result in the death of Officer Talley, but it was a very short time after the initial call came in that police entered the building. And as Aaron said, no further people were injured after police first made entry. So with that, I think we are done there. And Alicia, I'll come back to you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have the consent agenda, which is items A through G.
Very good. So anyone have questions or comment or a motion? Bob?
I move the consent agenda in the entirety.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Great. Seeing none, I believe from my notes, this is roll call. Is that correct, Alicia?
Yes, sir. Because we do have
hang on. I'm sorry to interrupt. Mark, I see your hand just came up.
Yeah, I assume for some of these items, we will have the opportunity at second reading to discuss them in greater depth.
Yes.
Okay, and particularly, I'm making that comment with particular reference to item D.
Very good.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Any other discussion, questions, comments? Great. Seeing none, we have a motion in a second. Back to you, Alicia.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Swetlick?
Aye.
Thank you. Wallach?
Aye.
Weaver?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Rocket?
Aye.
Friend?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
The consent agenda has passed unanimously, sir.
Very good.
Next, we have item 4A, which will be the follow-up on the midterm retreat check-in that we are moving from 6.
Great, thank you, Alicia. I'm gonna kick this item off and then some of our community connectors are gonna join us for this presentation as well. So Taylor, if we can go to the next slide. What we're gonna cover tonight is just a quick recap of the 2021 to 2022 or that should be 2020 to 2021 major priorities and key council actions. And then, as I mentioned, we'll get the community connector feedback as council discussed at the retreat. And then we'll specifically identify some of the specific engagement subcommittee actions that came out of the retreat, as well as the new tasks, and then what the next steps are. So with that, next slide. As council will remember, there were 12 major priorities identified for the 2-year period, 2020 to 2021. And for each of those major priorities, key council actions were identified. Next slide. Council added one new major priority, which was related to the COVID pandemic recovery and response. We continue to present monthly briefings to council on developments related to our response and recovery. Our next briefing is scheduled for next Tuesday, the 13th. Next slide. The last, I think it's 4 priorities here, continue to be around broader topics of homelessness and housing, with some of the key council actions related to the homelessness strategy, and then specific also around the manufactured housing strategy and ordinances, which were just recently adopted. Next slide. And then lastly, the last two categories around police oversight, as well as CU South and South Boulder Creek flood mitigation, with 2 key actions related to those. So with that, I think I am, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot there's 2 more on here as well. So with that, I think I'm handing it over to Ryan Hanshin, who's going to tee up the feedback that we received from our community connectors.
Thank you, Chris, and good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share the important work of community connectors and residents who have been gathering community feedback on which council priorities most impact communities of color and recommendations for leveraging the city's racial equity instrument. My name is Ryan Hanchin. My pronouns are he, him, and I serve our community as the city's engagement specialist. I'll turn it over now to my colleague, Ana Silvia, to continue introductions. I'm checking here. I don't see Ana Silvia joining us here now. Let's turn to our community connectors to introduce themselves while I follow up with Ana Silvia. Markeisha, would you mind beginning?
Sure. Thanks, Ryan. Good evening, Council, and thank you so much for the opportunity to elevate community members' voices here today. My name is Markeisha Key Hagan. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I serve the physical communities of Whittier and North Boulder, as well as many others through social media. I also serve those who identify as Black, African American, or who are parents of color. And I will pass it on to Ana Karina.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Muchas gracias por tenernos aquí. My name is Ana Karina Casas Ibarra, and I am a community connector and residents representing the community of Boulder Metals and the immigrant Latinx community. Now we have Adriana.
¿Qué tal? Buenas noches. Gracias nuevamente también por tenernos en este espacio. Y soy Adriana Paola Palacios Luna. Represento a la comunidad migrante, a mujeres emprendedoras, a madres solteras, a la comunidad de arte latino en Boulder. Y bueno, aquí estamos. Gracias.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Here we have pictured current community connectors and residents and support staff. And as you can see here with the rest of our colleagues, represent many different communities across our city. And we have evolved this community connector program to really focus on long-term outcomes and really looking at positive changes in systemic and institutional level around community engagement and racial equity. And we've co-designed this model alongside community members, and a special thank you to Ana Silvia, Coyo Avendano, Brenda Rittenauer, Sarah Huntley, and Amy King for their support of this program. The next slide, please. And I know Council is a bit familiar with this timeline. Council priorities were identified in January through February, beginning February 25th. Community connectors and residents engaged community members and collected input. We're here presenting feedback here tonight, and then staff will continue to work with project leads to implement the racial equity instrument through the end of 2021. Influencing decisions in programs and policies. And then in 2022, we'll be able to share the case studies from this work with the community and staff to make sure that we're focused on sharing what we've learned and how to best use the racial equity instrument moving forward. Next slide, please. A quick note here on how this work aligns with the city's engagement spectrum and the consult level here, and promising to keep community members informed, listen to and acknowledge concerns and aspirations, share feedback on how public input influenced the decision. And a note here on which of the strategies of the racial equity plan we're aligning with here. Operationalizing the racial equity instrument, partnering with the community, and focusing on high quality community engagement. Next slide, please. And so here we have, all of the priorities that council did identify in last January and continuing to work in this January. And 3 questions were asked of community members when shared with these topics. One, of the work plan items identified, which may have the most impact on community members of color? What feedback or lived experience or narrative or stories could be shared to illustrate these topics and the impact on your family or your community? And then which of these may be best leveraged with the city's racial equity instrument? Next slide, please. Thank you. As community connectors and residents gathered feedback, this team of 7 conducted interviews, focus groups, and bilingual questionnaires. 105 community members participated with an intentional focus on communities of color and harder to reach or untapped communities, as you can see in the displayed pie chart. 24% of community members participated in Spanish, 11% are youth, 13% identified as LGBT, and 43% shared contact info to be kept updated on this work. And you can see in the pie chart here, a real intentional focus on reaching community members of color and other harder to reach or untapped communities. Next slide, please. And of the top 5 priorities we heard, shared as having the most impact on communities of color were advancing racial equity, housing, police oversight, COVID recovery, and homelessness. I'll now turn it over to community connectors and residents who will share some of the lived experience and qualitative data we heard from community members. Markeisha, please.
So thanks, Ryan. As Ryan pointed out, next slide, please. Thank you. So as Ryan pointed out, advancing racial equity was a top priority that would have the most impact on communities of color. And this should be of no surprise. Last year, jurisdictions across the country, including Boulder County, through Joint Resolution 2020-04, declared racism, specifically calling out structural racism, to be a public health crisis. The resolution describes structural racism as, quote, a system in which public policies, institutional practices, cultural representations, and other norms work in reinforcing ways to perpetuate racial group inequities. Our community members are living, breathing testaments to the impacts of structural racism and don't see Boulder as welcoming, citing in their feedback having been the victim of discrimination when accessing services and while at work. One community member talked about experiencing unspoken bias that created an uncomfortable work environment and the importance of racial bias training. And I should note as well that some community members have not reported incidents, fearing that it wouldn't lead to any change. Boulder was described as having a homogeneous population, not having people of color well represented during meetings. And I would extend that to boards and commissions as well. And I'd like to share one quote from a community member that helps to underscore sentiments. And if I could have the next slide, please. So as a Chicano, I have observed over multiple decades the racial and linguistic biases and inequities that still permeate our communities. These are inequities that require training / development of the public and institutions that eschews stereotypes of non-white populations. And that was from a Latino or Latina community member who makes less than $25,000 a year. So on a hopeful note, a community member pointed out that when we help all in our community succeed, we all benefit. And so in short, community members viewed advancing racial equity as key to increasing diversity and inclusion and reducing the negative effects of racism and discrimination. It is a cornerstone to any city programming and policies. And I think I have resolution 2020-04 to back me up here in saying that quite literally, the health and overall well-being of our community members of color depends on advancing racial equity. And I will pass it on to Ana Karina.
Thank you, Markeisha. As it was mentioned before, one of the most important priorities in our community is affordable housing. Homeownership and homeownership programs were emphasized throughout the testimonies and the questionnaires. Currently, only 8.4% of homes in Boulder are affordable, most of these being for rent. The city has a plan to increase this to 15% by 2035, but this is not enough. Our communities are being and have been priced out of Boulder for decades. Also, we have community members who work in Boulder and have been working in Boulder for decades and whose kids go to school here and have never been able to afford to live in Boulder. As one community member mentions, I love getting to know and be part of our Boulder economy. And at the same time, I feel like I am leaving my salary resources to a city where I want to belong, but where I don't really belong. From our focus groups and testimonies in the questionnaires, we see that even those living in affordable housing like BHP are having to leave because they can no longer afford BHP subsidized rent. These families move out of the city or to the manufactured home parks in Boulder. Manufactured home parks are the only affordable homes in Boulder, and without any rent control soon, we will be priced out of these as well. My fellow community connector, Dinesh, who is an immigrant from Nepal and a resident of Boulder Meadows, reports that roughly 2 years ago, there were around 50 Nepali families living in Boulder Meadows, only in Boulder Meadows. And in the past 2 years, over 20 families have moved out of Boulder because they wanted to purchase a house, but were unable to do it here. Buying a house in Boulder is nearly impossible for lower and middle income families. What we continue to hear from the community is that the city needs to focus on programs of home ownership for minorities and marginalized communities, something other than Habitat for Humanity, programs that are more accessible for everyone, including our undocumented community, who are able to buy homes in other places in Colorado and the US, but not in Boulder. And for community members who are priced out of the market rate homes and make too much for other affordable home programs, as this member of our community points out. And if you can pass to the next slide, please. Thank you. How can we help those with little generational funds, but good careers also be part of the community? There's virtually no housing to buy at a reasonable price, and there's not even the ability to buy land as grant land and then construct a prehab house on it at a lower cost. This is from a person who identifies as Black or African American and whose income is $100,000 to $149,000 or $150,000 a year, roughly. Overall, what we saw in the testimonies was that if we want to advance racial equity, we need to focus on affordable housing and homeownership. This gives people the opportunity to build equity, wealth, and stability. We also need legislation for rent control in Boulder and in Colorado. And if you can move on to the next slide, please. To the next slide. Thank you. Affordable housing and homelessness comes hand in hand. Many members of our community are faced with difficult situations, as a testimony we see here. Many families of color in North Boulder, where I work in public education, are facing homelessness or homelessness as defined by McKinney-Vento, unsafe residents, double up, unsafe living quarters, etc. Or they are living in very condensed housing where all their neighbors are as highly impacted as they are. These housing situations affect their attendance in school and graduation, ability to be ready by third grade, and behavior in and out of class. Inadequate housing and crowd situations affect the life of many people in our community. Also, we saw concerns for the lack of immediate emergency resources for families facing homelessness, and concerns for the lack of shelter space for people sleeping in the streets. Again, in the words of one of our community members, Boulder will remain a daily homogeneous city in terms of race and ethnicity and economic status unless it directly addresses the affordable housing issues and homelessness. Thank you. And we can move on to Adriana.
Gracias, Ana Karina. Bueno, pues sobre la supervisión policial en nuestra comunidad bueno, tiene ciertas preocupaciones, por supuesto. Algunas de estas preocupaciones están relacionadas con la confianza o con la desconfianza que se puede tener hacia la policía a partir de las experiencias que se tienen en contacto directo con la policía. Esto está marcado por un contexto complejo, donde sabemos que hay barreras estructurales, donde sabemos que hay un contexto de racismo sistémico, de clasismo y otras formas de opresión que sabemos que puede atravesar también las instituciones policíacas. La importancia de que existan reformas significativas en la policía, tanto a nivel nacional como local, es una preocupación fuerte de nuestras comunidades, porque están preocupadas por la forma en la que se respeten y garanticen y se protejan los derechos de las personas, principalmente de las personas de color en nuestras comunidades. Entonces, un aspecto importante que ha sido expresado en la comunidad es el tener procesos de rendición de cuentas como una estrategia importante para la equidad. Y bueno, se requiere también que la policía pueda tener respuestas culturalmente pertinentes y que podamos crear juntos las condiciones de prácticas de seguridad pública a prácticas de seguridad humana. Y esto va muy relacionado con lo que mencionó mi compañera Marquisha sobre la equidad racial, y también sobre lo que mencionó mi compañera Ana Karina, sobre la posibilidad de tener vivienda accesible y pues condiciones de vida digna para toda la comunidad. Sabemos que cuando hay seguridad humana es mucho más factible que la relación de la comunidad con la policía va a ser también mucho más armoniosa. Es importante también para nuestra comunidad reconocer que compartimos en estos momentos con tristeza y dolor como comunidad los dramáticos eventos que sucedieron el lunes 22 de marzo y también otros eventos que hemos sido testigos a lo largo del último año. Nuestra preocupación como comunidad es precisamente que podamos construir prácticas donde estemos todos en bienestar, confianza, seguridad y tranquilidad para todas las personas y que exista la reparación necesaria con las comunidades de color. Podemos ver un testimonio. Can we see the next slide, please? Entonces, dice, parte de la minoría como mujer de color, luchando con todos los retos de COVID, madre soltera, y que también valora y piensa en el futuro, tenemos las injusticias policiales y el abuso de poder. Este es como un ejemplo, este es testimonio, miembro de la comunidad de 2 o más razas, que con un ingreso de $25,000 a $50,000 aproximadamente. Y bueno, sabemos que este tipo de preocupaciones, ¿no? de tener miedo de que un encuentro con la policía pueda terminar en una situación de riesgo para cualquier persona en la comunidad, es una preocupación legítima de la comunidad. La siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Next slide, please. Gracias. También sobre la recuperación con relación a COVID, sabemos que nuestra comunidad tiene grandes preocupaciones con relación a COVID. Sabemos que ha sido pues una pandemia que nos ha afectado a todos como comunidad, pero sabemos que ha tenido repercusiones muy profundas con las comunidades de color. Entonces, bueno, obviamente la preocupación principal es poder acceder a los servicios y en estos momentos el acceso equitativo a los procesos de vacunación. Y bueno, algunos aspectos fundamentales que se manifestaron es las barreras que puede haber para acceder a la vacunación. Sabemos que el mecanismo actual es pues a través del registro en línea y bueno, sabemos que existe una brecha digital en nuestras comunidades que si bien cada vez se han intentado y hay fuertes esfuerzos por cerrarlas, pues sí, sabemos que sigue siendo una barrera estructural todavía ahí. También el temor tal vez con la comunidad migrante, porque hemos escuchado que en algunos lugares han solicitado identificación emitida por Estados Unidos y que tal vez no todas las personas cuentan con esta identificación. Entonces es importante que en estos momentos se pueda construir una red comunitaria e institucional, trabajando juntos como comunidades para difundir la información y generar las condiciones en las que todos podamos realmente registrarnos, tener la cita adecuada para poder todos acceder a la vacunación y bueno, contribuir realmente a los procesos de recuperación, que bueno, que está sumado no solo el acceso a la vacuna, sino también todo lo que tiene las implicaciones económicas, sociales y culturales que ha impactado esta pandemia. ¿Podemos ver la siguiente diapositiva, por favor? The next slide. Así que este testimonio dice cómo el COVID ha costado vida de algunos de mis familiares y amigos. Además, muchas personas se encuentran con inestabilidad financiera. Observo que muchos Latinx de nuestra comunidad todavía no tienen una organización de confianza como una iglesia o una organización sin ánimo de lucro que les comunique cómo vacunarse. Aunque sé que ahora se está haciendo un gran trabajo por parte de las organizaciones y esto lo menciona un miembro de la comunidad y que se identifica como hispano o latino y con un ingreso de $50,000 a $100,000 al año. Thank you. And I bring it back to Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, Ana Karina. Thank you, Marquisha. Thank you to our community connectors and residents for their commitment in elevating the voices of underrepresented community members. On the next slide, please. In meeting with staff leading work in each of these areas, we recommend moving forward with implementing the racial equity instrument within the following projects or programs. Within racial equity, better understanding and conducting interviews, inventory of barriers for community members in accessing or participating in boards and commissions. Around COVID recovery, really focusing on equity and vaccine distribution as part of a strategy with Boulder County. Around homelessness, further development of an approach in identifying barriers in continuing to house hard to house individuals. Housing is focusing around the eviction prevention and rental assistance services, continuum of services, looking at a number of different points in which we're able to support community members with legal and financial services. And then around police oversight, the further refinement of evaluation materials and review criteria needed to transition to civilian oversight panel members to review community complaints. Next slide, please. And so moving forward, we are focusing on continuing to train remaining project leads. We had a number participate in the training last week. Include other work group staff who are trained in the racial equity instrument to support this work, as well as racial equity core team staff supporting this work moving forward. And then, as I mentioned, ensuring that we're documenting the process to share what is working well, what could be improved, how we want to strengthen the instrument, and how case studies can better support staff in implementing the racial equity instrument next year. With that, we'll turn to the next slide. And if there are any questions for staff or for community connectors and residents.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Mary, I see you have a question.
I don't have a question. I wanted to thank all of the community connectors for all of their work. And I know that it takes a lot of time and effort to do listening and document all of this information that you presented here tonight. And it's really appreciated because it will be really helpful in moving forward and helping us understand where we need to focus with the racial equity plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I see no other hands up from council. Ryan and Chris.
Just one quick thing to mention that, our community connectors here shared a vital piece of the feedback we heard, but we couldn't cover everything in this time. And so we'll share the additional lived experience with each of the project teams that are moving forward in implementing the racial equity instrument. So thank you again for your time. Thank you, Markeisha and Anna Karina and Adriana for being here tonight as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you all.
Thanks, Ryan. And Taylor, I'll just touch on two of these. You can pull the slides down if you'd like. There's two other follow-up conversations that we're going to have. The first is on May 11th, which is when the Council Engagement Subcommittee will bring forward some recommendations related to all of the engagement-related topics that we talked about at the retreat. And then the second is we typically in the middle of the year do a bit of a midterm check-in on the work plan. So we've tentatively scheduled that for the July 27th council meeting. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you, Chris. And I'll wait to see if we get hands. I do have one comment. One item which got taken off of this cycle's work plan was implementation of the down payment assistance program, which was passed by the voters a few years ago. And just to respond to some of the concerns we heard about housing ownership, affordable home ownership program, the goal of the down payment assistance program is to be able to assist with exactly that. So hopefully the next council will be able to at least think about what it would take to advance implementation of that. With that, Chris, I don't see any other hands up. Council members, last chance. Okay, good enough. Thank you, Chris and Alicia. I think we're ready to move on.
All right, sir. Thank you. Next, we have our call-up check-in items. And item A is the call-up and consideration of the following items relating to the 14.88 acre site at 5801 and 5847 Arapahoe Avenue. First is the site review application to develop the site with 317 residential units and approximately 15,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space for office, retail, and restaurant uses. The proposed includes construction of 10 buildings surrounding a loop drive with one access from Arapahoe Avenue. 421 parking spaces are proposed, where 439 spaces are required. That is a 4.1% parking reduction. The development includes 25% permanently affordable housing. The proposed requires a review by planning board for the request for an increase in maximum allowable building height for 3 buildings, case number LUR 2019-00021. Second on that item, we have the use review application to allow for the following uses as part of the redevelopment of the site. Residential uses within the IG zone district, efficiency living units over 40% in the RH-4 and IG districts, professional, technical, or other offices within the RH-4 zone district, convenience retail sales within the RH-4 zone district, convenience retail sales within the RH-4 zone district, and a restaurant, brew pub, or tavern within the RH-4 zone district with 144 indoor and 50 outdoor seats. That is case number LUR 2019-00022.
Great. So we'll stop there, turn to council. Are there any questions, comments about, I guess we'll just call it the water view development? I see Mark. Hang on, give me just one moment. Mark, Aaron, and Mary. Mark?
Yeah, this is a project I would like to see called up. It's a project I'd like to get to yes on, but I want to understand better how we are doing a height modification, a ELU modification, and only getting the bare minimum of permanently affordable housing. And so that's something I'd like to discuss.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron.
No, I don't have any interest in calling this one up. I just wanted to call it out as, I think, an exemplary mixed use project that hits all the checkboxes on the site review criteria. And we so rarely get the affordable housing on site. That's not one of the criteria, but it's a welcome thing when it does happen. I know there's been some concerns raised around how it interacts with the floodplain, but in looking at the site review application, you can see that those were carefully evaluated by city staff members and found to be safe and in compliance with all our regulations. So no need for me to call this one.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary?
Thanks, Sam. I have some questions. My first question is regarding, I'd like to understand what the emergency exit plan would be, given that it's a one access point. So what thought has been given to the emergency exit?
Sloan, we can't hear you. You look to be unmuted, but for some reason, I couldn't hear you anyway.
Can you hear me now?
A little, but you're still very quiet.
Right.
Maybe you need to turn your microphone volume up. Speak again. Let's see, I can hear your keyboard.
Oh, is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, maybe you have to lean in.
We'll just lean in. So what I would say is that it has been reviewed by the fire marshal and found to be compliant. I believe that there is a second access easement that could be used to exit the site, but we have Edward Stafford here and it looks like he's ready to answer as well.
Sorry about that, finding the unmute button. So that is correct. It has been reviewed by police and fire as part of our process. As a part of the fire approval, there is a secondary emergency access at the far east side onto Arapahoe Avenue. It does not look like a standard access. In fact, it has landscape in the area, but is designed to accommodate that emergency access if necessary, and therefore meets all code requirements for access for this type of development.
And
oh, go ahead, Mary.
No, just a quick follow-up question. So that by access you mean then exit and entrance. So if there were like a fire and everybody was trying to get out at the same time, that access would become an exit.
It could become an exit, although it is primarily intended to get emergency vehicles in and out if the main entrance is blocked.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my next question has to do with transit access. The memo discussed that there is a westbound stop right adjacent to the development, which is great. My question has to do with the eastbound stop. Where is it? And what is the expectation of the pedestrian to get across Arapahoe?
So I believe there is an eastbound stop near Old Tail. There is a pedestrian underpass for the South Boulder Creek Trail that would allow them to cross grade separated from on Arapahoe from the north side to the south side.
And does that underpass crossing, is it considerably longer? And by that, I mean, I don't know, 25, 50 yards longer. Is it longer than just taking the direct crossing across the highway. And the reason I ask is because people do that when they're running to catch a bus and they see it coming, they're going to take the shortest route. So I'm just interested in that emergency type of situation.
Yeah, don't believe that one's significantly longer. It may be at a slight skew that adds a little bit of distance, but nothing significant through there, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the final one, I guess, is more of a comment than a question, although I asked staff to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that we are able to, as a condition of approval, to require voucher acceptance in for rentals. Is that correct?
We do have a representative from housing that's probably best suited to answer that. Michelle, are you on and available? Or Kurt?
Yeah, Michelle may have having technical problems. I'm not sure. So Mary, thanks for that question. So Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services. They aren't required to accept vouchers. Is certainly as part of the condition. However, we are in conversations with them about accepting some vouchers. You're aware we have a city voucher program and we have other voucher programs. We do try to, any projects that are funded by the city, going forward, we've been ensuring that they do accept vouchers as part of the agreement. So this would be part of a voluntary agreement with the developer. And as I mentioned, we're in conversations with them about that.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my last final comment is just regarding kind of a response to Mark's comment that this was the bare minimum of affordable housing. It is actually the maximum of affordable housing, and it's on site. So I have been through at least half of the iterations of site plans for this property. And this is by far the best one. And I think it meets all of the site review criteria. I would like to just be assured that the emergency exit will be functional should an emergency occur. And that's good to hear about the vouchers. And I have no interest in calling it up. This is by far the best site plan that I've seen of this property. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron, I see your hand up. I'll assume that that's leftover and get her.
Leftover. Sorry, I'm trying to scarf down some dinner here.
That's okay, no problem. And then Rachel.
Just a quick question. We had a number of call-ups, and I can't pull up the right document in this one to verify, but was this a 7-0 or unanimous planning board decision?
Yes, it was a unanimous planning board decision.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was remembering that correctly. And if memory serves, it was a pretty thorough discussion and public hearing at the planning board level. Is that accurate?
Almost 4 hours long, if memory serves.
Okay. I also don't have interest in calling it up because our planning board, which is, I think, politically diverse or viewpoint diverse, getting to 7-0 on a complicated site review like this is pretty telling to me, and I appreciate Mary's perspective on the different iterations as well. Thanks.
Great. And I'll just jump in here. Mirabai called today or texted me today to express that she would like to call this up. So we have that in information. I have no interest in calling this up. I am with Mary in thinking that this is the best plan for the site that we've seen so far. And as far as the level of affordable housing, we recently raised the requirement from 20 to 25%. And so this hits that 25% and it's on site. So while that's not a site or use review criteria, it is definitely a good part of this project. So I have no interest in calling it up. Mark has asked to call it up. Mirabai has given her input. Are there any council members who would like to call it up? Besides Mark. Mark, I have you. Seeing no others besides Mark and Mirabai's comment, this will not be called up and we can go on to the next one.
All right, thank you, sir. Item B is the call-up consideration for 1600 Commerce and 5001 Arapahoe, which is the Ball Aerospace Concept Plan.
Very good, council members. So I'll speak for Mirabai. Mirabai also put out there that she would like to see this one called up, and I think that's based on height. And Mark,
just a procedural question. Will we have another opportunity to review this when there's a site plan?
Yes, we'll have site plan review. We can turn to planning and make sure that we get the detail on that, but this is concept plan and there will be a site plan review as well. And Carl, I see you're ready.
We'll have an opportunity to review it at site review.
Okay. Mark, I see your hand. Aaron and Rachel. Aaron?
I don't need to call this one up. Ball Aerospace is one of our cornerstone, longtime city employers. So the program looks interesting. Looks like they're on their way to an approvable project potentially. So I don't need to go through all the details. I'll just mention one thing. That usually we ask that buildings be built to the street for a strong street front presence, and in this case, they have more of a campus kind of on the back side, and for security and various other reasons, you're not going to, their final plan doesn't include buildings on the street, so I understand that. Just one request out to the people who are working on that, just to make sure that there's some kind of strong landscape sign, et cetera, element, maybe sculpture or something like that, so that there is still some, sign on the street that this is Ball Aerospace and that there's some pedestrian and bike and interest if people are passing by. So just one little comment, but good luck to the Ball folks. And, they do implement world-class aerospace instruments. So it's a cool company to have in town. All right, that's all.
Thank you, Aaron. Rachel.
Yeah, I don't know if I read the packet too early, but I couldn't tell what planning board did on this one. Maybe that got added later, but I was just wondering what happened at planning board. And also I was a little bit confused about, does this intersect with what we decide on Appendix J? Like, do we have to look at that now versus later, or give any indication on that?
Sure. Carl, did you want to summarize the board's discussion briefly, and then we can talk about the relationship to Appendix J?
Sure. Planning board reviewed the concept plan on April 1st. We identified the 3 key issues that were in the packet. So the historic preservation issue with the Hobart Wagner buildings, the community benefit issues related to additional height and floor area, and then just some site and architectural design issues that Aaron raised. They talked about those items. I would say for the most part, the board was fairly supportive of the plan. There were some concerns expressed about the additional employment numbers that might exist at the site. So I think there was a request of the applicant at time of site review to provide some more information about the amount of employees on the site. There were comments about having a robust TDM plan to mitigate for traffic and those things from that site. But overall, I would say that the board appeared to be fairly open to the plan. So as far as Appendix J, there was support across the board for adding Ball Aerospace on the Appendix J map. Their discussion about Appendix J did not align on the issue of Diagonal Plaza, but we've recommended that Ball Aerospace be added now to the Appendix J map since their plan is moving forward.
Thanks. Yeah, I just, since we're not doing that till second reading, I wasn't sure if there was how it, again, interplays or intersects. So I also don't want to call this up. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything from planning that we needed to address. So thank you very much, Carl.
Great. And I'll just jump in here and say I also don't have any interest in calling it up. And I'll echo what Aaron said. Ball Aerospace does world-class work here and at this site. And the jobs that are that come from that kind of work are reasonably well-paying jobs, typically a lot of tech work, and I will say middle-income kinds of positions will be created as a result of the work that's going on here. So from a kind of economic diversity standpoint of the types of jobs that we have in Boulder, I think that that what will come from this expansion will be good on that front as well. That has nothing to do with the concept plan directly, but I just want to echo what Aaron was saying about how important it is to have Ball as an economic anchor here in the city. So. And Mark, I see your hand still up. I'm assuming that's leftover, or is this new?
No, it's new. It's
okay, great.
Well, Carl, there are several existing buildings on site that might have some landmarkable qualities to them. Has there been any conversation about those buildings? Is there any agreement with respect to those buildings? Have our landmarks people weighed in? What's the state of play with respect to that?
Landmarks Board has not had the opportunity to review those buildings. There's been a lot of conversation about those buildings. I think what staff has conveyed to the applicant is obviously our preference would be to preserve as many of the buildings as possible. The applicant has indicated that there are some issues related to the usability of the buildings based on their age and just the functionality of the buildings. In our review, our focus went to what is most important on the site, and that revolved around the original building that was built on the site, which is called the Control Cells Division Building, which is that one that's shown at an angle on the site, the original building. So the applicant has indicated to us that they would be open to updating and preserving that building in its location, but then demoing the other buildings on the site.
But should the application advance to site review, the applicant would then need to engage the Landmarks Board as part of the process.
All right, thank you.
Great. So to council, does anyone want to call this up? Okay, very good. With that, I think we're ready to move on, Alicia.
All right, sir.
Sam, didn't we have a third one?
That's what we're moving on to.
Oh, yep. Okay, sorry.
We have item C, which is the call of consideration for a combined site and use review application to redevelop 1.45 acre site with a 189 room hotel along with retail and small scale office, case number LUR 2020-00040. This is located at 1155 Pleasant Street, 1301 Broadway, 1313 Broadway, and 1335 Broadway.
Very good. Council, any comments, questions? Call up Mark and then Mary.
Well, for a change of pace, I do not want to call this up. I think it's an extremely well-designed project. I think it is an important step in, hopefully, the revitalization of the Hill. I have previously said that I question whether it will perform that function, but in the absence of a better strategy, I think this is the way to go, and I think the applicant has done a terrific job in its design. So, no, for me.
Great, thank you, Mark. Mary, and then Aaron. Mary?
Yeah, I have no interest in calling it up, but I do have a question with respect to the assistance for the business relocation. What is the status of that?
So I'm going to suggest that Sarah Weavenson, who's with Community Vitality, join our group. And it might take a minute to pull her into the conversation.
I am not seeing Sarah on our attendee list.
She could be trying to come in. I'm available to answer that question.
Awesome. Go ahead, Yvette. That's great.
Good evening, council members. Yvette Bowden from Community Vitality, playing Sarah Weavenson this evening. To answer your question, Mary, that fund still stays in place. Should there be a closing on this property, we'll continue the work that we have been doing with those tenants. Some of the existing tenants have decided to already start relocation elsewhere on University Hill, and Sarah's doing a great job of keeping all impacted businesses on the Hill engaged and updated on the status of the project. We have to be careful not to encourage breach of their current leases. And so while we're available to let them know what's available on the Hill, we don't want to encourage that at this time. So we're still planning on having that funding available for people who at time of closure would still need to be relocated, and we hope they do so on the Hill.
Thank you, Yvette.
Thank you.
All right, Aaron.
I'm going to keep my streak going and not ask for us to call this one up. I just wanted to offer a couple comments that I think we've been looking at this site and this potential project for just about the entire 5 years that I've been on council. And it's evolved gradually, and I feel like its final form is its best form. So as to the points that Mark said earlier, I agree with those. I think the project is well designed, it meets the criteria, and it's hopefully will be the catalytic project that we've been looking for a long time, particularly with the synergy with the new CU Conference Center across the street. So looking forward to the future of the Hill here in a few years when these get finished.
Great, thank you, Aaron. With that, I'll do a final call. Does anyone want to call up the Hill Hotel? Great. Seeing none, we will call up none of the 3 call-up items tonight. I neglected to make an announcement earlier, which is that translation services ended before the call-up, so we will have no other translation going on for the rest of the meeting. I'll turn to council. I will make a suggestion that we take a break now. Once we start the next hearing, I think we'll be in that hearing for 2.5 hours. So speak your piece if you wouldn't like a 5-minute break now. Otherwise, we'll take a 5-minute break and let Carl set up for the next hearing. Okay, very good. See you all at 7:55. Okay, council members, it is 7:55. If you could turn on your cameras so I know that you're here, that would be great. There's Aaron. 2, 3, 4, 6. We are waiting on Mary. Mary, are you here? Alicia, I think we're good to go ahead and kick off. Mary, I'm sure will join us in just a moment.
All right, sir, thank you. We have coming up next our public hearing on the update on state legislation and motion to revise the City of Boulder's 2021 policy statement on regional, state, and federal policy matters.
And for this item, I'd like to welcome our Chief Policy Advisor, Carl Castillo.
Thank you, Chris, and good evening, council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Taylor, for putting up the PowerPoint slide. If you could advance it one. Thank you. So tonight, my presentation, I wanted to update you on state legislative and regulatory policy action. I also wanted to make a recommendation on changes to the policy statement. There are two very small changes. And then finally, just wanted to mention that this is an opportunity for council to act on that recommendation and to make any other necessary course corrections in terms of how we're proceeding on our policy advocacy. Next slide, please. The first one I wanted to talk about is one of our 3 council priorities, and it has to do with climate action. In terms of things that have happened that council would be interested to know and probably already knows is that a greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap was finalized by the governor's office, and that is to describe how the state will get to its HB 1261 climate targets, getting to 50% reduction by 2030 when compared to 2005 baseline measures. 3 significant things are occurring that I want to report on that would take us towards that target. First one is transportation. Transportation, as you may know, is the largest emitter of carbon dioxide in Colorado. Significantly, in May, the Air Quality Control Commission will be considering adopting a rule. Actually, in May, they'll be proposing it. In August, they'll be considering it. They're going to consider a rule that establishes greenhouse gas emission budgets for regional transportation plans. So this is going to be really significant. We all know that the allocation of transportation funding is a really important issue that all local governments battle for. So having greenhouse gas emissions be one of the significant factors is going to be a major change. Secondly, I want to talk about energy. So the electric energy generation sector, which is the number 2 producer of greenhouse gas emitters. The Clean Energy Plan, as you may recall, was created through statute back in 2019 to allow Excel to have a safe harbor. Basically, if Excel was to achieve an 80% reduction by 2030, they would not be subject to additional regulations under HB 1261. Well, not only is Excel about to submit an ERP that would have them comply with the Clean Energy Plan, but so have the other largest electric utilities in Colorado. Not all of them are actually submitting clean energy plans, but they are committing to the same goal. And with that, that's essentially 99% of the state's electricity generators are now committing to reaching that 80% reduction by 2030, which is, of course, one of the reasons why electric vehicles, which we'll talk about later, is such an important approach to to get to this goal. Lastly, the third sector that is the most significant in greenhouse gas generation is the oil and gas sector. And in June, a rule will be proposed, and in December, a rule will be adopted that aims to reduce the emissions of the sector by 50% by 2030. You probably have heard that there have been significant rules that have been adopted recently that have helped reduce the amount of methane emissions. So for example, just a couple months ago, the Air Quality Control Commission did adopt a rule that requires non-emitting pneumatic controllers, which is very significant. Nonetheless, what this rule that I'm talking about that will be considered later this year will get towards is all those gaps that need to be addressed, that, you know, sort of the hard problems that have not yet been addressed in terms of regulating the oil and gas sector. So collectively, I mentioned those because I think they are both challenges and significant approaches that will be considered over the next year. And I wanted you to know that Boulder is very much at the table on these issues. We specifically are working with Colorado Climate, CC4CA, Colorado Communities for Climate Action, to advocate for strong rules in each one of these rulemakings. Otherwise, I wanted to mention, though, that in terms of legislation, you all know that we are looking to partner with Excel to have legislation introduced that would remove the 120% cap that exists on customer-sited solar generation. We're working with Senator Fenberg on that. That has not been released yet, but we still expect that to come forward. And another priority under the topic of climate action is the bill that Representative Hooten is working on, which would have a study of how community choice energy might work in Colorado. So we still expect that to come forward. Next slide, please. So second large priority is sustainable mobility. And the big topic that I'd like to talk about there is the likely expected introduction of a bill that would raise 9 new distinct fees on a variety of things such as road usage, trucks, electric vehicles. What you see in the PowerPoint slide is actually the order in which the amounts are. So basically road usage fee, which is basically the 2 cents per gallon increase, is the largest increase. And then there's truck, and then there's EVs, and so on. These fees would be indexed forever. They collectively would come together to make a $4 billion increase in revenue in 11 years. So it's very significant. Next slide, please. In terms of how the revenue would be spent, and I'm speaking based on a variety of traveling road shows that have occurred describing what this bill is anticipated to include. We have not yet seen the bill, so it's just based on what the sponsors are telling us is going to be in there, but we do believe that it'll be what I'm talking about here. So 18% of that $4 billion would go towards electric vehicles and trying to increase the proliferation of EVs throughout the state. So 323 million for charging infrastructure and electric vehicle equity, 320 million for fleet electrification incentives, and then lastly, 81 million for CDOT public transit electrification. And I will mention that the fleet electrification incentives are available to cities like Boulder as well, or at least they would be. Next slide, please. Also wanted to mention, because one of the big things that we have always asked whenever there's been a new transportation funding measure is how much of it is going to go to multimodal projects. Well, in this case, the way it's structured, 20% of the new revenue would go towards that, multimodal. In addition, 219 million would be available in grants. Actually, it's not in addition, but let me pause here. As part of that, there is a multimodal options fund that would make grants available to local governments. and local governments could use their funds on a one-to-one match basis to secure the grants. And what's significant is, as you see in the next line here, is local governments would be getting some money out of this. They'd be getting over 1 billion, and they can use that local share of the Highway Users Trust Fund that they would be garnering through this bill to match the, to submit a grant match for the Multimodal Options Fund. And finally, the largest amount of money is going towards the state share. It's the Highway Users Trust Fund state share. So $1.637 billion would go towards the state working on the 10-year plan. And what's in the 10-year plan? There's a lot of really important projects, but for our neck of the woods, it's important to know that projects like State Highway 119 and State Highway 7 and having multimodal improvements added to those corridors are in the plan. So that is something that we could expect to see go forward if this bill was to pass. Wanted to just conclude by saying that we expect that the city will be able to support this bill, but we'll need to review the actual language. And before going any further, I wanted to pause because I know the mayor and Councilmember Brockett both have been part of these conversations, and I wanted to see if they'd like to add any comments before going further.
Well, great. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate that. I will just first set a little context here. All the numbers you've seen are the 10-year numbers. So these are not all 1 year changes. And this is a very, very important bill. This is the follow-on to the multiple other attempts to get state transportation funding kind of addressed and brought into the current era. So there are parts of this that are fantastic, like the EV amounts and the multimodal amounts. There are parts that are a little more questionable, like continuing the Highway User Trust Fund allocation formula. Much of that, particularly for the local share, looks specifically at lane miles of road and lane miles of bridge, and then vehicle registration. So not directly population, but vehicle registration. So one of the points of conversation with metro mayors and other regional groups has been around how can we change the formula for the HUTF. That's not proposed in this bill, and there's a lot of reasons why it's not proposed here, but it has sparked a conversation we hope to carry forward. Once that ruling comes out that Carl mentioned from the Air Quality Control Commission about greenhouse gas emissions and transportation funding, that will be a spark to have the conversation around the way that monies are allocated through the Highway User Trust Fund. And as Carl said, we don't have bill language. So this is the sponsors I heard today on a call have done 100 different meetings with people presenting the particulars of this bill. So I think we'll want to support this bill. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Aaron, what are your thoughts?
That's a good summary. The 101st meeting is Faith Winters coming to Dr. Cog tomorrow to talk this over as well. The roadshow continues, but there have been a variety of efforts to increase transportation funding in the state of Colorado over the last many years, and all of them have foundered either in the design of them or at the ballot box. And this is the one that looks like it may actually have legs and may actually make a dent in getting us funding for our transportation needs locally, but also for the state as a whole. So as Sam says, we could ask for certain things to be changed potentially, but overall with the multimodal and EV shares, I think it's something that we'll be fortunate to get.
Yeah, and with that, thank you, Aaron. I agree with all of that. The one thing to add is that one of the asks that we had was that we have a little more focus on the Front Range, because if you look at equity regionally, the Front Range funds road maintenance all over the state, and disproportionately to population. So one thing that did come out of that discussion was about $100 million that will go towards mitigating air quality impacts. So we're non-attainment in the Front Range on ozone. And so part of the negotiations that have been successful is some of this money will be set aside specifically for mitigating air pollution. So with that, Carl, I think back to you.
Great, thank you. I should also say that many may wonder how this is being done through legislation. The reason is because these are fees, and fees are not.
Carl, you're very quiet.
Let me check my settings here.
That's better. No, that's better. It's where your mic was, Carl. Yep.
Okay. All right. As I was saying, because we're using fees here, and the way our Constitution works is the General Assembly can increase fees, and a fee is defined as essentially an assessment of a revenue generating tool on activity, where the money then is used for that to support that same activity. So in this case, the use of the roads generates revenue, and it's used in turn for infrastructure. So it's just important to note that, because people may wonder how this is being done by the General Assembly. Next slide, please. Also along the lines of sustainable mobility, I wanted to speak quickly about our NAMS projects. Again, NAMS stands for Northwest Area Mobility Study, and it includes a variety of multimodal corridors that we're supporting through the through the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition. Two of the ones that are likely to be first served are State Highway 119, basically the diagonal, and State Highway 7. And I just wanted to report that in working on these, we are working on it through a phased approach. And I'll describe later on here why that's important. I also want to just digress by talking about the Northwest Rail. This has, of course, been a project that has long been neglected by RTD. There has been very significant reasons to believe that it could be incorporated into Amtrak's Front Range Passenger Rail. Two things that are significant. First, Amtrak released a map last week that actually showed the Front Range Passenger Rail on its map. And just today, the vice chair of the state's House Transportation Committee talked about it was clear that the Northwest Rail alignment was the preferred choice of the governor, as well as the legislative leadership. So if you combine that with the fact that there's an infrastructure package that may very well allow for the money that would be necessary, there may be reason for hope. So wanted to just pass that on. There's also reason to hope as far as State Highway 119 and State Highway 7 for that matter. There's a lot of new state and federal funding possibilities that are opening up. First of all, there is the transportation fee bill, which we just spoke about, and these projects are part of the 10-year plan, as I mentioned. There's also the federal infrastructure package, and there is the ability of including, there is certainly the ability that money would contribute towards these projects. There's the transportation reauthorization bill, so that the transportation's funding has to be reauthorized through a bill every few years. And we are requesting $5 million through Congressman Neguse for a phase of the State Highway 119 project, which is basically the intersection with State Highway 119 and Highway 52. Finally, as you've heard, appropriations are coming back in a more limited, more transparent way. They're now being called community projects, and the MCC is making a request of $1 million for State Highway 119 bike ped connections and a bikeway design. And last but not least, we continue to pursue build grants for State Highway 119 in Hober. So all bits and pieces of a very expensive project. But again, there is reason to believe that we will have these projects move forward. I would say, perhaps within 4 years for State Highway 119. Next slide, please. Last but not least of Council's priorities is restoring local control for the city to engage with undocumented immigrants in the way it chooses. As you will recall, in 2006, there were some bills that pass that put barriers preventing the city from providing community benefits to undocumented immigrants. This includes benefits in the form of financial aid, but it also includes benefits in the form of occupational and professional licenses. So we have been working with Senator Jacques Lewis.
Carl, we lost you again when you turned your, there you go.
So we've been working with Senator Jacques Lewis to have a bill introduced, and we're working with a coalition of a variety of nonprofits. Senate Bill 199 would remove those barriers that were passed in 2006. It would restore local government's ability to decide if they want to provide community benefits and licenses and certifications to undocumented immigrants. It would also repeal a 2003 law that required the use of secure and verifiable identity identification. So essentially, it's your passports, your driver's license, your military ID card, things like that. Up until now, unless this law passes, Boulder is unable to create its own identification, which is something that I know that has been spoken about, and there's many in the community that would like to have the ability to provide for that. So this bill is certainly not a short thing. It's very challenging, but I can report though that there are some other bills that are out there that are taking bite-sized pieces at this. There's one that has just said that housing benefits shall be allowed to be given to undocumented immigrants. That one is on the way to the governor. There's also one that's listed here on the PowerPoint slide that would exempt from the prohibition state commercial or professional licenses and certificates or registration. We were able to work with the Colorado Municipal League, and I think I'll take this opportunity to make a brief commercial for being a member of CML. I am very impressed with the lobbyists that they have. In this case, I called up CML and I said, you know, it's a shame that Senate Bill 77 only applies to the state. Is there any way we could have it amended to actually allow local governments to have that ability as well? Because we don't know if Senate Bill 199 will pass. Well, within 3 days, the bill was amended to include that. So, so we will have that if this bill passes, which I do expect Senate Bill 77 to pass. We will at the very least have the ability to decide whether to issue professional licenses and certificates to undocumented immigrants. Next slide, please. So I want to now shift to some other bills that are not council priorities, but are nonetheless very important to the city. And I want to start off with Senate Bill 21062. This is one that you have received many, many emails on, and I believe a lot of people will be speaking about this at the public hearing. It's called the Jail Population Management Tools Bill. Our council's Intergovernmental Affairs Committee met and talked about this. They adopted a position of amend, basically meaning they want to ask for some significant amendments. They generally agreed with the tenets of the bail reform part of the bill. They think that's important, and they certainly understand where the sponsors are coming from on that topic. However, they had some significant concerns on the part of the bill that has to do with arrest standards. Before I walk through the amendments that we have proposed to Senator Fenberg and that we've also shared with Representative Hooten, I wanted to say that at the basis of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee's position is rooted on council's direction to protect local control. It's also based on the city's interest in protecting public safety. Our police chief is quite concerned about this, as is the Police Chiefs Association and now the County Sheriff's Association, as well as the Colorado Municipal League and the Metro Mayor's Caucus. All four of these organizations are actually opposing this bill at this point. They've actually switched their positions. So public safety is a significant concern. And lastly, it's actually council's direction to protect racial equity. We believe there are some unintended impacts that would occur with this bill, both in terms of the victims whose rights would not be protected and some of the authority that would be bestowed upon the police officers, or actually imposed, I would say, that we think would actually introduce racial bias, or certainly create the possibility for that. And I'll speak about that. The first part of this of the amendment that we wanted to speak about is this bill actually includes entire categories of crimes that there should not be an arrest for. So it says any class 4 felony or lower, any misdemeanor, any municipal crime, any one of these shall not be subject to an arrest. There is more, there's an exception, but let me just focus on that part first. I want to just emphasize that these are serious crimes. Certainly in felony, you have second and third degree burglary, motor vehicle theft, and these are crimes where people of marginalized communities are more likely to be the victims of these crimes. Even crimes of municipal codes can be quite serious. For example, brawling is a municipal code violation. So the concern is that the way this is structured, rather than cite certain crimes that are perhaps not serious, and we would agree, for example, that a ticketing for camping is not a crime that should lead to an arrest. Nonetheless, this bill goes too far in having these broad categories of crimes. So the amendment that we have proposed is to specify those level of crimes that we want to have this bill apply to, or at the very least, exclude all felonies from this section. The next amendment that we are asking for has to do with the fact that I talked about how these crimes are all prohibited from leading to an arrest. Well, there is an exemption. It's very, very important to know about that exemption. The bill says that felonies are exempt from this prohibition on arrest if the officer records a reasonable suspicion of threat to safety or unwillingness to cease and desist. These are certainly important questions to be asked, but the committee felt that these are not questions that should be asked by a police officer in the field. These are the questions that should be asked and answered by a municipal court judge or by a bond officer who has the ability to consider these questions in a very careful way through an impartial risk assessment matrix. The concern is that officers, if they are forced to make this decision, they could make the wrong decision. At the very least, they could even let bias be introduced into their decision making. They could also be concerned about liability. They could be concerned that if they arrest somebody when they feel like there's a threat to safety, and it turns out to be that someone else says it wasn't a threat to safety, this bill seems to allow for a lawsuit to be brought against them. I don't know if that's for damages or what. It also could be a concern that if they don't arrest somebody, that person who goes on to hurt someone else could also perhaps have a case against the officer. So it puts the officer in a really difficult position, which we don't think should be a decision that the officer should be making. So the amendment request is to strike these requirements from the bill. Next slide, please. The bill also, in describing exemptions, says that crimes that other than felonies that are made that include the illegal possession or use of firearms is part of a reason to exempt them. There's other conditions that need to be met as well. This makes sense, of course. Our concern is that it leaves out other weapons that could be just as deadly and certainly concerning. We list knives and machetes as examples. So we've made a request to amend this bill to replace the term firearm with deadly weapons. So that kind of concludes the section on arrest standards. Now this last bullet has to do with the bail reform. So like I said, Council's committee was generally supportive of the reforms that are being proposed there. One of the changes, though, is that it requires non-monetary bond for failure to appear unless certain conditions are met. And one of those conditions is that there be 3 failure to appears in the case at hand. So the defendant could, in fact, have other FTAs. They could have several other failures to appear in other cases, but they would need to have at least 3 FTAs in the case at hand before the judge could provide a monetary bond. We believe that 3 FTAs is too much. And so the amendment request is to lower the FTAs to 2. I'd now like to pause again because this was part of a substantial conversation as part of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. And I think it's important that you hear from your own members on how they reached their conclusion. And then I'd like to proceed with the rest of the presentation.
Super. Thanks, Carl. I'll just step in here and turn to the other members. There's 4 of us on the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. Aaron Brockett, Mark Wallach, Jeannie Joseph, and myself. And I think, Carl, I think you did an excellent job at summarizing our discussions, but I'll turn to other members of the committee. I see, Aaron, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I could offer a few words. Carl, thanks for that thorough explanation of the bill and our discussion of potential amendments. So I think we all felt that the cash bail reform was an extremely important thing to do. It's an important step forward for criminal justice reform in our state. That we shouldn't be keeping people in jail for different lengths of time based on whether they have a certain amount of money or not. So generally, that was felt like a very, very positive step forward. So we had the one kind of very small request change about the FTA conditions, but felt like that was cash bail reform were really important, and that the intentions of the arrest standards changes were very good. That the goals of jail depopulation are moving in the right direction for sure. And then, as Carl mentioned, just a few more concerns in that area. Things like yielding a machete, threatening somebody with a machete is nearly as serious as threatening them with a handgun. So that we had some additional specific requested changes in those areas, and to I think get the bill to a point where I think we could support it more wholeheartedly. So that's my sense of our discussion. So the hope would be that we could get a few amendments done, and then this could move forward as a positive step for the state. And that's my personal words there.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark?
Yeah, I think Aaron said it very well. We were very supportive of the bond reform aspects of the legislation. And for the rest, we're trying to balance the needs of the community for public safety with the desire to not imprison people for whom prison is not really warranted. And I think the proposed amendments do that. It permits us still to address serious crimes as they're committed. And for minor crimes, we will hand out a summons. And I think what we have been proposing is a good balance between the concerns of Chief Harold and others in the community and the desires to reform the criminal justice system in a way that is rational and makes some sense. Also, Carl, I wanted to thank you for that presentation. That was, as always, lucid and very informative. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I guess I'll add here one more thing, which is that there is a template law called it's a group of folks that write templates that can be adopted by states in passing laws for criminal justice reform. One of those focuses on this specific area, and it has some significant differences between the bill that's proposed and moving through right now and what was in that template law, and the amendments that we have asked for here around arrest standards would bring the current bill more in line with the kind of nationally accepted template for criminal justice reform of this type. So I would also say that it has been interesting to watch the political dynamic go on because the Colorado Municipal League has changed their position on this a couple of times, and they're now in a straight opposed position on this bill. Statewide sheriffs are in straight oppose, and the police chiefs statewide association is in straight oppose. And I think those are too strong a position. If amendments could be adopted and accepted, I think it would make it a lot more palatable to law enforcement communities. So our committee did not adopt any kind of opposed position on this. It's simply that we think these amendments would make the bill much better in balance and along the lines of national models for this kind of legislation. So with that, Carl, I'll turn it back to you.
Great, thank you. Taylor, next slide, please. Okay, we're winding down here. I know that was fairly meaty, but talking about some other bills that are of significant interest to the city. It's important for you to know about HB 21-1117, which is the bill introduced by Representative Kennedy from Lakewood. He did not introduce this bill for Boulder, but you would have a hard time realizing that, because the bill does exactly what our voters have required us to do in the most recent election, which is to have the mayor elected through IRV starting 2023. That is what this bill would do. It would allow the cities already have this authority, but what they don't have is the ability to coordinate with counties. Counties don't have the authority. So it would give the ability for counties to do this in coordination with cities. It would give the Secretary of State's office the ability to create standards and certification processes that would have to be met. That's another part that would be missing if counties, if this bill was not to pass. Even if cities could technically do this, they would not be certified by the Secretary of State because they wouldn't have a process to do that. And it also allows the Secretary of State to buy a license for the software that would be necessary for this, for instant voting to occur. Challenge is that it is going to cost $1 million, is what the Secretary of State's office estimated, for them to do the standards and certifications, and about $70,000 of that is for a new license, so a relatively insignificant part of it. We have worked with Representative Kennedy. He's been great to work with. The mayor and I have joined him in a meeting. I've had other meetings with him, and the mayor has also testified on this bill. In order to address the high fiscal note and the challenge that the state might not have the ability to pay for that, Representative Kennedy did change the measure to delay the implementation of a good part of the bill, or I should say, for those cities that exist in more than one county, they would not have this available to them until 2025, but it still would permit cities like Boulder to take advantage of it, and Boulder County. But that decreases the initial cost and thus the fiscal note. It also was amended so that any county that actually took advantage of this would have to pay a pro rata share of the license. And in this case, in 2023, it could very well be the case that Boulder would be the only city participating in this with Boulder County, and the only city in the state, in which case Boulder would simply be billed $70,000 for its share of the software. We would also have to reimburse the county for other costs related to running this election. This bill is, again, a challenge. It's not a guarantee, but as I said, Representative Kennedy has been great to work with, and in being creative in ways that will essentially make it likely that we could use this. So we're hoping to continue to work on this, and I wanted you to know about that. Also wanted to speak about HB 1162, which is a bill introduced by Representative Valdez. It has to do with the management of plastic products. It prohibits the single use of plastic carryout bags and to-go food containers made of polystyrene. It used to repeal local preemption so that we would also have the ability to address other issues such as straws, for example. However, that local preemption repeal was amended out in its most recent hearing. There's a possibility that that would be put back into it. There's a lot of stakeholders, including Boulder, that will be lobbying for just that. But at this point, it is limited to the statewide prohibition on bags and takeout containers made of styrofoam. Lastly, I wanted to just briefly mention a bill that we have worked with Representative Weissman on, which is a bill as a small part of a larger special districts reform bill that he's going to be running. He agreed to address the concern that Boulder and Boulder County had, which had to do with special districts having what's known as dominant eminent domain. And with that authority, they could actually go beyond the boundaries of where they were created and where the voters created them into another city, into another county like Boulder, and actually use eminent domain to acquire water resources, in our case, that are owned by the city of Boulder. Or certainly the land underneath it and the land next to it, which creates a lot of concern. So we still expect that to go forward, and it is part of a larger bill, so we don't know, it's too early to say how likely it'll be to pass, but it is a priority that we continue to work on. Next slide. I think that might be the last one, but looks like it might be. All right, well, that concludes my, oh no, okay. It's important to mention that we do have some changes to recommend to the policy statement. They're small, but they're significant nonetheless. You will recall that council was asked by the school district, I think 2 months ago, to support a position of regulating high potency THC marijuana products. Essentially, I think shatter and wax are the two examples that have been cited. The concern is that people overdose on this, and particularly youth, and how dangerous that can be. There has been a bill that's been in the works, but I've just found out that it's totally being rewritten, so it's probably not even worth discussing it at this point. Nonetheless, what we'd like to have in the council's policy statement is the position that we would support the regulation of such products so that there would be some standardization of the sizes. So right now in edibles, you have a standardization. You have to have a clear demarcation. I think it's 5 milligrams per serving. That doesn't apply to these products like shatter and wax. So that's an example of what we'd like to see. We also want to make sure that there is some marketing and education, especially targeted towards youth, so that they understand how dangerous this product can be. So that's recommendation number 1, is to include language in the policy statement that would allow us to support that kind of regulation. The second change is, it has to do with a very particular bill, Senate Bill 21-156, which would create a pilot program that would help finance the use of nurses to be used in intake calls of 911 calls. The reason this is important is by having nurses answer the phone, they can often prevent the need for an ambulance to come there or for somebody to be taken to the emergency room. It's part of the fire department's master plan to decrease unnecessary 911 calls. We think that Boulder could be a candidate for this pilot program the way the bill is structured. I didn't want to propose something in the policy statement that was so narrowly tailored to a bill like this, because I didn't know where else it would apply. But it occurred to me that there is no language that would indicate what should be fairly obvious, that we would support grants and I suppose the word is grant programs that the state would create that would help finance city efforts. So it's a very general statement that we're proposing to add to the policy statement that would allow us to support a bill like I just mentioned. And I think with that may be the last slide, and Taylor, you can let me know otherwise. Okay, that is the last one. So with that, I wanted to mention, I know we have a long public hearing, and I wanted to make sure that our lobbyists who are on the call, Will Coyne and Adam Eichberg, and if they haven't been elevated to panelists yet, if that can be done, that'd be great. I wanted council to have an opportunity to ask them any questions. They are very much the experts on all things actually happening at the Capitol. They actually make a physical appearance there and are quite sophisticated on a variety of issues beyond what I've spoken about. So I know that in the past, council has wanted to pepper them with some questions. And it could also be a question related to something I spoke about that you feel like they might have some expertise on. So.
Super. Thanks, Carl. And I'll turn first to Adam and Will and see, would you guys like to tell us anything, add to what Carl has said about the current legislative session? And then we'll turn to council members for questions.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I can jump in. This is Will Coyne. I would only just take time to mention that it is an unusual year procedurally since we started a month late, started really in mid-February. And because of the emergency declaration, the legislature has permission to go a bit longer. So instead of being sure that they will end 120 days from beginning in early January and ending in early May, the session is going to continue on into late May and even early June. So it's one little additional process thing I would add, but I think Carl did a great job of walking through in detail a lot of the big issues facing you all and the state going on at the General Assembly.
And Will, I have a question on that. When we first kicked off the session, it sounded like there was still a goal to get us done by early May. And it sounds like what you're saying is it'll go longer. Is that a firmed up decision? Is there a firm end date at this point, or is it just kind of becoming understood that it will last beyond early April? I'm sorry, early May.
So
yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I spoke with the leadership today about that very question, mostly because I'm trying to plan a vacation. And the answer I got was, they're constitutionally allowed to go 120 days. That would put them at the latest at June 12th. And, as Will mentioned, they had originally intended to finish by Memorial Day. I think that our gut is that they'll probably go into that next week, that first week of June, and then try to be done. I think that there is this looming question about the incoming federal stimulus money and whether or not they will have time to deal with it in the regular session. And if they don't, there are rumors that they will call themselves, either they will call themselves back or the governor will call them back to do the distribution of the federal money sometime this summer.
Great, thank you both. Mark, I see you have a question.
Yeah, this is for Will and Adam. One of the problems we're experiencing here is that part of the upsurge in crime that we're trying to deal with is that crimes are being committed by a number of individuals for whom jail is not really the answer. They're either suffering from meth addiction or mental illness. And we've been told on any number of occasions that Colorado is very poor in terms of the funds it allocates for responses to those problems. Is there any legislation that will provide relief and provide better outcomes with respect to those who are suffering from drug addiction and mental illness? Or is there not anything on the table with respect to that?
Sorry, getting off of mute. Councilman, I think that there are several bills and certainly a very broad discussion about mental health in lots of spaces in the criminal justice space, youth, the impacts of COVID on people. And there is stimulus money available. And I think that my last conversation, again, with leadership was that they plan to do some allocations within those areas. There are at least 3 bills moving around crisis hotlines, the 998 hotline, another hotline provided by the Department of Human Services. And there was talk even today about expanding some of the funding from the hotline for the services provided or the referral services. So those conversations are absolutely happening. And I think, you raise an interesting point, not just around crime, but around the impacts of COVID, that folks really, mental health is suffering. And I think that the state leaders recognize that.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, any questions for our lobbyists? Will we have them here? I think they will probably head out before the public hearing, so this is your chance. All right, seeing no hands. Carl, anything else before we move on to public comment?
No, other than to say that, of course, if you have any questions for me prior to the hearing, I'd be happy to answer them.
Super. Rachel?
Yeah, well, and I see the lobbyists are still there. So I will just ask, you guys will be back on the 20th to talk about gun violence prevention bills, maybe?
Just, and if I could speak for them, because I have not yet asked them, but I think I saw a nod there. So I will, not to put them onto a spot, but I will certainly ask them and see if that works for them. And I guess we'll need to decide how we're going to structure that conversation on the 20th as well.
Okay. So we're not talking about that aspect of our legislative agenda tonight. So we may have questions for you on the 20th, if that's a possibility. And then Carl, I had a couple for you. At our last meeting, I don't know, November, whenever it was, we talked about changing one aspect of homelessness policy, where I think it's our practice to oppose any state law that would sort of impose a requirement at the state level that cities provide services for people who are unhoused. And I think there was council, maybe majority will, to look at that and change it. So I just wondered if that change was made so that if the state is trying to take action that would impact all this, all municipalities or counties and require some, a floor of services, we didn't oppose it.
Right. Yeah. And I apologize, Councilmember Friend, because you're entirely right. That was brought up and there was clear direction that should have come back to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. I'm trying to think if there's any way that I can briefly summarize how to address the issue so that we can just have council approve it. The concern, if I recall, was on the issue of whether the city would oppose impositions of restrictions on the state in terms of how they make decisions on addressing homelessness. And your concern was that we went with the language perhaps too far and didn't make room for support for, maybe I'm trying to walk through it, but I'm not getting there. Rachel, maybe you
That's
can
okay.
help.
So I don't have the language, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it up in advance. I just thought of it while you were talking and wanted to make sure it was in there. But as I recall, there was some language that said, like, if the state wants to take any action on homelessness, we will oppose it. Them forcing us to do something, basically we prefer local control. And our discussion was, we actually would like everyone who is unhoused in the state to be able to be, to receive quality services in their home cities. And if the state were to require something like that, it would be sort of silly for us to oppose it. So like tweaking the language to say that we would support whatever it said that we would oppose along those lines. And perhaps somebody else remembers this better than I do.
Right. No, I actually have saved it. With your permission, I'd like to indulge, with your indulgence, I would like to take this up at the next amendment. And the reason it might be okay is because I don't see that this is currently an issue. I have not seen any bills that would be related to this. I know that the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee was talking about meeting again to talk about transportation. So if that's the case, we could certainly have that conversation. I think I couldn't do this point justice to try to come up with language now. Is that okay?
And that was what we thought at the last meeting, was like, we didn't want to do it on the fly because we wanted to kind of get it right. So.
Right. Well, I do apologize. And I'm going to make a big note. It's going to be a Post-it right on my computer.
Thanks. And then I have some questions on Senate Bill 2162, and I kind of want to hear from I see that there's some speakers from the ACLU who are signed up to speak, and so I'll probably ask them some questions. Can I come back to you after I hear from them on the tail end after public comment and ask questions?
Of course.
Procedurally. Awesome. And then just one other before is, you mentioned the subcommittee being concerned about police officers exercising discretion pursuant to this change. And that confuses me a little bit, because right now, obviously, police officers exercise discretion, whether to stop someone, whether to arrest someone, all down the line, there's discretion in the criminal justice system. So I don't understand how this increases discretion, like the discretion that police officers would be employing. So I don't know if that's you or committee members who would answer that.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I'm certainly not the expert on it. What I understand is the officer is typically asked to make the determination of whether there's a reasonable, well, what's the term? Maybe someone else can help me out here.
Probable cause.
Probable cause. And that is the judgment that they're expected to make in these situations of arrest. This bill would have them make a subsequent decision. So not only have they found that there's probable cause that a crime was committed and that maybe it's a class 4 felony, but then they would be asked to make a decision that there's a reasonable suspicion that the risk would continue to occur if they did not bring the person in. My understanding from speaking with our police chief, it's that additional discretionary or actually requirement to make that judgment, which is a very uncomfortable position that she thinks our officers would have a really difficult time. So you are entirely correct. Officers are required to make judgments all the time. This particular judgment of this type on the field, all I can say is I understand that that's not what's typically done, and she thinks that that would be very difficult and that it's a decision that really should be made before a judge or before a bond officer.
All right, I'll reserve for comments. I think that's my only question. Thank you.
Great. I see no more hands. So a couple of housekeeping items here. I want to emphasize what Rachel said and just be super clear. Because of the King Soopers shootings, we wanted to have a separate resolution come forward on April 20th that addresses gun violence prevention and what we want to support with that. So we have intentionally sequestered off that discussion until April 20th. So there will be a fulsome discussion of what we want to support going forward regarding gun violence prevention, and the folks who are working on that right now are Rachel and Aaron. So we expect to hear back from them about the draft resolution to speak about. Another bit of housekeeping here is the only thing that we are moving and voting on tonight is the changes to the policy statement. So we are obviously discussing the positions that the committee has taken on specific bills, the policy committee has taken on specific bills. So we can, council as a whole can always opt to change that recommendation from the policy committee. It was active when we made it, and now's the chance where we can adjust or reverse it. So as far as what we will act on for sure tonight, it's going to be up or down on the proposed changes to the policy agenda, policy statement, but we will only be changing position on any of the bill positions if council decides that we want to direct Carl and the lobbyists to take a different position than what we've taken so far. So with that, unless I see other hands up, oh, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Sam. Also, just to clarify, because it's some of the emails we've gotten, it seems like people think that we are opposing Senate Bill 662, which is not the case. We are not opposing it. We're just asking for amendments. So just wanted to clarify that.
Great.
That was the position that the legislative committee took. That would be the default position unless council wants to go a different direction, right?
Yeah, thank you. And then finally, as we move into the public hearing, because we have a lot of folks here, I thought I would turn to Brenda Rittenauer, who's facilitating our meeting, to have her put up the guidelines for public comment. So Brenda.
Thank you, Sam. I will share my screen. Can you see that now? Oh, I've got all sorts of things up on my screen, don't I?
We can see the second slide is highlighted at the moment.
Okay, great. Let me move to the first slide. Okay, and so just to go over our meeting rules this evening before this public hearing, since we have such great participation tonight, we're glad that you're here. We do have these rules in place adopted by City Council to keep these meetings secure from folks who might be here to disrupt. So this meeting has been called to order to conduct business. Any activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with this meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking will be limited. No one may speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and no one shall speak longer than the time allotted. Each person who's registered needs to be displaying their first and last name in order for us to be able to unmute you. If you are not currently displaying that, please let me know and we will get that changed for you. If you don't know how to change your name yourself, please send it to me in the Q&A and I can help you out with that. On the second slide, no video is permitted except for officials, staff, and invited speakers. Others will be participating by voice only, except for this little Zoom bomber here. The person presiding at the meeting, our Mayor Sam Weaver, will enforce these rules by asking me to mute anyone who is violating. Our chat function is disabled and the Q&A box needs to be used for technical questions to me only and not to comment on the content of the meeting. And only host and individuals given permission may share their screen. And I think with that, we are all set, Sam.
Great, thank you, Brenda. And with that, we will turn to the public hearing. The first four on the list for testimony tonight are Luna Peck, Dana Steiner, and Riley Mancuso. Luna? Oh, and I'll just mention there, because we're more than 15 people signed up, it'll be 2 minutes per speaker.
Luna, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
All right, fantastic. Hi, I'd like to say that I strongly support SB 21062. This bill is an important measure to reduce jail populations and steer our communities away from treating incarceration as a panacea for all social ills. I'd also like to offer comment on the council's proposed amendments to the bill. To start, I agree with the council that the provision that allows police officers exemption from arrest restrictions at their discretion should be removed. As you've already observed, this opens the door for further racial profiling. And given the track record of law enforcement in this country, I'd say it's basically inevitable that that exemption would be used for that purpose. For a similar reason, I disagree with your current recommendation to remove all felonies from the scope of the bill and find the suggestion that you're proposing this amendment to protect people of color dubious, a characteristic attempt by the city and the council to cloak conservative policy and progressive rhetoric. You are disregarding the threat police pose to people of color and other marginalized communities to scaremonger about crime. If you're truly concerned for the safety of marginalized communities within Boulder and more broadly Colorado, you must advocate to drastically curtail police power, even if it means resisting the urge to cater to the petty fears of predominantly white and universally privileged small business owners. That said, I'd like to reiterate my emphatic support for SB 21062 and express my hope that it represents but one of many steps to combat mass incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Luna. Dana Steiner, Riley Mancuso, and Misha Tour. It does not look like Misha's in the meeting. So Misha, if you're in the meeting, if you could put that in the Q&A. And with that, we'll go to Dana.
My name is Dana Steiner. I'm here representing myself to speak in support of SB 2162, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you for a second time tonight. I passionately urge you to publicly support SB 2162, make this bill a priority, and use your platforms to request that our state lawmakers pass this bill as soon as possible without amendment. I'm a 2020 graduate of CU Law. I'm a queer and trans person, and I'm also a survivor of rape and intimate partner violence. I am begging you to listen to people of color and actual survivors instead of lobbyists and police about the content of this bill. The depopulation policies in this bill do not put survivors or victims at risk. When I was in an abusive relationship, there were many things that could have been done to protect me, but locking up more of my neighbors for low-level offenses isn't one of those things. A quick story. While I was still in an abusive relationship, my partner's roommate, who often stood up for me, was arrested on a low-level drug offense, one that would not be arrestable under this law. While jailed, he wasn't able to go to work and he lost his job. One of the people he met in jail knew that he would be subject to particular drug tests after being convicted and knew which drugs he could sell my friend that wouldn't appear on that test. 6 months later, my friend had to move back with his parents so he could undergo treatment for substance abuse. Without a roommate and an ally in the room, the abuse escalated quickly. We know that arresting and jailing someone is a deeply traumatizing experience. It doesn't make sense to me to inflict this pain on members of our community, especially when they have not inflicted any violence on another person. I don't want to see my neighbors arrested for traffic tickets or shoplifting. Bail is supposed to tie people to the jurisdiction, but most people are tied to Colorado through family, friends, their work, and time. I'm happy to talk via Zoom, phone, or safely in person to further discuss any concerns about this bill, but I anticipate that other community members will dispel some of the misconceptions I've heard presented today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dana. We have Riley Mancuso, Misha Tour, and Dan Williams.
Hey, I want to comment on what Aaron said. Aaron, we understand that you're not opposing the bill in its entirety. No, you're just proposing amendments that would totally gut it and undermine all of the hard work that activists of color and survivors have been doing to implement what should be a no-brainer in terms of undoing severe over-incarceration in this county, in this state. You know, the state of Massachusetts incarcerates less than half the number of people per capita as Colorado does, and it's not a hellish place. I used to live in a college town in Massachusetts, very similar to Boulder, very like a place that used to be the home of a state mental hospital with high rates of drug use and mental illness in the community. And it was not a worse place because of lower rates of incarceration. Like it's just incarceration doesn't help people, and especially pre-trial detention. Fundamentally, the idea of bail is that if somebody is suspected of burglary and they have a bond set at $150 and they can't afford to pay that, then they're stuck in jail. But if they can, then they go free. If they were really a danger to the community, they wouldn't have bond set, like the suspect in the Table Mesa shooting doesn't have bond set. Like, just like stop with these amendments. They're bullshit.
Thank you, Riley. Next, we have Misha Tour, Dan Williams, and Lynn Siegel. Misha?
Hello, I'm urging you all to publicly support Senate Bill 21062 as written to bring our neighbors home from their cages at the Boulder County Jail and across the state. According to the 2016 study by the Boards of County Commissioners, crime has steadily decreased in Boulder County since 1985, but the incarceration rate has nearly tripled, growing faster than both Colorado and the nation as a whole. These are people with lives, family, and friends. Removing someone from their community and putting them in cages causes irreparable harm to the communities they belong to. That alone should be cause to support liberating people from jails, but when we add on that the people locked up in these cages are disproportionately Black, Brown, Indigenous, trans, and disabled, it becomes all the more clearer. The city of Boulder continues its legacy of white supremacy since the first colonizers cleared this land by pulling over and arresting Black people twice as much as white people. According to Sheriff Joe Pelle, 70% of the inmates in the Boulder County Jail have a diagnosed mental illness, making the actual rate likely much higher. In my opinion, this is a mass system of ableist abuse, and the most direct way of reducing this violence our justice system inflicts on people with disabilities and other marginalized identities is to free them from their shackles. These are common sense reforms to curtail the incarceration epidemic in the United States and in Colorado, which steals the freedom from more people than any other country in the world. Support Senate Bill 21062 as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Misha. Next, we have Dan Williams, Lynn Siegel, and Neil Santu. And we do not currently see Lynn in the meeting. Lynn, if you're in the meeting, please put that in the Q&A. Dan, you're up.
Thank you. I'm Dan Williams. I live in North Boulder, and I'm here to request that the city support SB 2162 without amendment. Researchers like Michelle Alexander have carefully documented that people of color get more harsh treatment at every stage of the criminal justice system, from police stops to arrests, to time in jail pre-trial, to plea offers, to trial outcomes, to sentencing. That's what has led to our mass incarceration crisis. And SB 2162 modestly seeks to address this. Importantly, it's championed by Colorado's civil rights leaders, the NAACP, ACLU, Black Lives Matter 5280, and the Colorado Democratic Black and Latino caucuses, among others. And this coalition worked with victims' rights advocates and folks in law enforcement to be sure that the bill as written does not sacrifice public safety. So even Attorney General Phil Weiser our state's chief law enforcement official, is supporting the bill as written. It's also supported by the Colorado Department of Public Safety. The proposal council is considering tonight to amend the bill would in fact substantially water it down. That puts Boulder in opposition to the impressive civil rights coalition, Leaders for Racial Justice and Equity in Colorado, who are pushing this bill. Watering down this bill is the opposite of Boulder being a progressive force for Colorado or championing racial justice. It's abandoning our allies. So the question for council is this: when the rubber hits the road and we've committed to racial equity, but some in our community have expressed concerns, do you do the brave thing and stand with Colorado's civil rights leadership? Please stand with our social justice allies in the legislature. Be a leader among Colorado's municipalities instead of following more conservative peer cities, and support this bill without amendment.
Thank you, Dan. I have not seen that Lynn Siegel has shown up, so our next three are Neil Sandhu, Daniel Secaria, and Darren O'Connor. Lynn, if you are in the meeting, let us know, and we'll put you back in. Neil, you're up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Neil Sandhu. I'm a third-year law student at the University of Colorado, where I regularly represent indigent clients, and I've lived in Boulder since my family moved to the United States when I was 1 year old. Given my tenure in this city, I feel particularly qualified to address Mr. Castillo's concerns about community safety. I think the question posed to the council is, what is our idea of community? The last time I checked, and I'm sure the last time you checked, that community included poor folks, those living with mental health issues, and the formerly incarcerated. And what's important here is that jailing these folks before they go to trial, or jailing these folks at all, poses a sincere risk to their health, to the point where many individuals have died in Colorado jails before they've ever had an opportunity to to be heard at trial. Now, where Mr. Castillo thinks that the people posed to be most vulnerable by this bill are people of color, what's truth is that people of color are regularly subjugated by the criminal justice system, and the best solution to their subjugation is removing them from jails and putting them back with their communities. As a final note, I'd like to respond to comments by the council regarding public safety. First, I'd like to respond to the exceptions proposed regarding the questions officers can ask or when they can incarcerate folks when they pose a risk to the community. Every police interaction, who to stop, who to question, who to investigate, is already colored by bias. Surely this is true and we can all accept it. But the solution is not to simply arrest everybody and then toss the determination as to whether or not they pose a risk to a magistrate later down the road. I urge this council to support 62 as it is written and restore the idea of community that I grew up with, and dispense with the idea that poor people, people of color, and the formerly incarcerated are not one of us anymore.
Thank you, Neil. Next, we have Daniel Secaria, Darren O'Connor, and Jude Landsman. Daniel?
Hello. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yep.
I'm Daniel Secaria, and I'm a Colorado law student, and I'm here in support of the unamended version of SB 2162. These amendments would completely desecrate the basic purpose of SB 2162, and frankly, defies the very purpose of it. You mentioned, Carl mentioned several elements of public safety concern, which really is unsupported by any data in any jurisdiction in the United States. I mean, New York has made several of these changes, and they've only produced positive results for the community. One of the key concerns is the community, the role of policing in the community. And if the police aren't fulfilling their basic purpose, then they should change. I mean, if we're so concerned about making this palatable to the law enforcement community, we should really rethink what we're doing here, because giving deference to the law enforcement community is ridiculous in this context. They already have the broad discretion, and they're the people who are abusing the broad swaths of authority they're given by the state. Keep in mind that an arrest is an enforcement of state violence. It's allowing somebody to throw somebody in a cage and ripping a family apart. Now, I'm not sure if any of you have ever been poor or had to deal with those circumstances, but I can tell you personally firsthand that it ruins a family, and the things that it does to us in our community is frankly horrifying. You really need to reconsider who you're supporting and who you're fighting for in this circumstance. You're supposed to be protecting us and defending us, and I'm begging you to do that here. Stand up for us. I know firsthand what it's like to experience this, and please, I'm begging you to have some spine and support this. Furthermore, there's a mention about the change from firearm to deadly weapon. And if we're so concerned with vagueness here, I don't understand why that change is something that you want to support when deadly weapon is already something that is very misunderstood in Colorado. It's something that, particularly in the Aurora Municipal Code 38117, is something that's been fought and challenged a number of times because that statute is particularly vague and unnecessarily vague. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we have Darren O'Connor, Jude Landsman, and Siobhan Blades. Darren?
Darren, you should be able to unmute.
All right, how about now?
We can hear you.
All right, Darren O'Connor speaking on behalf of the NAACP Boulder County branch. We support SB 2162, which as written is a thoughtful measure aimed at safely reducing jail populations. The bill is endorsed by our Boulder County branch, the ACLU of Colorado, the Colorado Attorney General, and the Colorado Department of Public Safety, among others. Not a single victims group opposes the bill. It is worth noting the bill's co-sponsors worked with Attorney General Phil Weiser and prominent DAs during an 8-month stakeholder process. AG Weiser was the dean of CU Boulder's law school and certainly not one to back a bill that would cause harm to our community. At the legislature, many Boulderites decried the bill based on concerns about increased homelessness and property crime during COVID-19. Rather than recognizing a global pandemic and economic crisis are the likely source of these ills, even Chief Harold effectively yelled, "Lock them up." Locking up people experiencing homelessness pre-trial does nothing to decrease homelessness and generally exacerbates the problems of poverty. Where is Boulder's outrage over mass incarceration, which grew by 800% in Colorado between the 70s and today? Where's Boulder's outrage over the dramatic racial disparities in the criminal justice system? Where is Boulder's outrage that wealth, rather than dangerousness or even guilt, determines whether someone remains free pre-trial or gets out on bail? This bill gives discretion to police and judges to jail those who are dangerous, but would also stop filling our jails with people who are simply too poor to buy their freedom. Boulder's failure to address criminal behavior, as proven by other Colorado municipalities' decrease in crime under similar conditions of decreasing jail population during COVID, is no excuse to oppose or demand changes to this well-crafted bill. We urge Council to support SB 2162. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Next, we have Jude Landsman, Siobhan Blades, and Kristen Eller. Siobhan Blades, we don't see you in the meeting. If you are in the meeting, if you could put that in the Q&A, that'd be great. Jude, you're up.
Jude, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you.
Council members, I will reiterate what my colleague Darren O'Connor has mentioned. The NAACP Boulder County strongly supports SB 21062 as written without amendments. I will also say that it's obvious that the amendments wanted are mostly backlash, will gut the bill and prevent what it is supposed to do, which is be real criminal justice reform. To the idea that the police would be accountable in a way they're not comfortable with is a sort of classic doublespeak. It does not make sense. I thank Councilwoman Rachel Friend for bringing that up. The police already have discretion and put people in jail and do not have to be held accountable for that already. Police accountability is a major issue with criminal justice reform. So I want to bring out also that we heard from community connectors, and we heard earlier in this long meeting about structural racism. Well, this bill as written is a major effort to address racial inequity, the structural racism, to put people through the process and say, okay, well, magistrates and courts have to decide whether they're a danger is ridiculous, because then you are putting people unnecessarily through the mill of the criminal justice system. If City Council wants to be authentic about the racial equity plan to the community, they need to support this bill as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. Next, we would have Siobhan Blades. Siobhan, if you're in the meeting, let us know. Next three, Kristen Eller, Mylene Viallard, and Lizzie Ford. Kristen?
Hello, City Council members. My name is Kristen Eller, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People, a member of United Campus Workers Colorado, and a Boulder community member desperate to hear your public support without amendments for SB 62. So Boulder's currently holding up progress in Colorado when we could be setting an example. SB 62 is a fantastic bail reform bill that curbs wealth-based detention. This past year, we saw the jail depopulation did not lead to an increase in crimes across the state. Some cities saw an increase in property crime, motivating some Boulder residents' vocal opposition to SB 62. But their concerns have already been addressed in this bill. Sheriff Pelley even said that the arrest standards in this bill reflect the ones in Boulder before COVID. So clearly, they're workable. The bill also leaves broad discretion for arresting to protect public safety and to protect against re-victimization. So we need to stop masquerading jail depopulation as the reason for increased property crimes. We can't continue to use it as an excuse to oppose progress. So I ask that you please listen to the sheriffs and DAs and the racial justice advocates. There's so much concern around how this bill's unintended consequences would increase racial bias. But there's so many racial justice advocates out there directly saying that this bill is needed. They're screaming at the top of their lungs for you to listen. So please take this into consideration, listen, and listen to the Boulder residents that you're hearing tonight who support this bill. We support this. You have our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, we have Mylene Viallard, Lizzie Ford, and Jacob Tennyson. Mylene?
Hello, my name is Mylene Viallard, and I'm a member of Boulder Showing Up for Racial Justice. 2 days ago was the 53rd anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s murder. In 1963, he wrote his letter from Birmingham jail. One passage is particularly salient to tonight's discussion of SB 2162, and I quote, "The great stumbling block in the stride forward toward freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom," end quote. The campaign against SB 62 from a small group, vocal group in Boulder go against everything that Boulder claims to be and want to essentially punish low-income and people of color all over the state to protect their already insured wealth in this very white city. This is anything but justice. We heard earlier tonight about the importance of Boulder's racial equity plan. SB 62 is about equity. Right now, people held on cash bail are disproportionately low income and people of color. This is anything but equity. At a time where COVID has been hitting the hardest people struggling with poverty, as well as people of color, we cannot further the damages to their future by putting them in jail for low-level offenses. As I see #Boulder Strong signs around my neighborhood, as my neighbors and I grieve what happened a few blocks away from my house on March 22nd, let us remember that being Boulder Strong is not meant solely for white people with wealth in Boulder. We are Boulder Strong together, regardless of class, race, gender, abilities, and other divisive qualifiers. I urge every one of us to do better and to do it now. support SB 2162 as written in the strongest of terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene. We have Lizzie Ford, Jacob Tennyson, and Marcos Ospina. Lizzie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, so my name's Izzy. I am a representative from Boulder Valley Mutual Aid and a Boulder community member. I want to start with a reminder that your individual experiences with police do not outweigh the fact that the entire criminal justice system was built on institutionalized racism. Media disproportionately ignores the kinds of crimes that the prison industrial complex is actually profiting off of, mostly things such as traffic violations, drug possession, drunk driving, and other nonviolent crimes. The reality is that most of the crimes committed are reflective of a cultural lack of care, i.e. driven by poverty and cycles of violence. Things that incarceration and policing exacerbate by bringing armed thugs into poor neighborhoods and instigating a cycle of criminalization and incarceration. So that's just something that we have to remember when we're talking about who we're actually incarcerating right now and how this bill could alleviate that. So I'm just going to choose drunk driving as an example because it's a very common offense. If you want to talk about harm reduction practices, you can consider a current practice where an individual pulled over for driving drunk who actually has a lower chance of hitting someone than a police officer of hitting his wife is then arrested by an officer who has a 40% chance of being a domestic abuser. The individual then spends a night or more in jail, a place that is not conducive to recovery, and passes through the hands of more officers, none of whom are trained in the medical field applicable to drug addiction and abuse, to likely experience trauma and isolation that exacerbates existing conditions of abuse or addiction. Instead, imagine that person who has allegedly committed the traffic offense, petty offense, or municipal offense, misdemeanor offense, a class 4 or 5 or 6 felony, or a level 3 or 4 drug felony, has the chance to go home with their humanity and prepare for their upcoming court date. I have far more to say, and I wanted to pull my time with Jacob Tennyson, but it seems like nobody has responded to them. If I can keep going on their time, that would be great.
No, Lizzie, I'm sorry. Your time is up. Appreciate your testimony, though. Next, we have Jacob Tennyson, Marcos Ospina, and Heather Baller. Jacob?
I'm going to be continuing what Lizzie Ford was saying. The council considering this bill is largely white, so you don't really have to imagine any of this. Just think about when your neighbors and kids, at the discretion of the detaining officer, are allowed to go home with just a ticket and then prepare their case. Many folks are incarcerated pre-trial for so long that they lose their jobs, their homes, and even their ability to see their children. This bill would make it possible for trans folks who are disproportionately jailed compared to the overall population to avoid the unique and dangerous mental, physical, and sexual traumas present in U.S. jails. Similarly, folks of color, unhoused folks, and other criminalized institutionally could avoid the same dangers. Also, those with mental health diagnoses, 1 in 5 people incarcerated statistically, 65% of which meet medical criteria for substance abuse and addiction, who arguably are having their rights abused by being denied the necessary stabilization and support when incarcerated for their drug use. 80% of arrests are accounted for by these low-level offenses that this bill would prevent pretrial incarceration for, meaning that the enforcement of these low-level crimes increases community contact with police and the opportunity for police violence. I'm asking you to help reduce our community's encounters with these armed thugs so that we can have the space to enact our own means of harm reduction and restorative justice. It costs about $70 to $80 a day to incarcerate a single individual, meaning if all of that money were not being needlessly spent on incarceration and by passing this legislation could be freed up to potentially redistribute to community-oriented programs that actually help us instead of harm us. Support bill as written. I cede my time.
Thank you, Jacob. Next, we have Marcos Ospina, Heather Baller, and Lindsay Loberg. Marcos?
They weren't going to let me speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Hello, Council. Mayor Weaver, your comment on how the proposed amendments to SB 2162 would make the bill more palatable to quote law enforcement community highlights Boulder being its true racist and violent self so much that it is actually sickening. The City of Boulder's amendments to SB 2162 go against the majority of Boulder community members, survivors of violence, and anti-racist groups supportive of the unamended bill. And Boulder claims that the amendments will better protect Black and Brown people. Stop taking all of your cues from the police, who are not and never have community interest at hand. Arresting people, as we know from Angela Davis, does not disappear social problems. And yet the City of Boulder is fighting to maintain the ability for cops to arrest people for these low-level crimes that you wish to specify and expand in the amendments. The people who make downtown Boulder the most unsafe are the overwhelmingly reactionary, racist, and anti-homeless business owners, and above all others, the police. I've been a part of a community accountability and transformative justice process with my loved ones for the past 9 months. One of the first things I heard in this process is from Miriam Kaba. You can't hold cops accountable. Please support this bill in its original form. Work to prohibit officers from the ability to arrest people. Beyond this, we all must actually get to know our neighbors, all of our neighbors. Unhoused people that cop-loving Boulderites love calling the cops on are our neighbors. We keep us safe. People don't belong in cages. Hard stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. Next, we have Heather Bowler, Lindsay Loberg, and Katie Dyer. Heather?
Hi, my name is Heather Bowler, and I live in South Boulder and also work in South Boulder at Community United Church of Christ, pretty near King Soopers. And I think all of us are feeling in a really vulnerable place right now. And this tragedy in South Boulder has really brought out a lot of my mama bear instincts as the mother of a 10-year-old. And I believe that SB 62 will make our community stronger. I urge you to support it with no amendments, because when I think of the offenses that would be a part of the amendments, I actually think of the person who was speaking in open comment at the beginning of this meeting, who brought up as a transgender person how vulnerable they were to these arrests. And I think of how any of these arrests can affect people and have those unintended consequences. That arrest is not protecting anyone. It isn't jails that protect us. We protect each other. And it was interesting that you brought up the idea of a deadly weapon, because unfortunately it brought to my mind when Mr. Atkinson last year was told that the implement he was using to pick up trash could be considered a weapon. And so I think that the amendment that says only guns should be considered for arrest, an arrestable offense, is actually a really good line to draw, because in that case, the officer was not using discretion appropriately. The more often we ask people to pause, the more likely they are to check their bias. So by asking them to use more discretion and more thought before arrest, we are actually asking them to consider their bias more.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we have Lindsay Loberg, Katie Dyer, and Tess Doherty. Lindsay?
Thank you. So I came to talk to you about Human Relations Commission and our support of this bill. In our March meeting, we unanimously voted to use our advisory function to encourage your support. We thought all of the bill's measures as written were reasonable, economical, and advance equity. And now I'm speaking for myself simply because I haven't had the opportunity to talk with other commissioners about the amendments that we heard proposed here tonight. I would like to emphatically support the bill as it's written without amendments. I would request that you all are consider the work that has been done. And if the goal is to pass a bill that is going to advance racial equity, support the people doing the work of racial equity, the people who help create the bill. Trust that people know what's best for them. Don't tell them what's best for them. Don't undermine the work and act like they don't know what they're doing. I know the disrespect is unintentional, but it's real. Now, when you suggest the modification to prevent police bias and suggest people convicted of a crime have to go in front of a bondsman to determine if they're a risk to be protected from police bias, you're suggesting reinforcing systemic racism to prevent the possibility of bias. Bias is not the prevailing issue we're talking about here. It's systemic racism. If there's an issue with racial bias on the police worth entering this conversation, why are we concerned about what the police think about this piece of legislation? We as a city really have to show up in support of this bill because a great deal of the opposition to it is coming from Boulder and it's based in misinformation. Incarceration doesn't prevent crime. Policing doesn't prevent crime. Depopulation doesn't correlate to increased crime rates. Out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Next, we have Katie Dyer, Tess Doherty, and Sarah Dawn Haynes. Katie?
Hi, thank you, City Council. My name is Katie Dyer. I'm a queer person, a mental health worker in Boulder, and a member of Boulder's Surge Showing Up for Racial Justice. Like others, I am grieving the Boulder shooting and would first like to thank the first responders who showed up on March 22nd to prevent further violence. As someone who lives in South Boulder and who has been a victim of violent crime, I support SB 62 as written without amendments and ask the City Council to support this bill as written. There already are two very intentional provisions in the bill for burglary and auto theft. First, felonies, when the officer determines there is a safety threat or a risk of continued repeated behavior, the officer can arrest. As others have said, let's stand with the social justice leaders in the state and support the bill as written. Supporting these abolitionists and leaders is in alignment with our racial equity plan. Mass incarceration harms our most vulnerable communities. The Boulder poverty rate for non-whites is double that of whites. Black, Indigenous, and Latinx people are disproportionately policed and arrested compared to white people. People in jail are 4 times more likely to have disabilities, and more than half of the people in jail have psychiatric disabilities. These valuable people in our community need support and not jail. This bill is about equity, and it is also an economic issue. Holding low-level offenders who do not pose a threat costs our city and jail millions of dollars. Let's instead invest that money in transforming the CERT or EDGE program into something like Cahoots or the STAR program. Let's invest in programs that dismantle racist and classist systems of oppression. I believe that sheriffs should be empowered to safely depopulate jails and decide who is a threat to public safety and who is not.
Thank you, Katie.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Tess Doherty, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Liz Marasco. Tess?
Hi, good evening. My name is Tess Doherty, and I have a story I'd like to share with you. It's a story regarding the reality of barriers that disproportionately impact Black, Brown, Indigenous, trans, and people with disabilities in this country. On March 29th, only a week ago, I got off the phone with a friend. My partner and I are trying to help. This friend hasn't been able to afford the bond amount required while he awaits trial. He's been incarcerated since October 2020. His daughter was only 8 months old when he was arrested. And in the same year, doctors told his wife that her cancer was terminal. My friend was taken to jail, where for 6 weeks he was placed in COVID quarantine, effectively solitary confinement, only later to contract the virus. Thankfully, he survived. Around 10 p.m. on Saturday night, March 28th, his wife began calling the jail, begging officers to give her husband an important message, but they didn't. She finally got a hold of him at 2 p.m. the next day, only an hour before I spoke with him. His mom, a Black woman, single mother, and his best friend died the night before from COVID-19. The jail blames a shift change for their failure to communicate. I think it's important to address the choice by some who choose to only seek out and listen to the input of police chiefs and law enforcement agencies when these are the same people that did this to my friend. Why are we still asked to respect the rules of a system that continues to terrorize the lives of Black men and punish people who can't buy their way out of it? 2 days after this happened to my friend, he shared this piece of his grieving process and asked me to share it with you tonight.
Thank you, Tess. Next, we have...
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, one second here.
Each and every night. Part of her song is like, it says something like, so much pain up in her eyes, I just wanna do you right. Mama, I thank you for your prayers each and every night. Did your best to raise me right, you put purpose in my life. Mama, I thank you for your love that you always provide. Never meant to make you cry, like them tears from your eyes. Mama, your baby boy gon' get his fucking life right. Never turned your back on me, but so proud when I was free. Mama, I promise to never leave you alone.
Thank you, Tess. That's time, Tess. Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Dawn Haynes, Liz Marasco, and Curtis Hessel. Sarah Dawn.
Thank you. Sarah Dawn Haynes, South Boulder, and we're halfway through tonight's testimony. I think we all need a big breath. Feeling a lot of feelings, thinking a lot of things. I know we're all anxious to help our communities with some of these really challenging fears and concerns and opportunities to meet our goals that we've talked about. Everybody tonight has had really wonderful things to say, and I want to touch on why I started looking at abolition as a climate justice leader. It was because the point was made that we are displacing people through climate change, and that means we have to be responsible for folks who are being criminalized. And we are going to have more folks displaced from climate change, and we can't cram them in jails. It's not the solution. We know what this has been doing to the fabric of our community. We have a lot of really wonderful people who've worked on this for the last year. Plus, in fact, decades of abolitionists have been working to know what is good for our community. And when we are talking to our stakeholders, politicians, victim rights organizers, people formerly caged, faith groups, sheriffs, and anti-racists that have been working on this, we need to support them. We need your moral courage and your commitment to do what is best for all of us and support SB 62 and its without the amendments proposed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Next, we have Liz Marasco, Curtis Hessel, and Jackson Galloway. Liz?
You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I live in Boulder. I'm a law student at DU. I'm an organizer with Boulder Surge. And I love my community, which is precisely why I'm speaking in support of SB 62 in its unamended version tonight. District Attorney Doherty and Sheriff Pelley both support the unamended bill. They helped draft the bill, and their voices and expertise are reflected in the unamended draft. As has been mentioned, the unamended bill is supported by a broad statewide coalition, including BLM 5280 and the Attorney General. As we also heard tonight, our local Boulder County NAACP also supports the unamended version of the bill. Being held in jail for a low-level offense can be disastrous for low-income folks who don't have the resources to make cash bail. It can start or exacerbate a cycle of crime and poverty. This harms all of us and weakens our entire community. As Boulder businesses and Chief Harold have pointed out without context, we have seen a rise in crime this year. But Sheriff Pelley has said that this year has been an anomaly. He has referenced a weak economy, homelessness, joblessness, underemployment, all caused by COVID-19, in addition to a lack of funding in mental health and addiction services. According to DA Michael Doherty, the data doesn't support that jailing restrictions have been a cause for the increased crime that we've seen. Our reliance on mass incarceration has blinded us to the possibilities of criminal justice reform, of a strong, healthy community where we are invested in and support the safety of all members of our community. An unamended SB 62 gives us an opportunity to reimagine alternatives to incarceration and start investing in preventative care for our community. Let's strengthen and care for our community by keeping low-level offenders out of a cycle of crime and poverty. Let's seize the opportunity to make good on the promises we've made to the community in the racial equity plan. on our commitment to be a more welcoming and inclusive city. And with that, I urge the City Council to support SB 62 in its unamended version. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Next, we have Curtis Hessel, Jackson Galloway, and Matthew Dubois. Curtis?
You hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Curtis Hessel. I live in Boulder. When I spoke with Boulder District Attorney Michael Doherty on March 18th, he told me that there was no evidence linking COVID-era jail depopulation to increases in property crime. That means that the opposition to SB 2162 is arguing exclusively on the basis of surmise, stereotyping, and fear-mongering. When deciding whether to support this bill, you need to acknowledge that increases in property crime follow from myriad factors. In March 2020, the stay-at-home order put many Coloradans forcibly out of work, and we've heard multiple times throughout this meeting about the economic hardships that occasioned. And we must understand how it complicates simplistic stories about an uptick in property crime rates as linked to jail depopulation. Opposition to 2162 draws a false connection between jail depopulation measures and increased property crime. Some members of this opposition fear scary statistics and reach for the simple callousness of lock 'em up logic. Others spin outright lies to protect the profits they reap from the pain of the jailed. The system they want to shore up is unjust. Cash bail criminalizes poverty, locking people in cages without a trial, simply because they cannot afford to post bail. Any legal system that values liberty should find such an arrangement odious. Fortunately, the tide of history may be turning against cash bail. Less than 2 weeks ago, the California Supreme Court ruled that incarcerating someone solely because they could not afford to pay bail is unconstitutional. SB 2162's restrictions on bail align with this hopeful shift. If it's ahead of the national standard, as Mayor Weaver said, that's a good thing. I've been told Boulder is a good place where people are progressive and humane. When I walk through the streets, I see a forest of yard signs claiming a belief that love is love and kindness is everything. Is Boulder a good place? In a good place, people would not oppose good policies like SB 2162 purely because they were afraid. Recall, there is no evidence linking COVID-era jail depopulation to increases in crime. In a good place, the people would jump at the chance to support this kind of legislation without any amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. Next, we have Jackson Galloway, Matthew Dubois, and Renee Morgan. Jackson?
Yes, I'd like to take a minute to thank council for having me here tonight. My name's Jackson Galloway. I'm a Boulder resident. I currently attend CU Boulder, and I strongly encourage City Council to support the passage of SB 2162. I think firstly, we need to discuss the fact that jail is not a solution to the very real mental health and substance abuse issues that exist in our community. Boulder currently leans incredibly heavily on carceral solutions. It's not sustainable, and it's only going to create cycles of violence that make both crime and pain towards members of our community worse. Now, one of the things I really wanted to bring up is the fact that the city of Boulder, or the Boulder County Jail, has a program with WellPath, an organization that has dozens of lawsuits against them regarding negligent care leading to death. This is something I think that's really important because this is one of the main avenues the city has to deal with folks who have mental illness that leaves them unable to stand for trial. Along with a number of the other mental health programs we have, it shows that the city really doesn't put the work in that the words that you all are saying seem to suggest you care about. So what I think we need to discuss is not where things stand right now, but where things can be when we do not rely on carceral solutions to problems that quite honestly aren't solved by putting people in cages. And regarding that, I actually wanted to discuss one of the amendments that was brought up. The city's insistence to strike subsections B4 and B is seemingly progressive. But the fact is, these impartial risk assessment matrices that are brought up don't actually exist. There are numerous documents, including a study by Harvard Law Review, showing that risk assessment matrices in and of themselves are biased because the data that goes into them is biased. All you are doing with a number of these amendments is actually just creating the same system with a different name. So therefore, I strongly encourage you to support the bill as written.
Thank you, Jackson. Next, we have Matthew Dubois, Renee Morgan, and Elizabeth Epps. Matthew?
Hi, I'm a Boulder resident, CU graduate, business owner,
and I'm here to express my support of SB 2162 without amendment. The merits of this bill are obvious, and I think that's why there's such a outpouring of support for it as is. I myself am a fairly non-active, politically active resident. I felt this was worth speaking out for. The Boulder shouldn't be pegging ourselves to the middle of what is we all know is the right direction. We should be leading, and if we can acknowledge that there's structural racism and not fundamentally change things, it's just acknowledging it's just a hypocrisy. So I would ask that we listen to the activists. Historically, every time there's an activist movement, they end up being on the right side of history, and so it to me seems silly to not be on the right side of this issue. We should be pushing to remove pretrial detention throughout Boulder and Colorado. The damage that can be done to somebody in pretrial detention economically and physically and emotionally can ruin lives. And the decisions that are made here tonight, decisions will determine how much suffering goes on in this community or not. And I strongly support SB 2162 as written. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have Renee Morgan, Elizabeth Epps, and Rebecca Wallace.
Hi there. So I'm Renee Morgan. I've lived in Boulder County for 25 years, Boulder proper for 10 or 15 of those. There's been 25 people ahead of me that have talked about why this is a good bill, why SB 21-62 should be supported by the council in full, no amendments. And I'm going to let them speak for themselves because I thought that was all really eloquent. I just want to point out what's happened in this meeting today, just in the past couple of hours. So one of your very first presentations was from your own sort of racial equity group. And the three things that they said were that people of color predominantly are, the three issues are advancing racial equity, housing, and police oversight. So if you even wanted to take direction from your own council that has been appointed by, I assume you all, I actually don't know where that group came from, they're saying that advancing racial equity and police oversight are vitally important to their communities. What you could do to support that is support verbally, publicly, SB 21-62. And Aaron said that it would go as is based on what Carl's policy recommendations are, unless you do something different. So I'm urging you all to do something different. Do not support these amendments, support this bill in full. And some of these amendments really quickly, Carl said that the largest victims are people of color and it has this reverse racial bias, something or other. But what we're saying is every racial justice group is supporting this bill in full, not the amendment. If it was really gonna backlash on people of color, they would certainly be saying, let's not support this bill, but they aren't. They're saying support the bill. I worked at the ARC for a long time. Everybody carries a knife. Every homeless person carries a knife. So if you exclude knives, it's going to backlash. And I'm done.
Thank you, Renee.
Sam, can I interrupt for a second and just preview that I would like to ask Elizabeth a couple of questions at the end of her comments. So maybe we could keep her microphone on.
Sounds good.
Okay with her? Thanks.
Elizabeth.
Good evening. I don't see the clock yet. Sorry, good evening. I'm an abolitionist in the Arapaho land that we call Denver. I've been working for years to safely bring our neighbors home from Colorado cages, and for months on the legislation that is now SB 62. SB 62 balances the critical goals of pretrial liberty with community safety. Counselors, when we say community safety, that must include safety from police terror, safety from over-prosecution, safety that is the freedom to safely survive mental health and substance abuse challenges, not in unsafe cages. And SB 62 will help us do these things. Why is a woman from Denver testifying at Boulder City Council? Because frankly, in the months of meaningful, deep work that has made this bill stronger work that has earned the support of true progressives across the state, there has been one city from which opposition has disproportionately emanated, Boulder, Colorado. Your neighbor, Claudia Handsome Thiem, said of SB 62, she said, it's been striking to see prominent voices in a liberal city pushing back against efforts that many residents would claim to support elsewhere, to see an overwhelmingly white community talking over Black and Latino organizers whose communities carry the burdens of mass incarceration. I am a Black woman. I am one of the Black organizers who opponents of this bill would try to speak over and have the nerve to speak for. I'm a survivor of intimate partner violence, as well as repeated violations of my home, garage, and car by strangers, not in the distant past, but in recent years and months. Arresting, caging, and setting cash ransoms has never kept me safe. To hear so many white and white presenting folks talking about what is best for racial justice is at best disgusting. Much of the opposition to SB 62 has been misinformation, but much more, y'all, has been outright racist dog whistles, with the most hostile opposition to this truly progressive legislation coming from a place that naively I thought and hoped would be progressive. In closing, I ask you to listen to our friends at the ACLU, your own sheriff, your DA, and be what much of Colorado has looked to Boulder to be, a progressive city committed to real racial equity, not just in name, not just in commemorative resolutions, but in the practices and policies you support.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Rachel?
Yeah, and thank you, Elizabeth, for being willing, I hope, to stay on and answer a question or two. And just to explain to colleagues, Sam and I had an appointment with Elizabeth on the afternoon of March 22nd, and we obviously had to cancel that due to the mass shooting, and we're not able to reschedule it. So Elizabeth was just going to be willing to answer a couple of our questions. And I had emailed you essentially my question, Elizabeth, so if you remember it, that's great. But I just kind of wanted to understand how one aspect of this works. And I'm already on the record as supporting the bill. But there's a provision that it's got like an and in it. So I think it's talking about, the police may arrest if something like the individual is considered a danger or will not cease and desist or has a handgun or things like that. And I'm just wondering, is it actually an or is it really an and? So you have to have a handgun and not cease and desist and be a danger. Are you able to clarify that perchance?
Yes, I'm certainly glad to try. And one of the things that is, I think, a real benefit of true collaborative legislation is that I have colleagues who are up right behind me who can correct me if I'm wrong. But the answer is or, in that you can always arrest if there's a safety risk or won't cease and desist. There will obviously be times, machete wielding person, right, where both conditions are met, both the safety risk and cease and desist, but the answer is or. And of course, for felonies, right? This is what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you for that. Although, I guess your last comment there does make me wonder, like, if it is a code violation and not a felony. So let's say we've got the riot situation like we had at CU, and it's maybe noise violations and city codes. Is there anything that the police can do to stop that, or does it just continue without arrest if that's the option, that they have if somebody gets it and doesn't stop?
So thank you for that question, because as important as what the bill does, right, is what it doesn't do. And this bill is not going to allow arrests for those code violations or for misdemeanor offenses that don't rise to the level of felonies. It's okay to name this, because when we're talking about mass incarceration, right, there are many, many thousands of innocent people in cages. And there are people who are in cages who have committed behavior that we're uncomfortable with. But it's a behavior that we're uncomfortable with that isn't a safety danger. And if we're going to bring our neighbors home, right, if we're going to provide them mobilizing factors, then we're going to have to be comfortable in that discomfort that folks who have allegedly committed low-level offenses, code violations, visible homelessness, and those misdemeanors are not going to rise to the level of being arrestable offenses. If we're going to bring our neighbors home, right, these are the folks we're starting with. So I just don't want to ever shy away from naming that. I think it was the mayor who mentioned earlier that there were some ways in which this bill goes further than what our comrades in other places in the nation are doing. That's accurate, and we should be proud of that. We should want to be a leader. We should want to be being more progressive. And so by determining that we're not going to put people in cages for misdemeanors, that's one of the ways we do that. But we balance that with that important concern that when there is a safety concern, the offense is going to rise to a level of a felony, and that person can be arrestable.
All right, I appreciate you naming it. Thanks.
Great. Is that it, Rachel?
I think maybe Aaron has a question.
Okay. Aaron?
Elizabeth, thank you for those answers. I appreciate that. In what you were just saying, that is that if it's more serious, it would rise up to the level of a felony. But the bill as written, it excludes the classes 4, 5, and 6 felonies, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
No, you're not misunderstanding, but even those felonies are eligible for, well, actually, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. Are you asking me if 4, 5, and 6 are excluded from arrest?
Well, I guess maybe I'm just asking you to explain, because you're saying more serious things rise to the level of a felony and then therefore would be eligible for arrest. But
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify. All felonies. Certainly, sir, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify. All felonies are arrestable in this bill, including 4, 5, and 6. So an F6 felony of allegedly showing a false ID to a pawnbroker, the state agent would have to be able to say that was a safety danger, right? Or, as Rachel has pointed out, or that it would be repeated behavior. But it is something that would fall into the category of an arrestable offense if it is a felony and meets one of those conditions. So all felonies and all victims, VRA, I don't want to start lapsing into jargon here, but all victims' rights act misdemeanors as well. So.
Gotcha. So if it has one or more of those aggravating features, right, then it would be arrestable.
If it's a felony, yes. And if it's a misdemeanor where there's VRA involvement, yes.
Thanks for that explanation.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. I would like to say, by the way, that while I can't speak for him, but while your district attorney has not come out publicly in support of this bill, as far as I know, he has been a very active part of working on this bill for months. Other progressive DAs have come out in support, and the provisions, you call them aggravating factors, but the provisions relating to safety, sir, and the or clause, as your colleague pointed out, those came from meaningful work with stakeholders, including law enforcement, district attorneys, and your sheriff, who has been incredibly reasonable about this bill.
Okay, very good. I think then we're ready to move on to Rebecca Wallace, Aaron Clark, and Katie Farnan. Rebecca?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Rebecca Wallace. I'm a senior policy counsel at the ACLU of Colorado. City Council's presentation suggests that it agrees with the sentiment behind this bill, but simultaneously, Council seeks to dramatically cut the bill's effectiveness through substantive amendments. Just want to clarify, because I have been working really closely on stakeholding with this bill for 8 months, and it's been primarily with law enforcement and crime survivors. And as Elizabeth mentioned, key stakeholders from months ago are Boulder Sheriff Joe Pele and Boulder County DA Michael Dougherty, and neither of them are opposed to this bill. Sheriff Pele has stated publicly and repeatedly that the bill largely mirrors the arrest standards in place in Boulder before the pandemic. Now, Chief Harold has informed this council otherwise, and the council seems to be taken by her views. But, we remain confused as to why this would be persuasive, given that Chief Harold wasn't even in Boulder before the pandemic. Chief Harold has suggested that in her opposition, she's standing up for victims, but not a single victims group opposes this bill. One supports it, and all the crime survivors that we have heard testify, not just here, but during Senate Judiciary, are in strong support. Crime survivors can speak for themselves, and many have said that lessening arrests and pretrial detention, as this bill will do, actually will enhance public safety. This bill strikes a really careful balance between public safety and maximization of pretrial freedom. It does have the support of the Colorado AG and the Department of Public Safety, and it really tries to make a dent in over-policing mass incarceration and racial disparities in the criminal justice system. I'm just gonna, if I would just like to say that I would, if I could be asked a question or have a moment to just have a few clarifying responses on some of the pieces that Elizabeth was talking about regarding which offenses are arrestable, I would appreciate that, but I know my time is up.
I would like to make that invitation if it's okay.
Of course.
Thank you. So the bill has been crafted, yes, there are sheriffs who support it and sheriffs who don't. But we primarily crafted it with the sheriffs, and especially basing it on Boulder's arrest standards that existed before the pandemic. And what the bill does is it makes clear for every victim misdemeanor and all low-level felonies, arrest is always allowed whenever an officer finds a safety risk or sees a risk of reoffense. It is also correct that the high-level felonies are completely excluded from the bill and that there is no impact at all on domestic violence arrests. So, and this concept that that officers are now going to have this terrible moment where they have to exercise their discretion in the field, that's what they do every day. Right now, officers on a daily basis must make a decision about whether they're going to ticket somebody or bring them into jail, except for in mandatory arrestable offenses, which aren't even in this bill, like domestic violence. So they have to make that decision every day. And what we asked law enforcement when crafting this bill was, what are your officers to consider when making that decision? And what we came up with is, are they a safety risk? Are they going to continue committing these crimes? If not, why does that person need to be locked up pre-trial instead of at home with their families managing their case?
So I have a question for you. It seems like the statewide Sheriff's Association has come out in opposition to this bill. Do you know why that would be? Because my understanding was that the sheriffs statewide supported the bill, but in the last week, it looks like they've come out against it. Do you have any thoughts on why?
I do, and I worked as closely with the Sheriff's Association as one could have possibly worked on this bill since June of last year. And I also worked primarily with the president of the Sheriff's Association, Matt Lewis, and please feel free to check my work with him. So the Sheriff's Association worked on this bill because there has always been tension between who police might want to put in jail and who sheriffs believe their jail beds should be reserved for. And the idea behind this bill was to reserve jail beds for people who pose a public safety risk rather than for people who happen to be homeless, who happen to be poor. And some of these, and we have actually good common ground with many sheriffs on this goal. And so that is where the work came from with the sheriffs, and this bill was drafted in close collaboration with the Sheriff's Association. In the end, upon introduction, the sheriffs were neutral on the bill. There was a real split amongst sheriffs with different viewpoints about whether they were in favor or against. And they had the bill was dramatically cut down to get the sheriffs into that position, but not only for that, also to recognize that this is a bill that really needs to balance the public safety concerns of law enforcement and pretrial freedom. What happened after that, and I have to say Boulder played a significant role, and Chief Harold in particular, who played a loud and leading role in saying that this is a horrible bill for public safety, started putting enormous pressure, the police, on the sheriffs for having gone neutral. And they started also telling city council members all over the state inaccuracies, like that murderers and rapists were going to be on the street, even though the bill has nothing to do with that, that officers were never going to be able to arrest people who ever engaged in auto theft. These are the kinds of things that were being said. And sheriffs got increasingly uncomfortable. Individual sheriffs who are being lobbied by their individual police, local police, got increasingly uncomfortable with their position. Nothing changed about the bill. The other thing that happened is some cities like Boulder have experienced an increase in some violent crimes, the high-level violent crimes that have nothing to do with this bill, and in some property crimes. And that has essentially led to a knee-jerk reaction of no criminal justice reform during this time. And that has been a sort of like perfect storm to press the police into city councils like yours and to push sheriffs to go negative on the bill. There is nothing else that has changed. In fact, the bill has undergone significant revisions so that the Colorado CDAC, the district attorneys, have gone neutral. Several district attorneys were in support and came out in favor of the bill. That all happened after the sheriffs have gone neutral. So it's even narrowed more since then. So the answer to your question is politics.
Well, that's interesting. I do want to return to one of Rachel's questions to Elizabeth and ask you, on page 4 of the pre-amended bill, line 13, the active word there is "and." So let me say, it basically says you can't make an arrest, police officer cannot make an arrest unless the offense is a felony and the arresting officer records in the arrest document a reasonable suspicion. So even for felonies, it is an "and" that says it has to be a felony, not 4, 5, or 6, but it has to be a felony and there has to be a reasonable suspicion. So I'm curious, in answer to Rachel's question, I think the pre-amended version that I'm looking at has an "and" between felony and must have a reasonable suspicion that they're a threat. So do you have a response to that?
I absolutely do. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up right now to look at this. But the first thing is that the 4, 5, and 6. Sorry. So the first thing is that the "and" part is that if there's a felony or a Victim Rights Act offense, like that includes misdemeanors, and there's other provisions like firearms offenses and sexual offenses. If there is probable cause to believe an individual committed that, and the officer has a reasonable basis to believe one of 2 different things, either that there's a safety threat or that there's a risk of reoffense. That is how the bill is written. So the first "and" is like the predicate is what is the offense at issue. My first question, does that make sense?
No, it does not, because the way I read this, it says the offense is a felony. It doesn't say 4, 5, or 6. In fact, 4, 5, or 6 earlier is barred. So it says it's a felony and there must be the suspicion or a suspicion of a threat or unwillingness to cease and desist. So
that's right.
And I've asked other people about this besides you, and they read it as an "and." So it has to be a felony and these other things. It's not enough that a felony has been committed.
Oh, I agree. We are in agreement. The idea is that for low-level felonies, where
not
somebody
low level, this says any felony.
Well,
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear, and you and I are speaking to the same point, that it's any felony and a suspicion. Is that correct?
It requires a felony and a suspicion, but 4, 5, and 6 high-level felonies 1, 2, and 3 are excluded from the summons provision. But yes, it is accurate that for the lower level felonies, 4, 5, and 6, and for victim offenses, arrest is always allowable when there is either a safety risk or a risk of reoffense. And what that means is for low-level felonies, and this is precisely what was happening in Boulder prior to COVID, this was already happening. Boulder already had discretion for issuing low-level felonies summons, and officers would make decisions in the field about whether or not to issue those summons. I encourage council members to return back to Sheriff Pele and ask if this is accurate. Does this reflect essentially what was happening in Boulder before the COVID standards? So yes, the idea is low-level non-victim misdemeanors are now going to be mandatory summons. If there's a warrant, arrest them. But if it's going to be a victim offense or if there's going to be a low-level felony, the officer can arrest. But the officer needs to be thinking, is this person a safety risk? Is this person going to have a risk of reoffense? And to be clear, because I think Carl Castillo made a point that somehow this was going to subject officers to liability. The sheriffs were it was very important to them that we put provision in that made clear that there was no liability for officers for failing to follow the summons provisions. This is really an unenforceable bill. It's not something I'm proud of, but it's a reality. There is no civil liability. There is no criminal penalty for it. This is really about a culture change bill.
Okay, thank you, Junie, and then Rachel. Junie.
Thank you. I have to say thank you to Ms. Wallace because she has changed my mind about a few things, but I do have a question about, for instance, one of the changes that we want to make the amendments is about firearms with deadly weapons. And I'm wondering, why is that problematic? I just don't see the problem. So maybe if she can illuminate that for me.
Sure. Well, the first thing I just want to let you know is we did not receive, the ACLU, approached, I think you, Councilperson Joseph and Mayor Weaver, a few months ago to discuss this bill. And we never had seen any potential proposed amendments until we reached back out a few days ago. So those have not been presented to us or discussed with us. But we have been looking at them. And, I don't think that the deadly weapon provision is a complete non-starter. I actually would question what offenses are you concerned that are not Victim Rights Act offenses, that are not covered in the exceptions that already exist. And I would challenge that they don't really exist, but in some ways that might suggest that a deadly weapons offense, a change in the deadly weapon standard, maybe something that the proponents can consider. We haven't gotten a chance to fully discuss it, and we really look forward to an opportunity to get into more detail about the proposed amendments with Boulder. I think the place where we have the greatest amount of disagreement is the pressure to make all felonies automatically arrestable, say not to encourage officers to pause for a moment and say, is this person a safety risk? Is this person a risk of reoffense? So I think that there is room to have a discussion on deadly weapons, and that's something that the sponsors will have to consider as well.
Junie, do you have anything else? Okay, I'll just point out for the record, Junie, Joseph, and I did meet with the ACLU, I think back in December or January, but certainly we had never seen any bill language. And in our discussion, I at least did say that we supported the concept of bail and bond reform. The arrest standards just hadn't come up. And so I think the real concern here is more around arrest standards. Aaron, and then Rachel.
It was the other way around, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not looking at this.
Well, just to ask a kind of follow-up question, I appreciate your clarifying that you feel like the removal of all felonies is really problematic for the intention of the bill. That's helpful to understand. One of our kind of backup requests on that was, the way it's currently worded in terms of the low-level felonies that are excluded, but then there are a number of them that would be included because they met one criteria or another. And so that as one reads the bill, if one is not familiar with the list of every low-level felony and how they might interact with the various other conditions in there, then you really don't have a sense of what's left, of what low-level felonies would still be subjected to arrest and which ones would not. So I think one of our backup requests was to enumerate those specifically. So do you think that's at all doable, or instead do you think that's more of an education thing, like of supplying a frequently asked questions about exactly which ones are included and which ones are not?
So I have been working very closely with Michael Doherty and thinking about, is there a way to reword the bill to clear up confusion about this basic premise that non-Victim Rights Act misdemeanors and below are the mandatory summons, low-level felonies, victim crimes, and these other specific provisions like firearms are arrestable when there's a safety threat or a risk of reoffense. That is something that we would be open to clarifying. And I think it clarifies the current intent of the bill, but might bring some comfort to folks who are less familiar with the different crimes. That being said, I do not think that I haven't gotten to talk to DA Doherty about this or other DAs, but my guess is that DAs and others who are working in the criminal legal space are not going to say it's a good idea to enumerate every single crime. These are hundreds of crimes. They already fit in certain buckets, and right now, there is a reworking of the criminal code that the CCJJ is undergoing that is going to reclassify a whole set of crimes in the misdemeanor category and probably next year in the felony category. And so it's, that one of the things that you don't do in drafting is list out every single crime. If you want to know what your F5s and 6s are, go to your DA, go to your county attorney. They should be very familiar with these things. But the thing is that all of these categories, these are broad categories, and we're not picking out a specific crime. We are saying essentially any victim crime, any felony at all, you can always arrest when there's a safety risk.
That makes a great deal of sense. So I think the enumerating idea is probably not a good idea. So I appreciate your explanation there. I just think that I think it does then become more of an education matter. But I do think this is where some of the confusion about the bill has arisen, is that one can read it very closely, but still come away with it with not having a clear understanding of what's covered and what's not because you haven't written it clearly, but because if one does not have a familiarity with all those categories, then one is not so sure. But thanks for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Well, Aaron, let me just say, I'm not sure the bill is written quite as clearly as it could be. And as we've gone, because there's been so much confusion, as we've gone back over the language, we have been working on language that could make it clearer, so that the things that I am telling you here today that the bill does, which I believe they do under the language as it's currently drafted, could potentially be further clarified. And maybe that would bring some comfort to folks on this council.
Well, that's good to hear, because then that might be something that we advocate for instead, conceivably, would be for clarification in the bill language for what offenses were covered and what were not.
Rachel and then Mary.
Well, I want to thank Rebecca again for answering questions, and then I'll turn it over to Mary, but I just wanted to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Are we there already? It's only 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Well, we're getting there, so just figured I'd do it.
It'll come when the time is right. Mary?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wallace, for staying on and answering all these questions. I have an additional one for you. In the assessment that is to be made by a police officer in assessing a person, whether or not there's a safety risk or a risk of reoffense, how does that assessment being made on the fly not introduce additional bias?
Thanks so much for the question. So I was trying to address this earlier. Right now, officers have broad discretion for basically all misdemeanors, and in some jurisdictions, including Boulder, low-level felonies, to either issue a summons or arrest people. So that's like the current situation right now. And when they are making, and there's exceptions to that, you have to arrest people for DV and for high-level violent crimes. Like I said, those are not what this bill is about. So officers in the field are making these decisions every day. And when we talked to law enforcement about what are the primary factors that you are considering when making that decision that you make every day in the field, the two things that we kept returning to were, is this person going to hurt somebody else? Is this person going to keep doing bad stuff? And so I guess this doesn't really, all this does is clarify what are the appropriate considerations in the field, because that decision is being made all the time. And the goal is to actually reduce
by, I'm sorry, I just lost my speaker. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. The goal is actually to reduce bias by narrowing and clarifying, the categories that can be considered. I think, and I can't speak for Sheriff Pele, but you can ask that those are the very considerations that he would expect his officers to be making in the field right now.
Great.
Okay, thank you for that. And did I hear you say just a little bit earlier that the bill could benefit from some further clarifying language?
I'm sorry if you just asked me a question. I just lost my headset and now I can hear again. But
Oh,
you
I'm
asked another
sorry.
question.
Yeah, no, I thought I heard you say just a few minutes ago that the bill could benefit from further clarifying language.
Well, we've heard enough misconceptions about what the bill does, some of which, frankly, I think are potentially intentionally misleading, but others that I think maybe because the bill language isn't as clear as it could be. And so I've been trying to be as clear as I can with council tonight, and also to say that any of the things that we have said this bill intends to do, we of course would be open to clarifying language that makes clear that this is what the bill intends to do. We have been, I think we've sent out, we have fact sheets. We are very clear about, the categories of crimes that are covered and what's expected from officers. And to the extent that the bill, that the bill language isn't totally clear on that, we would be open to clarifying amendments, of course.
And you also, thank you for that. And you also mentioned that you had not looked at the proposed amendments from our legislative subcommittee.
We did look at them earlier this week.
Okay. But you had not, but you mentioned that you had not had a chance to see them or consider them. I thought I heard that.
I was saying that we had heard that Boulder was oppositional to the bill and had not until this week when we reached out received Boulder's amendments.
Okay. So you're open to looking at the amendments and considering them?
Yeah, we have looked at them, and ultimately this is the sponsor's decision. But I can say that I've tried to share at least our view, and we are following many of our organizers in the field who are saying we don't just throw out an entire category of, we don't throw out human beings and say they belong incarcerated pretrial because they're accused of a low-level felony. We still say we want officers making reasoned decisions in the field about who they arrest based on safety and reoffense. And so it's not just about what we're open to. I think that the community that we are obligated to it cares about pretrial reform and freedom for people accused both of misdemeanors and of felonies, particularly after decades of high felonization, where we have consistently ratcheted up the nature, how what used to be a misdemeanor is now a felony, as we've continued to ratchet those things up. And of course, there are many people who are accused of crimes they didn't commit. And there are also people who are accused of low-level felonies who are of no danger to anyone and should not be incarcerated pre-trial. And so it's not just about the ACLU, it's about the entire community. And ultimately, it's going to be up to the sponsors. I can tell you the ACLU would be strongly opposed to the felony amendment that Boulder is considering for all the reasons I've already shared.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on in our public hearing. We have Aaron Clark, Katie Farden, and Lane Taplin.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver and City Council. My name is Aaron Clark. I'm a Black resident of the city of Boulder. I'm the founder of Justice Reskill. In pursuit of equity, we empower justice-involved individuals to transcend personal and societal limitations to secure long-term professional success. I'm also a member of the NAACP Boulder County's Criminal Justice Committee under the leadership of Darren O'Connor and Annette James. I'm also the founder of Equity Solutions, the firm that recently won Startup of the Year by the Boulder Chamber of Commerce for our work advancing racial equity during and after the racial reckoning and the murder of George Floyd. Tonight, I would like to call our city to elevate our emphasis on finding community solutions to ensure public safety and to find alternatives to incarceration. All too often, we immediately move towards legislation, force, and control when facing a challenge like we're in today. This fails to address looking for root causes. And in the middle of a global pandemic, the root causes of this pandemic in our community are disproportionately affecting BIPOC communities. My concern here is that we are pushing decisions about that, and the folks that are impacted are not actually in this conversation. Many folks tonight have said to listen to the people around the state that have stood in support of this bill. And it's clear that that's not really being listened to. Rather, we're listening to the local opposition only. I would submit that this council should take the time to seek out the BIPOC members of this community to understand the direct or indirect impact that opposition or an amendment to this bill would have on us. In 2020, we made statements of support for racial equity with yard signs and hashtags. Any legislation tonight that is connected to our criminal justice system must be seen as impacting BIPOC and marginalized communities. If we support racial equity, we have to consider this impact before making decisions affecting our lives. Let's pass SB 62 as written and stay on the correct side of justice reform and move towards racial equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Katie Farnan, Lane Taplin, and Denise Mays. Katie?
Thank you. So you're back to the non-experts. My name is Katie Farnan. I am with Boulder Surge, and I'm speaking in support of the unamended State Senate Bill 2162. I'm also here to stand in grief with my fellow Boulderites over the events of March 22nd. I am so thankful to the first responders who ran toward the danger that day. Now more than ever, I am convinced that we need to make sure that law enforcement resources are directed at preventing real public safety threats and violence like we saw here on the 22nd, rather than on arresting and jailing folks charged with low-level offenses and nonviolent crimes. SB 2162 is a statewide issue. It goes beyond Boulder. I have been a victim of property crime, and no one deserves to go through that. But mass incarceration and wealth-based detention angers me more, and those conditions are disproportionately experienced by low income and people of color. 2162 is an equity issue. As District Attorney Alexis King testified in the Senate Judiciary, it's not too much to ask officers and prosecutors to articulate a public safety threat in order to justify jailing someone pre-trial, which is so disruptive to people's lives and sometimes deadly. The prospect of losing your job, your home, or even your life before you're even found guilty because you cannot pay your way out, that is what makes our communities across the state less safe. Boulder must not stand in the way of SB 2162 because we marched last summer with a commitment to address racial equity in policing. This is that work. And as you can see from the testimony before me and what you've all been really engaging in, that is the work. It is work. And so I encourage you to stick with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Give me just a moment here. Okay, next we have Lane Taplin, Denise Mays, and Ralph Burns. Lane?
Hi, my name is Lane Taplin. I'm with Boulder Surge. I'm a Boulder resident, have been a victim of a violent crime, and I've worked as a psychotherapist for folks in the criminal justice system. I strongly urge City Council to show up in support of SB 62 in its unamended version. I'm honestly horrified by the amount of pushback we've seen in Boulder against this bill, especially in the wake of the recent racial equity plan. SB 62 is an equity issue. Jailing low-level offenders who are not a public threat impacts people of color and poor people the most. Other counties in Colorado have already proven that jail depopulation doesn't correlate to increased crime rates. 60% of people in jail are unconvicted and are just jailed because they can't afford to pay money bond, not because they're dangerous. SB 62 helps decrease the harmful incarceration of this unconvicted 60% of our community, and it still allows officers to arrest and hold people who do pose a threat to public safety. We need to acknowledge that police are already using their discretion in every interaction. We can't twist this bill and claim that it's going to be the cause of oppressive bias. Please follow the lead of racial justice groups who are in support of this bill as is. Sheriff Pele himself has been quoted as saying that the arrest standards in this bill reflect the ones in place in Boulder prior to COVID. So clearly they're workable, and this part of the bill doesn't need to be amended. What keeps Boulder safe is investing in our whole community, particularly members who are struggling and marginalized, not jail. Being held in jail for a low-level offense, even for a day, can be devastating to someone's entire financial picture and works against people already struggling because of institutionalized racism, classism, and ableism. Please listen to our social justice advocates, walk the talk of the racial equity plan, and support SB 62 as it's written. Thank you.
Elaine. Next, we have Denise Mays, Ralph Burns, and Eric Budd. Denise.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver, and thank you, members of council. My name is Denise Mays, and I am the Public Policy Director with the ACLU of Colorado, and I'm here to ask for your support for Senate Bill 62. I want to acknowledge, first and foremost, I know that crime is real, and I also know that the fear of crime is also very real. But as already mentioned, no one has offered any support for the claim that this bill will increase crime. And that is very important for everyone to understand. And if that were the result of this bill, why would prosecutors in the state of Colorado be in vocal support of this bill? Why would Attorney General Phil Weiser be in support of this bill, as well as Colorado's Department of Public Safety? Now, I've heard it said here that the recommendation to seek amendments on this bill is in part out of concern for unintended racial bias and harm to victims. I think victims, survivors of crime, can speak for themselves. There are 4 statewide victim advocate groups that were involved in the development of this bill. 3 looked at it and they don't oppose, and we have one that supports. With respect to racial bias, also, don't speak for communities of color. Let them speak for themselves. And they are in strong support of this bill. At the end of the day, we have over-relied on jails and prisons, and yet we are no safer today. Senate Bill 62 plots a new way for you to look at criminal justice reform. It's the right way, and I'm confident it's the Boulder way. And that's why I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Ralph Burns, Eric Budd, and Chelsea Castellano. Ralph.
Hello, my name is Ralph Burns, a member of Boulder Surge, and I thank the City Council for both your work and for hearing from citizens. Regarding SB 2162, consider, per Boulder's new racial equity plan, the Boulder poverty rate for non-whites is nearly double at 23% compared to 12% for whites. Second, per the Federal Bureau of Justice Statistics, persons in households below the poverty level are more than twice as likely to be involved in crime as higher income households. Third, SB 2162 eliminates monetary bonds for lower level offenses and reserves jails for those who are a safety threat. It prevents non-threatening persons not convicted of any crime from remaining in a jail because they cannot afford bond. Also note that USA's incarceration rate is more than 5 times greater than the rest of the world. Support for 2162 is an anti-racism action driving towards structural equity. An objection to SB 2162 is an action reinforcing structural racism. Every public speaker at the March 16th City Council meeting discussing the increase in Pearl Street crime connected the increase to COVID restrictions. Not a single speaker spoke about the best post-COVID interests for Colorado criminal justice. Does Boulder's racial equity plan carry any weight? If so, then take a stand for the 23% non-whites in poverty within Boulder and support SB 2162 as written. Thank you both for listening and for acting with courage.
Thank you, Ralph. Next, we have Eric Budd, Chelsea Castellano, and Abby Bradshaw. Eric?
Hello, my name is Eric Budd. I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. We are working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. With SB 62, Colorado has an opportunity to reverse the trend of mass incarceration that we have seen all over the country for decades. I support the bill in the current form, and Boulder should not push to amend the bill. I want to connect the over-jailing of people in Boulder to Boulder's housing occupancy limits. In most of Boulder, it's illegal for more than 3 unrelated people to live together. These occupancy limits create criminals whose crime is sharing housing, which creates instability, poverty, where people can be evicted for living 4 people in a 4-bedroom house. This exclusionary policy leads to more poverty and more struggle. We want people to be able to live in Boulder and succeed in this community, even if they have fewer resources. So we shouldn't be jailing people for low-level offenses. We shouldn't be putting people who aren't violent in jail, just like we shouldn't be evicting people who are living 1 person per bedroom in a house. What I'm hearing from the city leadership tonight is that there is this concern about racial equity in this bill, how the officers will exercise discretion, and that apparently has more weight than the actual abuse and violence towards Black and brown people that we have seen over and over from police in our own community. This bill has broad support across Colorado, including Boulder's state legislators, and the bill is not opposed by our district attorney or sheriff, who have been engaged stakeholders in this bill. The legislative committee's position, particularly around jailing people for low-level felonies, would gut much of the progress of reducing incarcerations. I'm asking the council to remove their opposition from the bill. Boulder must not uphold progress for the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Chelsea Castellano, Abby Bradshaw, and Aiden Cook. Chelsea?
I'm Chelsea Castellano, an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People, and we are working to end some of Boulder's exclusionary housing policies. This Friday at the Conference of World Affairs, Councilmember Bob Yates will be moderating a session called, quote, Policing in America, Now What? Differing Views on How to Change Law Enforcement to End Police Violence Against People of Color, unquote. I hope this isn't too presumptuous, but I have taken the liberty of preparing Bob's opening remarks, and here they are. As a member of City Council, my colleagues and I have the great honor and responsibility of ensuring that our laws and the laws we support are anti-racist and protect people of color against police violence and unjust imprisonment. I am proud to stand before you today, having just recently fully supported SB 2162 as written. During the last census, we found that 1% of the Boulder population was Black, and yet over 5% of the total arrests in Boulder are Black residents. That is systemic racism, and the only way to combat that is with systemic change. Now, for a moment, we considered making amendments to the bill that would have weakened it, but as council members, we recognize that it would have been a disservice to try to amend the results of the year-long engagement process with experts and stakeholders from across the state. We recognize that arresting people for nonviolent crimes was itself an act of violence. We recognize that it was more important to listen to Black and brown voices, civil rights activists, and victims groups than the police on the matter of mass incarceration. We recognize that our unfounded fears would not allow us to dim our commitment to equality and justice for all. And that is why we supported SB 2162 without amendment. That could be our future. Now you must have the courage to make it our reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next, we have Abby Bradshaw, Aiden Cook, and Claudia Team. Abby?
Hi, Council. My name is Abby Bradshaw. I'm a Boulder resident. So incarceration disproportionately affects Black people, unhoused people, trans people, and other marginalized groups in Boulder and across America. As we've discussed a lot tonight, when people are caged, they're often unable to pay, they're not granted bail or they're unable to pay bail. Staying in jail even for one night can have negative consequences like losing your job, and longer jail stays, of course, can lead to things like eviction or losing your children or health problems. People in jail are more than 4 times more likely to have disabilities. And if you need daily medicine or rely on other medical support, oftentimes you cannot access those in jail, and those can lead to further lifelong health problems. Opposing SB 2162 because of fear mongering by wealthy business and homeowners in Boulder puts you in opposition to this supposed goal of equity and reduction in violence against marginalized people. The police chief, Maris Harold, is lobbied by NIMBYs and other wealthy stakeholders like Safer Boulder, and she is only interested in a homogenous and wealthy Boulder. And SB 2162 does not support a homogenous Boulder. It supports the goals of reducing violence and reducing inequities against marginalized people. Maris Harold claims to follow a data-driven policing approach, but this is meaningless when the data is informed by existing racist and classist injustice system. And SB 2162 is taking us with one step towards ending some of these systems, towards reducing some of the violent and inequitable impacts of these systems. And I urge all of you to publicly support this bill as written, and to urge our representatives and senators to support this bill as written, and to reduce the impact of unnecessary incarceration on people in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. It appears that Aiden Cook is not in the meeting with us. So next we have Claudia Team, Lauren Tompkinson, and Elisa Soares. Claudia?
Good evening, members of council. This is Claudia Hampton Thiem. I live in Boulder, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Boulder Progressives. This is a difficult time to be talking about public safety and policing in our community, and I appreciate all of you and the city staff represented here tonight for leading through these dark times with your whole hearts. Boulder Progressives is not in the habit of endorsing statewide campaigns and issues, even when they align with our values. But we're here tonight to support SB 62 because some of our neighbors, including our chief of police, have made this our fight. We support efforts to reduce arrests for low-level offenses and to end cash bail because these practices disproportionately hurt low-income people and people of color. They perpetuate unequal justice in a time we know we should do better. The overuse of pretrial detention also destabilizes lives that we've already made precarious in our society. When people lose employment, housing, or social supports because of unnecessary jail time, that is a threat to public safety. We're concerned that you are only listening to law enforcement and to a vocal segment of the downtown business community when formulating a position on this bill. Theirs are the voices that our political system has been built to hear, but they are not the only ones that matter. It was just 2 months ago that this body approved a racial equity plan that commits to correcting that kind of imbalance. SB 62 contains relief for over-policed and over-incarcerated communities throughout Colorado and already reflects input from a broad range of stakeholders, including our sheriff and DA. We would expect, given Boulder's stated values, that council would support it and encourage others in its orbit to do so as well. We know you well enough to know that that's a big ask. But at the very least, we ask that you respect the strong and principled support in our community and the work of civil rights and racial justice leaders statewide, and that you and the city's agents at least remain neutral on this bill as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Lauren Tompkinson and Elisa Soares. Lauren?
Hi, Council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you. My name is Lauren Tompkinson. I have lived and worked in Boulder for 7 years. I am a member of United Campus Workers Colorado. and I'm speaking for the first time at City Council this evening to urge that council members publicly support SB 2162 as it is written, as it is a bill that will keep our loved ones and neighbors safer at home rather than shackled in cages. As so many of our community members have highlighted, depopulating jails is a matter of racial, gender, health, and economic justice. For instance, did you know that Colorado incarcerates women at a faster rate than the United States as a whole, and faster than 11 other first world nations? That's outrageous. And this bill, as written, will help to reverse these horrible facts. Depopulating jails makes sense in regards to COVID-19 safety, and it also makes fiscal sense. With a daily incarceration cost of over $98 per person, sustained jail population reduction could save our community millions of dollars each year, let alone the whole Colorado community. Furthermore, I want to share my own experience interacting with the justice system. Several years ago, a former intimate partner stalked me and made me feel fear for the first time in my life. And without realizing what would happen, Boulder PD got involved and arrested my ex for about 24 hours. After he was arrested, I was shocked that I didn't feel safer. I actually felt more distressed. All this to say, I have learned that jails and police are not a solution to personal and community safety. I have limited time, but all this to say, I urge you to support SB 2162 as it is written and to help keep our neighbors and loved ones out of cages. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And finally, we have Elisa Soares.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, you made it to the end. You made it to me. So I appreciate all of the council's time and energy this evening. I am, I think, your final Boulder community member. I live in Boulder. I work in Boulder, voicing support for SB 62 as written. We've heard from community connectors already. We know there are connections in our own community between policing and the effects on marginalized folks. We know that this bill is the culmination of the work of many stakeholders, of both people who work every day to advance racial equity and people who work within the criminal justice system. I urge you to listen to them, trust their expertise. We've heard from a lot of community members tonight with a lot of compelling arguments. Every single speaker from the community here tonight spoke in favor of SB 62 as written. And on the idea of felonies, let's remember that not all felonies are created equal. The word felony is a scare tactic. For example, cultivation of marijuana, even multiple instances of possession, are still considered a federal felony offense, something that we do in Colorado all the time. So I hope you'll take the comments that you heard tonight from community members seriously, even if they felt uncomfortable to receive, and have the courage to change your mind. If you truly want to advance equity, I urge you to stop the criminalization of poverty in our community and support SB 2162 as written. Thank you again for your time tonight.
Thank you, Elisa. And with that, we will bring the public hearing to a close and bring this back to council. I would suggest, and this is just my suggestion, that we break any discussion down into two parts. One is a motion on the policy agenda, policy statement, and the second is any discussion of bill support that we have. So I'm happy to entertain process feedback on that. Okay, well, hearing none, I would invite a motion on the policy statement. Mark, and hang on, let me get this right because I can't do it off of just that. Mark and then Junie. Mark.
Yes, yeah, I neither agree nor disagree because I'm a little confused by your statement, Sam. If you could be a little clearer as to exactly what we're doing in the two parts.
Well, the first part is the suggested motion language in the item in the packet. So the motion language is to support adoption, the revisions that Carl brought to us in the policy statement. So part the first is the motion about the policy agenda. Part the second would be any feedback to Carl and to our policy subcommittee on positions that we have talked about on bills moving through the legislature. So policy agenda and current bills at the legislature. Is that more clear?
Yeah, but I guess my question is, don't we need to do the second one first? Because that's where it seems to me the rubber meets the road.
Well, we need to do both, so we can do whichever one first that you would prefer. No, I was trying to do the easy one, then the hard one, but if you'd rather do the hard one first, I'm open to that.
No, you're the mayor. Your call.
Is someone willing to make a motion to adopt the changes Carl proposed to the policy statement?
I will make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is anyone opposed to adopting the policy statement as amended in front of us tonight? Aaron.
Just to make the comment to folks who are listening along that the policy agenda is independent of specific bills and doesn't have anything specific on SB 62. So just to be clear, we're all about to vote on this. Then we're going to talk about SB 62 and any other specific bills people want to bring up. So just to clarify.
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second around the policy statement as amended before us tonight. So does anyone object to adopting that policy statement? Seeing no objections, that's unanimous adoption of the policy statement. And we'll turn back to council and see if there's any discussion of the recommended position on any of the bills before the legislature. Rachel.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go right for Senate Bill 2162 if it's time, unless we need to pause and ask questions first. I just have discussion. Okay. So I do want to say that we are on the heels of a police officer laying down his life for our community just 2 weeks ago. So we're all, I think, on this council very grateful to our police department. I don't think any of us are likely interested in maligning our police officers or department. So where I am coming from is an interest in improving the criminal justice system, and that is distinct from any criticism of the police department. So I just wanted to make that clear because we did hear some people maligning mayors and police officers. So moving on into the substance. At the beginning of the meeting, I read a declaration in solidarity with the AAPI community members. I did not write it, but it closes with, quote, "We must continue bold and concrete steps to create a safe and equitable environment for people of color." Additionally, Senate Bill 2162 seeks to protect BIPOC community members. And so it is hard for me to square anything shy of support with taking bold and concrete steps. Also earlier today, we heard discussions from our community connectors that 2 of their 3 top concerns were police oversight and advancing racial equity. And we have a chance here to advance those goals. And then lastly, just in my day, I will add that I was at our Racial Equity Guiding Coalition meeting today, and we sort of had a lecture from staff about the history of Boulder, and we were immersed in the history of the massacre of indigenous members, people who lived here before we lived here, as well as sort of our racist Klan past. So I think that the racist roots of our community are also relevant in this discussion. I would also add that in terms of public safety, we need to be very careful to recognize that public safety does include people who, and protecting people who have been accused of crimes. And so it's not like either we protect community or we protect criminals. We have to be mindful that it's our our job as a city to protect everyone who lives here. And for my part, I'm not very worried about the discretion of police officer determining, those issues of who's in danger, or is it a continuing threat? That seems pretty in line with what we already ask our police officers to do. So I'm hopeful that that will be not a high burden. And lastly, I guess I would just note that our criminal justice system does need reform from sort of the front end to the back end. It has racial bias and unconscious bias often just rippling throughout it. So any chance that we have to right that wrong, I think it's important that we lean into it. So I would prefer for us to trust Phil Weiser and the ACLU and the NAACP, and especially in light of the ACLU's responses tonight. I think that they offered a lot of assurances that this is going to be a bill that does allow us to be safe while still improving the lives of our community members. So in light of that, I would support and hope that council would support SB 2162 without amendments, or with many fewer amendments if people feel the need. Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Aaron, and then Mark.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rachel. That was very well said. Yeah, I found the testimony tonight to be very compelling and some of it very educational. I will, like Rachel said, exempt from that the specific criticisms of our police department. Like Rachel said, we owe them a great debt. The sacrifice of Officer Talley and other extremely brave and heroic behaviors of our officers in the incredible tragedy from a couple of weeks ago. So I in no way condone those pieces of the testimony, but speaking of the existence of how mass incarceration affects our society and the BIPOC communities in particular, and how this could make a significant dent in that problem is very compelling. And also, like Rachel today, we had our Racial Equity Guiding Coalition meeting today, and then shifted in with the discussion of our work plan, and then the community connectors, and talking about how what's important to people of color in our community and other folks we don't hear from as much. And what we hear from over and over from people in these circumstances about racial equity and from marginalized communities is that what we talk about is fine, but we need to take concrete steps as well. And so I feel like this is a time to take a concrete step. So I did find the ACLU's explanation of some of the details of the bill very helpful. There were things that in our legislative subcommittee that we talked about requested amendments that I think upon hearing their explanations, I don't think were necessarily necessary. So I would encourage us to switch to a position of support for the bill with some smaller requested amendments, as Rachel mentioned. And I have a couple of thoughts on that, like specifically asking for clear language on what offenses are included in the arrest standards. So changing our request that felonies be excluded to instead request for clear language on that. And then I think the testimony about officer discretion, I think I was moved by that. So I would strike our objection to the officer discretion, because I think of the points people made to say that if the officer doesn't exercise discretion, then a person ends up in jail, and then they're brought to a hearing. And instead, it is better to let the officer exercise some discretion, given that there are no civil and criminal penalties involved. So I would remove that request and then leave us with just a couple of other ones about lethal weapons or deadly weapons and the very minor failure to appear one. So that's my recommendation. Thanks. Thanks everyone for coming out and speaking so powerfully tonight.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark? Mark, you're on mute.
I often am. First, I want to thank both Rachel and Aaron for their comments about our police force and the role that they play in Boulder. And I share those. I want to make a couple of comments about what we did at the Intergovernmental Affairs meeting. First, I do not believe we are gutting the bill. We were proposing amendments that we believed would actually improve it. We heard a great deal of commentary tonight that we should not incarcerate for low-level offenses, misdemeanors, and code violations. That was never an issue. We agree with that. We also heard testimony that we need to reform the cash bail system. We agree with that. We proposed only the most minor of changes to that provision. We did propose some amendments that we believed were reasonable attempts to better balance the needs of the community against the need to differentiate between those individuals who should be incarcerated and those who should be not. And finally, we heard many speakers, all of the speakers oppose our proposed amendments. And frankly, I would have been a little bit more persuaded if I had heard these expressions of support from a number of downtown business owners who actually have experienced theft, break-ins, and damage to their businesses. I did not hear any of that. I also heard a lot of hostility to local business owners. Running a business is a difficult proposition at the best of times. And those who express this kind of animus towards our business owners are certainly entitled to that view. But frankly, I don't share it and do not support comments of that kind. I thought we proposed very reasonable amendments to the bill, and despite the many references to Sheriff Pele and Attorney General Weiser, their positions on this bill do not absolve us from the obligation to render our own best judgment, and that's what we did. And I continue to support the results of that committee meeting, and will continue to do so. Thanks.
Bob.
Well, I'll jump in. I agree with Mark. I think the committee did a fine job of proposing amendments to the bill that were as modest as possible, keeping the essence of the bill in place, but curbing some of the excesses in the bill that really tied the hands of law enforcement across the state. I'm a little troubled by a state bill that tells home rule cities and police departments and city managers and city councils in the various cities throughout the state about how they enforce their laws. It seems to me we are a home rule city and we should be allowed to engage in law enforcement consistent with our community standards. That may mean less arrests, that may mean more arrests, but it seems to me that this is awful heavy-handed for the state to tell the dozens and dozens of police departments throughout the state who they may or may not arrest. And I'm troubled by that. I'm troubled by this preemption by the state of local control, local authority, local law enforcement, local discretion. And so that is probably as disturbing to me as anything. I think most of the bill is just fine, as Mark has said. I thought our committee did a good job of proposing some amendments. There are certainly lots and lots of cities in the state that are just dead set against this bill in its entirety, including the Colorado Municipal League and the Metro Mayors and several police departments and sheriff's departments throughout the state. So I think our position is pretty progressive, perhaps not as progressive as some of the speakers tonight would wish, but it's certainly a lot better than an opposition. And I really appreciate the overture that some of our speakers made tonight to continue to work with our committee to further refine amendments. I think the amendments were a good start, but if the committee and those speakers are willing to continue to work together to come up with some amendments that would improve the bill, because I think that's what we're trying to do. I think Boulder's actually in the minority here. I think we're trying to improve the bill. It seems that everybody else is either fully in favor of it or fully opposed to it. And perhaps we can be the mediators between those two opposing camps. I agree with Mark. I think it's a good start. I would encourage the committee and those speakers who are in leadership roles with the ACLU to continue to work with Boulder to come up with some amendments, because if you shoot for the whole enchilada, you may get nothing. And there's a possibility of working with Boulder as a compromising force here, and perhaps coming up with a bill that's pretty good. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for, but pretty good, and maybe better than nothing.
Thank you, Bob. And Junie, if you would start your comments by making a motion that we extend the meeting, that would be great.
Motion to extend the meeting?
Is there a second?
Second.
Anyone opposed? Great.
Yeah.
Mark, you're always opposed. So thank you, Junie. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And, I want to thank Bob for his comment and generosity for everything that he said. But I think I have some slight criticism, even as a member of this committee, based on what I heard tonight. I think something that struck me was when one of the speakers, I believe it was the ACLU, that we should not speak for people of color and to let them speak for themselves. And I have to say, there are times that I've been on council, I get a sense, for lack of a better word, there is some kind of commodification of Black experience and oppression, or in the oppression of people of color within our own political discourse. And I think, again, it's so important moving forward, if the stance that we will take is having community discourse, we need to speak with the community members of color, to really get their perspective, as opposed to just blanket things and attempt to sell it to whether it's council or community members. I think that's very important. And I think when I was at our own legislative meeting as well, I was on the side of support with amendments. So I support my fellow council member, Aaron Brockett. Based on what I hear tonight, I definitely believe this bill as is seems to be even confusing to even the ACLU. As they were speaking today, they were saying, well, it could be better, it could be better. So I think the idea is to make it better. Let's do the hard work to make it better, where we can have the support of more communities around Colorado. But I just Googled, what's the percentage of non-whites in Colorado? It's about 33%. That's a large population, and we have to do whatever we can to protect them. If that means going back and work on this bill, we should do it.
Great. Thank you, Junie. And I'll jump in here and say, I appreciate the testimony we heard tonight, and I agree with much of it. I certainly do not agree with characterizing police in the way that they were broad brush stroke characterized. I think that is unhelpful. I think generalizing about groups of people is most often unhelpful. And so that includes people who are police officers. But that being said, I believe that our position is a pretty good one, which is amend. I did not sign on myself or for Boulder to the Metro Mayor's Caucus sign-on letter, which is straight up opposing this bill. So for what it's worth, I found the recommendation of the committee to be quite balanced, which is amend. It is neither support nor oppose, but amend. And I think it is quite fair to say that everyone on this council agrees with the bail reform piece of it, the cash bail, and almost all the bond provisions. The three failures to appear in a specific case is pretty difficult to understand the justification. Why isn't it 1 or at most 2? So I think that amendment deserves discussion. I think the amendment about deadly weapons deserves continued discussion. And I think, as Aaron said, the detailing of which felonies are and are not arrestable on their own is well worth the time to discuss, because things like motor vehicle theft, if an officer finds somebody who has stolen a vehicle, I would believe that's grounds for arrest, even without a public safety component. Similarly with arson. Arson, it may have started minor, but as a former firefighter, I can say that plenty of things that start small can become big and be life-threatening. So I think arson is another example of an arrest bar that I'd want to question whether you would want to say you can't arrest unless there's a clear and present danger, because I think arson deserves to, go before a judge at the very least, to understand, and to protect the public from the possibility of that person being out. So I'll just say that I think, and I do hear, and Aaron, I agree with you on this as well, we should not strike the requirements about determination of threat to safety or unwillingness to cease and desist. So I would be fine with taking that one proposed amendment off, but the other 3, I believe, are worthy of discussion. I have spoken directly in the last week to DA Doherty, and I won't speak for him except to say that we had a very fulsome discussion of all the proposed amendments, and he did not express support or opposition to the amendments, but he said that it certainly was worth more discussion going forward. And I think, to Bob's point, that we can play a role of trying to make sure that this passes in the main of how it was written, but to clarify some of the points that are not clear enough as they're written. So I think an amend position is perfect for us to have as a council. If we want to state support for the parts of the bill that we support, I think that is good as well. But I think there are parts of it, as Junie said, that need to be cleared up so it's a good law when it's finally passed and becomes the law of the land. So I would continue to support an amend position. I would support removing one of our amendment requests, but I think the others deserve to be at least discussed going forward. Mark?
Yeah, I can also live with that change of removing the one proposed amendment. I mean, Aaron made a good point about it, and I'm good with that as well.
Rachel.
I assume I'm in the minority here, but I disagree with a position of amend. I would just support with sort of a suggestion that whoever on the subcommittee is authorized to do that meets with the ACLU and tries to hammer out some improvements, but they would not be required to get to a support position. So whatever the terminology is there, I think it's support and chat rather than amend.
Mary.
Did you call on me?
I did. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Mary.
That's okay. Thanks. First of all, I want to agree with all my colleagues who have said that disparaging comments towards our police chief and our police department are inappropriate. So there are probably certainly those that are not empathetic and geared towards safety, but I would assume that they are likely in a minority. But so anyway, I would support what my colleagues have said with respect to that. The other thing I would like to say is that business owners also come in all races. So to just disparage all business owners because they're business owners is also disparaging. It's disparaging everybody. I heard a story about someone who is a person of color who was arrested for a misdemeanor and in Boulder by the Boulder Police Department, arrested for misdemeanor, and determined that they were a safety risk for themselves and suicidal, and thrown in jail naked to keep themselves from being harmed. So if this bill would prevent that, I would support it. But I do think that something that is right out of the gate, that it is perfect and doesn't need amendments, is like writing a novel in the first draft and it's good to go. So I would support some amendments, and I think that what Sam suggested would be a good path to go. I think that the clarifications on, what qualifies as a arrestable offense is necessary, given that there's a lot of confusion, according to Ms. Wallace, I think it was. And I think it also needs clarification about the liability for officers, because that was one of the things that I heard that was a real concern. So I think that move further, maybe the committee gets together again and has a further discussion. I agree with Rachel to meeting with the ACLU and getting some more of those clarifications, and support with amendments is where I would go.
Adam.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I had some sort of weigh in here. The thing that I struggle with here is I don't know enough to say what is a substantive change and what is not. And that's where I have to defer to the people who have been working on this for a year. And in that case, I would default to support and having them make the clarifications as needed that are clearly bouncing off of some of council and some of our community as well. Because I think council members and community members have reasonable doubts about some of the language, and they don't understand what it means. So I'm not looking to make any substantive changes to what the people who brought this forth want, but it's pretty clear that we're having some miscommunications that should be cleared up. So if we had to vote, I would probably vote in favor of support, but it's pretty clear that there's some mess to clear up here.
Aaron.
Well, Sam, I think everybody had some words to say. So could I offer a path forward from what I've heard from the majority of council?
Sure, go for it.
It does sound like there's energy for the taking the approach of support while working towards amendments, and it sounds like generally there was agreement about no longer asking that subsection about was it B, I, V, A, and B just rolls right off the tongue, to remove that request, and then for us to have further conversations with bill sponsors and ACLU about addressing our the other concerns of the city, and how the bill might be potentially changed to address those.
So the positions that are usually available are oppose unless amended, amend, and support with amendments, which I think is what you're saying, Aaron, and just straight support and straight oppose. So am I to understand that you're proposing that we support with amendments and that we keep the 3 of the 4, except the one that you mentioned?
Well, and yeah, and with the other, the one about the list of offenses, that we had our request was to say it should be, that we should replace it with a list of crimes. And I think I would say to replace that with a request for clarifying language on what crimes are included and which ones are not.
And you specifically are talking about the request we had put out before on class 4, 5, and 6 felonies. We're going to strike that. You'd like to amend that to a request that we are more clear about what's prohibited from being arrested for.
That's right. Yeah, because I found it compelling the saying that listing the specific crimes is problematic, particularly as the code changes over the years. So instead to ask for clarifications to the language.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is a proposal that we support with amendments. And I think, Carl, are you clear enough about the amendments that we're talking about?
So what I heard from Councilmember Brockett is support with amendments focusing on the FTAs and the deadly weapons, not focusing on the other 2 amendments, except with regards to felonies and, for that matter, for the categorizations of different crimes, that there be some clarification. But I'm not hearing from Aaron the same thing that I've heard from some other members suggesting that we still try to remove felonies. So there's certainly a difference between what I've heard from different members, but I do understand what Aaron is proposing.
Yeah, I guess I'm putting that out there. I heard a majority of council being interested in supporting with amendments. It was a little less clear on this particular one, so I'm proposing that on this one we solely ask for clarifications to the list of crimes that are included and not. And I don't know if that's a majority would support that approach.
So let's take them one at a time, just to get clear. It sounds like we're in agreement on 2 of them. Continue to look for expansion of firearms to be deadly weapons, or some expansion of firearms to include other weapons, and then FTAs reduced from 3 to 2. Those are 2 that sound like we're all in agreement on. And then do you want to try stating one more time the clarification you'd like to support? Because let me stop there, full stop. On the first 2, is there any disagreement that we want to keep going on the FTAs and the deadly weapons? Okay, seeing no one's there, I think, Aaron, the last one we need to clear up is the crime definition.
Yeah, that we ask that the categories of crimes that are included in Section 1 of the bill for arrest standards be clarified. Make it that simple.
Okay. I think the only problem for Carl is, like, what clarifications are we pushing for exactly? But I'm comfortable leaving it there and continuing to work within the committee to get the detail around that. So if we want to bring back some ACLU proposal to the committee, I think that's worth doing, even if it's we require another meeting. So is that close enough, Aaron? We say we want to clarify and we're good, and the committee can figure out what clarify means exactly.
That's fine with me if it's fine with other people.
Great. Mark?
I can support that, as long as we have a process for getting that clarification and being able to express our views as to which class 4, 5, 6 felonies we feel strongly about, and which we, which we can agree ought not to be subject to incarceration. But as a process matter, I could go with that.
Mm-hmm. And just to be clear, you mean subject to arrest, not specifically incarceration?
Yeah, subject to arrest. I'm sorry.
Great.
Can I make
Rachel?
Do you mind if I just interject real quick, Sam? My part of my reasoning for this these revised set of amendments is that from speaking with some of the bill organizers that these all seem to be things that left the fundamental intentions of the bill intact. So
thank you, Aaron. We got Rachel and Mary. Rachel.
Yeah, just reiterating, I don't think we need to be so formal about it. I think that the ACLU basically said tonight that they already are going to work with bill sponsors to make some improvements because they've heard this feedback already. So I think we could just do a support, and I don't support the with amendment because I think that a lot of what we are sort of dancing around, they already said it addressed. Like, we don't have to get so specific with the felonies because they said, it's going to have a victim and be arrestable. Basically, they couldn't come up with an example of what we'd be talking about. So I would just once again favor us supporting in keeping with our racial equity plan and all of the testimony that we heard tonight, and simplify and support and let the committee work with it. I understand I'm in the minority, but just wanted to clarify because you asked, are we all in agreement? I'm not.
Mary?
Yeah, question. So we talked about the committee going and hashing this out. So based on tonight's outcome from our discussion, do you then hash it out, and then, because things move so quickly at the state legislature, there won't be a chance to come back?
No.
So you'll just go with whatever you come up with, and that'll be that. Is that the case?
I think that's right. And I only think the unclarity is around the more clear definition of the arrest prohibitions that are currently class 4, 5, and 6 felonies are prohibited. And I think what we want is, if we don't have that in, what are the offenses which rest is prohibited for? And so I think what the way I heard it, Mary, is if we hear something back from the ACLU about what they might be willing to do on that clarification, that would be something the committee could weigh in on. I don't think we're going to go and try and write language to define that. I think we might weigh in on what we might hear back as potential amendments if the bill sponsor is willing to make an amendment. We have no idea if they will.
Okay. Thank you for that.
So, Aaron, do you want to go forward with support with amendments? Okay, so I think we'll take a vote on that. All in favor of adopting a support with amendments, and we have the 3 of them listed, indicate by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? Rachel, I assume you're opposed.
Clarify, it's a full support, not opposed to support with amendments. Full support.
Okay, so I think we're good to go, 6-2, that we support with amendments, and we have the 3 asks. Carl, is that good enough to work with?
Yep, that works.
Okay, very good. So I think we are done with this. I think we've adopted the changes to the legislative agenda, and we've weighed in on the bills at the legislature right now. So thank you, Carl. Thank you to all the community members who testified, and thank you to all the folks who had to wait through all of this to talk about the next item. Alicia, I think we're good to move on.
All right, sir. Next on our agenda, we have from the Matters from City Manager, the tribal consultation background and preparation.
And to begin this item tonight, I'll introduce our Director of Open Space and Mountain Parks, Dan Burke.
Well, great. Thank you, Chris, and good evening, Council. I just want to let you know that we will have a few minutes. We'll try to keep it as brief as we can, but it's a pretty interesting and comprehensive subject. But we're going to provide you an update and information related to tomorrow's city tribal consultation meeting that's scheduled. And by we, I just want to recognize that there are a number of staff members from across several city departments who are involved with city tribal consultation work, as well as with other issues and matters relating to the city's commitment to strengthening relations with tribal nations and our Indigenous community members. So I'll just start off by saying it's a bit disappointing that tomorrow's consultation will need to take place in a virtual format. But the opportunity to spend the day discussing matters with representatives from about a dozen tribal nations is nonetheless an extreme honor for those of us who will be able to participate, and an opportunity for the city to continue its commitment to deepen and strengthen relations with these sovereign nations. So tonight we want to accomplish a couple of, hit on two matters. First, Ernest House, the Senior Policy Advisor for the Keystone Policy Center and the former Executive Director of the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs, will provide council with some background on what formal government-to-government consultations are and their history and what one may expect when attending a consultation. And after Ernest's presentation, we'll open it up for any questions that council members have as it pertains to consultation. And then next, Phil Yates with City Communications will briefly describe the process and timeline that staff is moving forward with in developing a land acknowledgement that council will eventually review and consider later in the summer and possibly earlier in the fall. But before I bring Ernest on, I just want to quickly summarize the city's involvement with formal consultations and the agenda items that we're scheduled to address tomorrow. In the late 1990s and the early 2000s, the city of Boulder and tribal nations consistently held consultations, and emerging out of these formal meetings were a series of memorandums of understandings. And then around the time of the Great Recession, consultations ceased until 2019, when the city hosted a 2-day consultation that was attended by over a dozen tribal nations. We were hoping to continue those discussions in 2020, but those, of course, had to be postponed. And tomorrow's meeting is actually the rescheduled consultation date. And what we hope to do tomorrow is to continue the discussions from 2019, which consist of discussing a name change of Settlers Park, and that is called for in the 2016 Indigenous Peoples Day resolution. We're also hoping to continue to discuss an update to the existing MOUs that I just referenced earlier that exist between the city and tribal governments. And also the city will receive some initial feedback from tribal representatives on the city's desire to develop a land acknowledgement statement or statements. And Phil Yates will briefly describe that after Ernest's presentation. And I just want to point out that the memo in your council packet provides a lot more details on each of these issues. But with that, I'm going to turn things over to Ernest, and hopefully he's all set and ready to go, who will provide you some background and information on government-to-government consultation.
Thanks, Dan. And thank you, Mayor and City Council members, staff, for the opportunity to join you yet again for another opportunity to conduct tribal consultation. This guide is something that I've been honored to provide, and this overview been able to provide previous City Council members, and even some of you have participated in the 2019 tribal consultation conversations back in February, and then of course moving forward. So I appreciate your commitment to this over the years. And I thank you for who's helping me navigate through this PowerPoint as well. Next slide, please. As Dan mentioned, again, my name is Ernest House Jr. I'm a member of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe from southwestern Colorado. And what I first start out with, and I'm going to go through this slide deck first part kind of fairly quickly, because I think it's information that perhaps many of you know, but at least to get us on the same page, and use my tribe as an example of why it's so important to talk about tribal consultation and conduct tribal consultations. But really, we're first starting out as Colorado's American Indian Alaska Native population. We think about that really represent 2% of the total Colorado population. Now, the nation's American Indian Alaska Native population is also approximately 2%. So Colorado is very similar to a lot of our national numbers. In fact, out of the 2010 census, over 70% of the total US American Indian population lived off of the reservation. And I would suspect that the numbers, especially those increasing numbers in the urban Indian populations, like Denver Metro, Salt Lake, Phoenix, these places that are seeing a higher increase in urban American Indian populations by 2020 census will see that 70% number increase to probably over 80%. And it's really a lot of folks that are moving into the Front Range. And I think a lot of what you're seeing in trends, probably for Boulder County on the Front Range as well. So here's some additional information about Colorado, that we have over 150 tribes are represented amongst just the Denver metro area alone. That's 7 county district, including Boulder County. Sioux Nations are the most represented in the Denver metro area, and the Navajo Nation members, Dene, are fastest growing in the urban corridor. Next slide, please. So we often refer to 48 historic tribes of Colorado, and this is the list of those 48 tribes. 46 of these federally recognized tribes were forcibly removed over the last 150 years from what we now call the state of Colorado. A lot of these tribes are now relocated in Oklahoma, the Dakotas, Montana, 19 pueblos in New Mexico. And then you'll see the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, my tribe, and my sister tribe, the Southern Ute Indian tribe, are the only 2 tribes that have remained in the state of Colorado. Even the Northern Ute, the Ute Indian tribe of Utah, was forcibly removed as well. I was a part of the team in 2007 at the state of Colorado when I was the director for the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs that met with 48, all these tribes. It took 4 years to do that, to establish a working relationship, an ongoing agreement. We were the first state in the country to do so. And so when we refer to 48 historic tribes of Colorado, these are all federally recognized tribes. And we'll get more into that in a little bit later, but I just want to make sure and put that up there, because a lot of times when we talk about land acknowledgements, really, these are the tribes that have always and continue to call Colorado home. And so that's something to think about when we look at the invitation to tribal consultation. Next slide, please. So I'm going to, like I said a little bit earlier, I'm going to use my tribe as an example of why this is so important. So a little bit of history here. Who are the Utes? I think a lot of times we talk about the Utes, we see the Utes names. Ute is actually a Spanish word. It's not a word that we came up with. It's not a word that we call ourselves. I mean, it's a part of our federally recognized name. It's in our designation that we signed as a tribal constitution in 1940, and then the Southern Ute tribe in 1930, respectively. But if you look at these names on the top of the first bullet point, these are our names in our language that we call ourselves: the Moachi, the Capote, the Wimanuch, Tabaguach, the Grand River, the Yampikras, Uinta. These are several bands that have consolidated. They were throughout what we call Colorado. They resided historically in the Estes Park region, in the Gunnison Valley, in Crested Butte, down in Colorado Springs, Garden of the Gods, along the Front Range, and through the Rocky Mountains of what we call Colorado now. Over the last 150 years, though, primarily consolidated to make up our 3 Ute tribes today, primarily when reservations were established in the late 1800s in the state of Colorado, is when we saw these bands of Utes start to consolidate, and when treaties were developed, start to be forced onto reservations. So you see the 3 tribes now that I talked about earlier, which make up those 7 bands. Now, when I first said that Utes is a Spanish word, there was a Spanish expedition that were going through southwestern Colorado on the western slope. When the Spanish expedition came across a band of Utes, they called us Yutas, and that translated and turned into Utes. What we call ourselves in our language is Nuchu. Nuchu, it means the people. And it's very, it's a regular term with other tribes in their own language, that they have a term for their tribe, for their community, for their band that refers to them as the people. And I think this comes back around in some of the conversations that we heard from tribes moving forward through consultation. Next slide, please. So here's just a visual for you. The green dotted line is the area that the Utes would have traveled, the vast area, to search for game, to sustain our livelihood. We have been in what we call Colorado now for the last 10 to 12,000 years. Now, if you ask us as a tribe, we've been here since time immemorial. I've just added these state lines just to give you an idea of the vast terrain that the Utes would move to move with that game to sustain our community. The red dotted line, though, is primarily the area that we stayed into. Very nomadic. We're often called the people of the Shining Mountains, primarily because a lot of our trails are either now consistent trails or they're highways that CDOT has turned into major roadways throughout the state of Colorado, crisscrossing our state. Next slide, please. And here is where, as I mentioned, our bands would travel back and forth up in the high country in summer weather and back down to lower elevation in the winter. But primarily these bands stayed in these locations. So oftentimes when we talk about land acknowledgements or places that are inviting groups back to rename places, if you ask a lot of our tribal representatives, they'll defer to these specific representatives of these regions historically to do that. Next slide, please. So here is the state as we know it. I just added the green dots as to give us reference of some of our contemporary communities. Next slide. So I say before there was a first Ute reservation, we called all of Colorado home. So we would, like I said, go where there's hunting blinds still standing in Rocky Mountain National Park that are set by the Utes. The last bear dance in Garden of the Gods was in the early 1900s and 1908 until we were removed from that location. In 1868, the first Ute reservation was established on the western slope of Colorado. And this is where this blue line comes into play. The next slide, please. You can start to see, and if you followed American Indian history throughout the West, westward expansion, Homesteading Act, Manifest Destiny, you can see and have heard this history before that treaties were broken, expansion was encroached upon in the blue area, and land was starting to chip away and renegotiated treaties were starting to take place. If you see that big chunk in the Southwest, that is because of the San Juans, over 400 miles of mining, which is actually this picture that is my background that I'm talking to you right now. Next slide, please. Pretty much within 40 years, the Utes lost what we know as the state of Colorado. By the late 1800s, it was down to this Ute strip. And that was after the Meeker incident, Battle at Milk Creek. And I'm just talking about the Utes. There were several other altercations, treaties that were broken on the Front Range that impacted and involved Cheyenne, Arapaho, Comanche, you name it, a lot of tribes that were forcibly removed. The next slide. And here is where our tribe's located today. The blue line is the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, located in 3 states. We have 2 communities, the Toyac, Colorado, and White Mesa, Utah, which is on the Utah side. And then the red line is the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, and it's a checkerboard reservation solely within the state of Colorado. Next slide. So why do I give you all this history and background for tribal consultation? Because tribal consultation is seen as a, I guess, I don't use the term very often, but a best practice. And the reason why I think, and I'm not going to read this verbatim, I'm just going to call attention to some of these things as you read these slides on your own. But it really truly is a convention originating from the trust responsibility of the United States to tribal nations. Tribal consultation is a process that enables both the tribal communities and other entities and systems to advance the well-being of tribal communities. Now, tribal consultation is most oftenly seen at the federal level and even state requirements for some state agencies. It's not required at the local level. So that's why I call it a best practice. Not every local community is doing this, primarily because there's a huge effort to do it. There's a commitment to do it. And there's a longstanding process to engage in type of consultation and meaningful consultation. And we'll talk a little bit more of kind of what those steps of what Boulder's been doing since 2019, I believe, in a good way. Next slide, please. So the 3 areas that I've highlighted for the need for local tribal consultation at the local government level is 1, to enable the creation of strategies that effectively address unique challenges and opportunities. We know that the population growth in the Front Range. I get a lot of contacts, or at least our team at the Keystone Policy Center does, around land management practices from other counties, local governments, that they're re-engaging, they're reviewing their land management process and policies. Well, how does that intersect with different Indigenous communities, BIPOC communities, representatives, organizations? How do they engage with some of these communities? So there's a creation of these strategies, not only to do outreach, but that address the need for a lot of what we've heard in the past is especially tribal community members that have been in the Boulder area for some time and along the Front Range, is the influx, the growth of the urban population in general has reduced the availability for some of the sites that our Indigenous populations have been able to utilize, and has reduced the opportunity of some of these sites to do sweat lodge ceremonies, for example, or to conduct some of these things that they were able to do 15, 20 years ago because of the growth on the Front Range. So I think that's part of one of the main reasons of how to engage these tribes. The second is to leverage opportunities of mutually beneficial collaborations. What I mean by that is, again, this example, if you're doing a land management plan, have you identified the sacred sites? Is there a historic, accurate record from a tribal perspective of some of these sites that are located? Can they be preserved? Should they be protected moving forward? I think that's leveraging both a win-win situation for not just the tribal community who can speak to why that area is sacred, why it needs to be protected, but then also give you that background and history as you develop that relationship. And then third and final is to meet the consultation requirements established under any type of memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreement, or intergovernmental agreement, MOU, MOA, or IGA. Now, a lot of these times, and especially with Boulder's unique, I was a part of the conversations with the city of Boulder back in 2003. I was a part of a lot of the conversations with Valmont Butte around the time moving into 2004 and 2005. And so I've seen a lot of these originally created conversations with different tribes over the years. So it's been great to come back to see how can they be developed, strengthened, and also making sure that other tribes' voices are brought to the table. Next slide, please. And really, tribal consultation is consensus-based decision-making. If there is any type of decision-making being done, a lot of times you have to ensure that the tribes you're including to the table, you're giving them the opportunity, them the time to learn about the issue, to provide their thoughts, to provide their feedback, and that you're not creating a rubber stamp process, and you're definitely not creating a check the box process. It's very easy to fall into a check the box process, especially when you're adding tribal nations as a stakeholder. Tribes are not stakeholders, especially with the sovereign status that federally recognized tribes have. They have that respect, and we have to show them that honor to be engaged with the process. So every time I talk about consensus-based decision-making, we're really not putting this to a vote. We're creating this relationship, and you're often starting from step one. Next slide, please. Here's just some consultation guide examples. Now, under the Obama administration, there was an effort to strengthen tribal consultation to try to move forward, not fall victim into a check the box process. Here's National Indian of Education Association has put out guides when Every Student Succeeds Act was created for throughout the nation. They put out how to engage in meaningful consultation, and the far right picture is the consultation I created under my tenure at the state of Colorado for state agencies, which these next slides will have a couple excerpts from that, and I can give you a copy and send that link for folks as well. Next slide, please. Again, all this is based off tribal sovereignty, which is an understanding that Native peoples have existed since time immemorial, like I mentioned, predating the United States Constitution, but recognize not only the United States Constitution, that tribes have sovereign status, and also come to conversations and agreements at the level of states, and that we have to ensure and adhere to that sovereignty. A lot of times this tribal sovereignty is misunderstood. It's challenged for sure over the years. And I think it's one thing that's why this is so important. When we invite tribes to the table about something and we frame it within a formal consultation process, they are of the understanding that there's going to be conversations, agreements, something put forward so that they can take back. And so that's why there's a lot of time commitment into this. And it's a long-term approach. This is not a sprint, excuse me, this is a marathon. And I think it's very important for consultation to start out with the understanding that with the development of the relationship building first and foremost in that process. Next slide, please. I often refer to the government-to-government relationship that oftentimes, and even still today on a regular basis, mayor, city council members, your staff may get phone calls, requests that the city meet with tribes on a government-to-government relationship. So even though you've created a consultation process with numerous tribes, tribes can still reach out one-on-one to talk about mutual issues of mutual interest or understanding. It's happened numerous ways. I think a lot of times the general public might think of American Indian history as something of the past. If you go to museums, you might see our pictures of American Indians of the 1800s. I think my generation, the younger generation, others have really tried to advocate that the contemporary, that we're still here, that we're still alive, that we want to engage in a conversation around economic development. Perhaps these tribes that were once removed from the location can come back, partner with the city in something that's mutually beneficial, not just for the tribe, but for the community moving forward. That's the type of contemporary issue. Now, the government-to-government relationship piece, that's always been ongoing. And I often use the quote that collaboration happens at the speed of trust. And for American Indian history, as I hope that you all would know, has not been one that's been positioned in a position of trust, has not been one that's been staked in a position of trust. So these steps, these conducting consultation early and often and continuously having a relationship with that's going to be helpful to the ultimate success of any type of consultation process you move forward. Respecting that these sovereign nations, and you're having this conversation of government to government, just as if another nation was going to be coming and sitting in front of you, is the way that I would frame that as well. Next slide, please. And of course, then we have the emphasis on meaningful tribal consultation, ensuring that the development of a relationship is based on that trust. That's not one-sided, that you're not checking the box. You're not just doing it to say, oh, great, this is the time. Oh, April, this is our time frame that we have to do this. And we're just going to get into a rhythm. I've seen so many communities fall victim to that and take the relationship for granted and it not go well. And I think that's what the basis of meaningful tribal consultation is. Why are we coming to the table? What are we going to be talking about? How are we going to be moving this conversation forward? Next slide, please. And one of my last few slides here is just tips for successful consultation. I think that some of you, maybe all of you, hopefully you're going to be able to join us for a portion tomorrow. One of the biggest things is that I mentioned earlier, communication early and often with tribes is critical for successful consultation. But the plan to spend substantial amounts of time and personal involvement to develop the relationship will help lead that. I think a lot of time we're so driven on time. And I know that I work with so many different local governments. You have so much you have to get done within your day. There's not enough hours in the day. But for Indigenous communities, time is not the pressure. Time, we will get to the issue when we get there. If it's more important to share a story or to let you know where I'm coming from because it's harder on Zoom, then that might be something that I want to explain or come across. So if you're in these conversations, I'd ask you to please be that take the approach of quick to listen, slow to speak in terms of there's so much of that history, so much of that 10,000, 12,000 years has been transferred orally. like I'm speaking to you this evening, and a lot of our elders deserve that respect, and they bring that education and that knowledge with them in that way. Next slide, please. I think, sorry for this, no one can see that or read that, and I apologize, but this is just some pages of additional things in that consultation guide for successful consultation. Next slide, please. I think my last two here is some pictures of the 2019, which some of you were at. Maybe you can find yourself in some of these pictures of the, not just the meeting itself, but then the tour of Settlers Park at that time by the tribal representatives. Next slide. And then at the end, of course, some gift exchanges, which is also very important. You know, remember, you're inviting these tribal representatives, even though we're in this Zoom world right now in virtual format, we're still inviting them to the table. You are calling them to the table to have a conversation about something. So gifting their time to you to talk about this is very important. And I think that the staff has done a great job about not only honoring that time with either covering the expenses, but also sending with the virtual format, even just a little gift of the appreciation. Next slide, please. And I think that is yep, that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. And one thing that I will make sure and just let folks know is that during this time, tribal consultation during COVID is very interesting. And I facilitated conversations with Indigenous groups from South America to up here to the US and the States and the lower 48. And I got to say that, you know, high-speed internet is not available in many parts of the rural tribal communities. I'm sure that you would automatically understand that, but that's one of the biggest challenges, connectivity and tech connectivity for tribal communities. And so we're going to try to be as reading as much as we can for folks that just are able to call in because they're saving bandwidth, for kiddos going to school, or trying to help out and navigate some of the connectivity and tech challenges that folks might have. But that's one of the biggest issue areas. I think that the tribes are now starting to see more and more involvement by tribes on wanting to do virtual formats, but it's also, you know, they fall into the Zoom fatigue as well. And there's so much time in the day to do this. So I just appreciate your attention. I appreciate your interest in this, and happy to answer any questions or turn it back over to you, Dan.
Great.
So Dan, I see we have a question here. Shall we go ahead with that?
Yes, let's do that.
Mary.
Yeah, thank you, Ernest. Just a quick question. How do non-federally recognized tribes fit in to tribal consultations, or if at all? How does that aspect work?
Oh, it's a great question. So Colorado, we do not have any state recognized tribes. Each state handles it different. To have a state recognized process, it can be developed at the state level if they wanted to do that. So Colorado does not have a process to do that. All of our consultations at History Colorado and the state of Colorado with state agencies is done with federally recognized tribes and following the Department of Interior process around federally recognized tribes and recognizing that government to government process. When we created our office created the Tribal Consultation Guide, we also followed up with Native American Rights Fund around ensuring how to respect those federally recognized tribes process. Now, having said that, there are groups and organizations that either want to seek or don't want to seek state recognition or federally recognition, but still want to be involved in the process. I think that's also a great opportunity to follow up or create some type of committee, commission, outreach process, whatever the community is looking to develop, to ensure that you also open that up to the much broader community, Native and non-Native community members. I remember back in 2019, there was a public portion and it was fully packed. I think it was great to see the community's interest in not just how this conversation went, but also wanted to follow the issue and see, as much as they could be a part of it. Now, for tribal consultation, These are closed door conversations, meaning they're intended to be that one-on-one government to government back and forth communication. The reason why we've asked and tribes have asked for closed door sessions is because a lot of times when tribes are providing historical background information and knowledge, they don't want to send it to a broader group. They want to ensure that it's just a one-on-one conversation. I think that that's another way that we're trying to also develop a process and figure out how to share that information with the approval of the tribe, with the broader community. How and when can that be provided, and how can additional community members provide and be engaged in the process? I think that's also a way we're going to segue into the land acknowledgement conversation and a way to engage and how to engage the much larger, broader community in that process moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ernest, I have a question. This is Sam. Thank you so much for that presentation. It's very, very helpful to get us thinking forward to tomorrow. One of the things that we did at the 2019 consultation was have a discussion about Settlers Park and the renaming, and then it was clear that each of the tribal representatives wanted to go back and discuss that issue with their tribal councils and their tribes. So just to set expectations for tomorrow, we have an hour and a half set aside for the Settlers Park renaming discussion. Would you expect us to land on something as kind of a close to final decision there? Or is that something where we'll hear back from each of the tribal representatives about how those discussions went, and then maybe we wouldn't come to a decision this year about a final naming decision? Do you have any kind of, how would we approach the conversation and think about the outcomes from tomorrow?
No, that's a good question. And I think part of it is we do have that first and foremost. We have heard some feedback from the tribes that we've been talking to, and also from the follow-up conversation in February. And there has been some communication with tribes in between these meetings as well. So we're hopeful that we can land on a final agreement. That's what we're gonna propose. But we also want to be flexible with tribes that weren't a part of the conversation. Maybe they may be just attending and don't have the background. Maybe they want to seek clarification. But for the most part, we have heard feedback from folks that they do want to move forward in some of these areas. And so I think that at least that's what we're going to be moving forward to try to seek some resolution around that.
Okay, great. So, I mean, the one part that was eye-opening for me in that whole conversation 2 years ago was how deliberative everyone was about, taking it quite seriously and getting a lot of input. So it seems like our goal will be to get to a decision, but if we don't, would that go all the way to the next year, or would it be something that we could land on a final decision between consultations? I'm just trying to figure out how to think about that as we go into tomorrow.
Absolutely. No, it's a good question too. And as the facilitator for that section, I'll let you know that I'll have some options to ask the tribes to consider around following up time frame that we don't either have to wait. If there's bandwidth there that we believe we can get this done within a few months, if that's supportive by the tribes in a shorter amount of time versus waiting till the 2022 consultation, at least that's the type of time frame we want to try to put on that, knowing that this has also been discussed by the tribes, and they probably also want to start talking about some additional next steps and how to get this moving forward. So we'll have some options to also have the group think about, so that we can, if groups do need more time to think about what that time frame looks like, and knowing too that a lot of tribes go into ceremonies during the beginning of summer, middle of summer, and end of summer. Some tribes even are also in elections right now, And then elections will also happen, like with my tribe, in the middle of fall. And so we have to keep that time frame in mind as well as we look at how much runway that we have and bandwidth we have moving forward.
Super. Thank you very much. Mary, is that hand new or leftover?
Leftover.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Great. Seeing none. Dan, I'll turn back to you.
Yeah, so just and a note to council members that will be participating tomorrow that has agreed to help facilitate the once we get into the discussions and help navigate conversations and decision making and putting out some options. Staff will be there to provide some contextual background information on the agenda items, but then we'll move into the discussions, and Ernest has agreed to be there the whole day to kind of help guide conversations. So we're really honored and fortunate to have Ernest available for tomorrow. So with the last remaining minutes, we would like to just briefly update council on the process and timeline that is associated with developing a land acknowledgement. And this will also be a topic for tomorrow's conversation, one of the agenda items at consultation. So Phil Yates, a communications specialist for the city, is gonna take a few minutes just to provide you with that process and timeline that staff has come up with to develop a land acknowledgement. So
absolutely. Well, thank you, Dan and Ernest. Good evening, council members. Yeah, just next slide.
Good morning, Philip.
Oh, good morning. So yeah. Just to kind of briefly is Northwestern University and other organizations generally describe land acknowledgements as a way to recognize and respect Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of the land. And to Ernest's point, the enduring relationship that still exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. So for the goals that we have for the city of Boulder is we want to build on the city's racial equity plan and its Indigenous Peoples Day resolution that was developed by community members in 2016. A big focus is honoring all Indigenous peoples who have lived in and stewarded lands in the area for thousands of years, to Ernest's point, since time immemorial. We want to emphasize traditions and oral histories that still connect Indigenous people and tribal nations to the area. Critical part of all acknowledgements should acknowledging the past and continuing harm caused by the colonization of Indigenous lands. We want to celebrate the generational knowledge and wisdom of Indigenous peoples. We want to address the interests of Indigenous community members and federally recognized American Indian tribes that consult with the city and have agreements with the city. But more importantly, I think is the critical part, and what we've really heard is building a foundation to take action for Indigenous peoples now and into the future. And then another key goal is also to develop a consistent approach across the city for land acknowledgements. Next slide. So right now, I think it's really important to say that plans for land acknowledgements are still being developed. We're going to be speaking with tribal nations and tribal representatives tomorrow about how we can use those with honor and respect. But as we think about this and as we move forward we really want to think about how we can evaluate, how we can use acknowledgements to inspire reflection and action in our work. That could include when we're planning council and board meeting agendas and at meetings for topics that may affect Indigenous community members, when we're planning actions and strategies and long-term plans such as master plans. And I think it's also important for staff when we plan our annual and long-term community projects. How can we really think and reflect on acknowledgements while we're actually doing our work? But also it's how can we use acknowledgements in our communications? And that could include education and interpretive signs, web pages, and other features such as email signatures. Next slide. So we really do appreciate the hard work that community members did to develop the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution in 2016. And I think it's just, what I've done is pull some important acknowledgements that were in that document, and I'd let people just reflect on those for just a minute. So our intention is to include several of these statements and honor the hard work that community members did to develop this, and we're using it as a foundation to move forward. Next slide. So we've taken several steps in recent weeks to develop this work and to develop a land acknowledgement. We had a preliminary discussion with tribal representatives on February 18th. We presented information to the Human Relations Commission on February 22nd. We provided an update to the Open Space Board of Trustees on March 10th. We sought community engagement through Be Heard Boulder from March 3rd through March 24th. And what we were seeking as a part of that process on themes and ideas that were not in the Indigenous People Day resolution. So how can we build on the good work that community members had provided in the past? Community input on language suggestions and local government policy actions are included in the memo that we provided. Next slide. And so what are the next steps? So an important step is tomorrow. So what we're looking to do is present very preliminary draft based on the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution and community input in order to give tribal representatives something to respond to. So to Ernest's point, this is not meant to be a check the box or a rubber stamp. It's meant to start the conversation, to understand where we can take this and how we can do it with honor and respect. Same is true of how can we use this in a meaningful and collaborative way. And to Ernest's point again, we want to make sure that we take time to do this right. So this is an effort that can take time, and it could span 2 different consultations. Again, what we're trying to do is start the conversation and have a collaborative conversation moving forward. We also do anticipate a review by tribal governments. And so I think to what Dan said earlier, our next planned council update is in late summer or early fall this year. That's I think the last slide, given the time. But that's
Great. Thanks, Phil. And if there's any questions on the process and timeline that staff has worked to put together on building a land acknowledgement, Phil's happy to entertain a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
Aaron.
No question. I just want to say that I appreciate your work on this and the approach to take it slow and take the time to get it right and work with the tribes over multiple consultations to do this carefully and slowly. So it's been a long time that we've intended to rename that park, and I look forward to the day when we finish that work, but it's more important to take the time to get it right than do it quickly. So thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. I don't see any more hands, Dan.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
So I do have a question then. Did you want to say a few brief words about your expectation for council members as far as getting in early to get briefed or anything like that, just for folks who might not have done this before?
Yeah, so as you all know, those of you who are participating are scheduled in blocks. And if you're joining other than the first session, which I believe would be Mary and Sam, there is a briefing link that you can go to, and there'll be a staff person there that will kind of brief you on where we're at with conversations. So you can come into the meeting having some knowledge about where we're at with conversations. And then there'll be a link for you to actually join the actual conversation after you get some briefing by staff. So for those of you who are not there at the first session, that's sort of the plan that we have for you, is to first touch base with staff, get briefed, and then you have a link that will go right into the consultation meeting.
Great, thanks for that, Dan. And in person, that briefing is important. You arrive early and staff tells you kind of what's been going on earlier in the day so that you can come in kind of up to speed. The only other thing I wanted to say on this before we leave it is I was going to be at the second session, but that won't work. There's a funeral I'll be going to tomorrow. So there's an opening if a council member would like to go at the 10:30 to 1:30 timeframe. So I'll just put that out there. If anyone is interested, there's an opening for a council member that wouldn't violate our open meetings law. And I will also say, as I'm going to say tomorrow in my remarks, it is one of the most eye-opening experiences I've had since I've been on council to be at this event in 2019. So if you have time, it is fairly interesting. It'll be different over Zoom, but I would encourage someone to take that opportunity if you have the time.
Mhm. And I'll just put out that Taylor Ryman has been working to work with and schedule council members. So if there's interest, even waking up tomorrow morning, contact Taylor and she could work on getting you scheduled in for that 10:45 slot.
Great.
Join
Thank you.
me, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Ernest.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Philip. Have a good rest of your morning. Okay, Alicia, I think we're ready to move on. Alicia, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
I was just talking. It's next, our last item is the matters from the mayor and members of council. It's the board and commission appointments to the Beverage Licensing Authority, Board of Zoning Adjustment, and the Water Resources Advisory Board.
Thank you very much. Chris, is somebody going to walk us through this, or do you want me to just give it a shot?
Sam, I think this is mine. Mirabai and I are the boards and commissions
Awesome.
subcommittee, and Mirabai's not here, so I think that leaves it to me.
Awesome.
So we have 3 vacancies that the subcommittee is recommending that the council consider filling. We had an opening that on the Beverage Licensing Authority that no one applied for, and Alyssa Lundgren, whose term just ended, has offered to serve another 5 years and has submitted her application. And we're recommending that council appoint her to that term. I'll note this is a different open seat from the one that was created by the tragic loss of Kevin Mahoney, who was killed in the shooting on March 22nd and served on the BLA. We are leaving that seat open for the time being in his memory, and we'll come back in a few months to work on filling that seat. But for now, we'll leave that open in his memory. But separately from that, Alyssa Lundgren has offered to fill the other vacancy on that board. Also, the Board of Zoning Adjustments, there was a resignation from Elizabeth Prentice, who stepped down early. We had 3 applicants for 2 vacancies this year for BOZA and appointed 2 people. The third person who applied was Jill Lester, who had served a full 5-year term very ably. I think council mostly did not reappoint her because she had served a full term, no reflection on her quality of her service, which I think everyone felt was very high. So she has indicated an interest in continuing to serve. So we're recommending that she fill out the rest of Elizabeth Prentice's positions, which is 4 additional years. And thank you to Ms. Lester for being willing to do that. Finally, we had 2 applicants for the Water Resources Advisory Board in this last cycle. And Ann Quinzer was the person that we appointed to that term. However, after some consideration, she realized she was not going to be able to serve on the board because of personal issues, so she has resigned. We're recommending the other applicant for that position, Jill Park, be appointed to it. While she was unable to be present for the interviews, she's from her application, she's qualified to serve and has affirmed that she is still interested in serving on that board. So that's the recommendations from the subcommittee.
Great. Thank you, Aaron, so much. And I'm going to make a suggestion here process-wise. This came at Bob's reminder, so thank you, Bob, that in order to avoid the public hearing under matters issues that we've had in the past, that tonight we decide as council on whether we want to move forward with what was in the motion language. And if we do, we have it put on consent either at the April 13th or April 20th meeting. I lean towards April 13th if we can get it in, and then take the official action in the motion language here under consent at a future meeting. So if there's any conversation on that, now's a good time to have it. If seeing no hands or anything, Aaron, are you okay if we poll your idea here? If it looks good that we just bring it back on consent at the next meeting?
That sounds great. If we can just get direction, I don't know if there are any meetings in the meantime, but if we could just have some council direction that people could serve in an interim capacity, subject to final approval.
Yep, and I believe Bob reminded me that that is in our code, that is the case. But you're right, we should clear it up tonight as well. Rachel?
Yeah, I was basically going to ask if there were any trainings coming up, if they could be included, and so they didn't miss out on anything. And then maybe a process question that applies to only 2 of the 3 candidates, but we did already have a public hearing for 2 of those. 2 of the candidates were involved in the public hearing that we had in the first place, probably not the third for BLA, I'm guessing. But I just didn't know if we even needed a public hearing if they already had one for those 2 seats.
I think if we put it on consent, then we can invite anyone who might have a comment or feedback to sign up for open comment. And if they can't get on open comment for whatever reason, we can give them the opportunity to comment in addition to open comment. So I think that's a great point. Is council okay if we invite folks, in the meeting packet to sign up for open comment if they have any feedback on this?
Sam, I don't think there'll be open comment at the special meeting next week.
You're right. At the special meeting, there will not. So if we agree that we would like these folks to serve in the interim, we can just do it on the 20th, and that will give people the opportunity to speak at open comment.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I believe the way the city attorney's office wrote the appointments are retroactive to March, so it shouldn't matter whether we appoint them next week or the week after.
My only concern is that I believe the BLA meets on the 3rd Wednesday of the month, and they have some quasi judicial applications on their agenda, and so I would be concerned about someone participating on a quasi judicial basis without having a formal appointment from council.
So maybe we could do it on the 13th and make it a public hearing to dot our I's and cross our T's. I mean, I'm guessing we won't have 100 people signing up to speak, but if anyone did want to weigh in, they could.
That's a good idea. I like that. So
just one other thought isn't the 3rd Wednesday going to be the day after we do the appointment? Won't that still work?
Yes, if you do it on the 13th.
On the 20th, I mean. Are we not meeting on, is it 20th not an option?
So clever, Rachel. The 3rd Wednesday is right after the meeting on the 20th.
That's right.
All right. So that means that we can just do it on the 20th and stick with an open comment for this. Okay. Awesome. So then to the meat of the subject, does anyone have any objections to proceeding with Alyssa Lundgren for BLA, Jill Lester for BOZA, and Jill Park for RAB? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, then I think the guidance to staff is bring this back under consent on April 20th meeting, and we will make a point that anyone who would like to comment on these 3 appointments can speak at open comment.
Sam, my hand is up again. It's not for this, but it's just a general question I have. Like when we're doing boards and commissions, so maybe this is Aaron for your committee to consider for future reference. We usually require a minimum number of applicants. And this year, like after we, realized that some people, didn't have tenure in the city, and now we're looking at RAB, there's really only 1 applicant left and things like that. Like it feels a little bit loosey-goosey with the rules. So I just wonder if we should, for future years, think about doing that differently.
So, Rachel, I don't believe it's about rules. It's about custom. I don't think we have anything in the code or even in council's rules and procedures that requires multiple applicants. It's more of a traditionally we look for multiple applicants so that we have choices, and so we would often hope for multiple. You know, I'll be frank. Between the continuing COVID crisis and the shooting, I think we have qualified applicants in front of us, and rather than stretch that on for months, we're taking people who are great, who are sitting right in front of us during a difficult time in the city, and moving forward with them.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And it stems partly from the usual appointments, not from these. And it's why I think we should move forward with these. But in future years, like if our either rules or customs are, we should have multiple applicants. We sort of don't in a couple of cases.
We do generally follow that, yes.
Yeah, and these are special circumstances. We had somebody resign right after the appointment, and we have BLA, 2 issues there. So I concur. Rachel, generally, we're pretty, when we do the solicitation for the appointments in March, we're usually pretty strict about that. I think in this case, it's a little different. So, okay. Seeing no objections, we'll go forward with that plan and see this again April 20th. Alicia, I think that brings us to the end of the agenda, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. So soon. Debrief, anyone have any comments about the meeting? Great. If not, enjoy your day. See you all.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. Okay, Miss Brenda.